Han Thang gently coaxed her. Just a quick bite, then we'll leave. It won't take long at all. They ended up at a hot goat soup shop for their snack. The moment they were inside, Tu Dong-gu began fuming, feeling utterly deceived. Meanwhile, Han Thang calmly ate, unfazed by her scolding. As the night grew darker and the streetlights flickered on, they finally finished eating and prepared to leave. This is when Han Thang began his act. It's probably past 2 a.m. I won't go back to campus. I'll just find a hotel nearby to rest. Tu Dong-no immediately shot back. And what about me? He looked at her calmly, then made a quiet suggestion. Why don't you come with me? Han Thang casually repeated the loaded invitation. A panicked Tu Dong-no immediately refused. He then began to slowly analyze her objections, noting that most girls would have a few key reasons to protest. 1. She didn't bring pajamas. 2. She hadn't told her roommate. And 3. What exactly was their relationship? Han Thang questioned her with a serious tone. Is our connection still not clear? After 3 years of high school and another year and a half of college, plus how close our parents are, aren't those enough reasons for us to even get a place together? Stunned by his logic, Tu Dong-nu asked, So what is our relationship? Han Thang's reply was instant. Boyfriend and girlfriend. But she pressed further. Do you actually like me? Do you truly love me? Though conflicted internally, Han Thang insisted he only loved her. Despite his words, Tu Dong-nu felt an unease she couldn't quite explain. She never imagined this moment would arrive so quickly. Just as she sensed something was wrong, Han Thang put on a sad expression. Don't you like me? Tu Dong-nu rushed to protest. Who said I don't like you? If you didn't, why would you go to an 11 p.m. movie with me? Han Thang seized the opportunity, but Tu Dong-gu still hesitated. It's just that everything is happening too fast. I'm not ready. He quickly tried to reassure her. Little Ewer, don't misunderstand. With a gentle look, Han Thang promised tonight would only be for talking about their future. At that, Tu Dong-nu's eyes suddenly lit up. Hearing him mention a future together, her eyes filled with surprise and emotion. Tu Dong-nu's thoughts drifted to Han Thang. He was her first love, and their families were close. Maybe they would get married first, then focus on careers. Seeing her lost in thought, Han Thang grew impatient. The problem is, you don't trust me. You think I'm not capable of giving you a stable future. Tu Dong-nu rushed to deny it. No, that's not it. I know you're brilliant in college, starting your own career. You even bought a car. I'm so proud of you. I just want to be by your side. Han Thang immediately grabbed her hand and began pulling her away. Tu Dong-nengu was still worried. I didn't bring any clothes to change into. But to him, that was no issue. Why change? Just be comfortable. We'll pick a luxury hotel. They provide sleepwear for guests. Even so, she still didn't know what she'd tell her roommate. That's why Han Thang had asked her earlier. Besides, does anyone else know you're with me? Tu Dong-nu obediently shook her head. Seeing this, he offered his solution. You only need to explain things to Shishi. Tell the others you were with a high school friend. Then I'll treat Shishi to a meal and explain our relationship to her. There won't be any trouble. With that, Tu Dong-nu's worries finally began to fade. She wanted to confirm one last time. You'll just hold me and we'll honestly talk about our future, and nothing else, right? Han Thang confidently gave his word that he would do exactly that. And so, the two of them walked to a nearby hotel. Even as they reached the front desk, fear gripped Tu Dong-nu and she asked to go home. He soothed her, saying everything was fine as he booked the room. They walked from the desk to the elevator, talking and laughing together. The receptionist watched them quietly the entire time. Her gaze was full of judgment, pitying the pretty girl who was caught up with such a scoundrel. The hotel room door swung open. Han Thang was thrilled, but Tu Dong-nu's expression was grim. She tried to run, but he held her back. He pushed her straight into the room, slapping the keycard into the slot to turn on the lights. The bright room was thick with awkward tension. Han Thang approached the anxious Dong-gu, gently stroking her cheek to soothe her. Dong-gu still felt wronged. She'd never even dated in college, let alone been dragged to a hotel like this. Han Thang claimed nothing was forced, that things were flowing naturally, even offering to open a bottle of wine. Dong-gu froze for a moment. This was her first time in a hotel, a stark contrast to Han Thang, who seemed more at home here than anywhere. He casually remarked, It's nothing special, really, just a simple room. Then, sensing a strange silence, he turned to see Dong-gu staring at him, her eyes blazing with fire. A cold sweat broke out on Han Thang's back, as he nervously explained he was talking about a hotel on TV, similar to one from his recent Shanghai trip. He quickly started undressing, thinking if he didn't take the lead now, the night would be a disaster. This little fishy was becoming just as difficult to handle as Shen Yuchu. Han Thang stripped completely, making Deng Nangu blush furiously. Yet, she couldn't resist sneaking a peek before letting out a soft sigh. Noticing his pants carelessly tossed on the floor, Deng Yinggu quietly went to pick them up. Suddenly, a small piece of paper fluttered out from a pocket. It was a movie ticket, which she deemed meaningless and threw in the trash. But as she turned away, she stopped. Something felt off. Suspicion began to creep in. She had bought their tickets today, and her ticket was still safely in her own pocket. She hastily retrieved the ticket from the trash, her expression tense as she unfolded it for a closer look. Her eyes widened in disbelief. It was a ticket for the same movie, but for a 1:30 p.m. showing. Meanwhile, Han Thang was singing happily in the shower, completely oblivious to the storm brewing outside, where Deng No stood frozen. She stared blankly, rereading the ticket stub for the movie they'd seen at 3 p.m. The door opened, and she quickly hid the ticket. Han Thang emerged, cheerfully telling her the shower was free, but his smile faded when he saw her expression. Deng Nu remained rooted to the spot, making Han Thang think she had changed her mind about showering. As he stepped out, she silently brushed past him and entered the bathroom without a word. Han Thang was puzzled by her sudden, strange behavior. Shrugging it off, his gaze drifted toward the large bed. A grin spread across his face as he rolled onto the bed, imagining the moments to come. Hearing the door open, he quickly composed himself. He turned to see Deng No in a thin nightgown, her hair tied up, enhancing her captivating features. He was stunned by her radiant charm, one sitting, one standing, their eyes locked. Han Thang smiled, inviting her to sit beside him. She obediently sat down, then boldly took his hand in hers. In a serious tone, Deng Nungu made a request. "I want to meet Shen Yuchu." Han Thang froze in surprise, wondering why she would suddenly want to see Yuchu. But Deng Nungu refused to explain, simply insisting she had to see her. "There is something I must confirm." Han Thang figured it was just an excuse. He forcefully pulled his hand away. If she wasn't interested, she should have just said so instead of making up strange reasons. Seeing his reaction, Deng Nu's anger flared. "You're right," she snapped. "I don't want to." With that, she stood up to leave, shocking Han Thang. He rushed to block her path, but she was determined to get past him. Tears began to stream uncontrollably down her face. Han Thang was utterly lost. Why was she suddenly acting so irrationally? He refused to let her leave, blocking her every move. Deng Nu broke down completely, sobbing as she ran back into the room and buried her face in the bed. He could only stand there, completely bewildered. He was gone for less than 200 seconds. How could her attitude change so drastically in the blink of an eye? She kept muttering into the pillow that he was a terrible man. "What is the real reason for this?" he asked softly. But when he touched her shoulder, she shoved his hand away. "You bastard! Don't touch me!" Han Thang's patience began to wear thin. "This is your last chance," he warned. "Tell me why you're crying. If you stay silent now, don't regret it later." Before he could finish, Deng Yangu shot up from the bed. "And if I do? What will you do then?" she demanded angrily. "Then I'll just wait for you at the next village, of course," Han Thang answered calmly. But she didn't believe him. "What did you do this afternoon? Tell me." Han Thang was shocked by the question. He recalled going to the movies with Shen Yuchu, but how could Deng Gu possibly know? Could Fei Zhongguanan have told her? No, that woman was crazy, but she wouldn't interfere in his private affairs. Han Thang was silent for a long moment before answering. "I told you I was going to work this afternoon." Hearing his reply, Tudong Nogu turned to leave, angered by his lack of a real denial. But what truly caught Han Thang's attention was that she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Tudong Nogu slammed the movie ticket on the table, her voice sharp with accusation. "This fell out of your pocket, didn't it? A 3 p.m. showtime at the Ingia O Theater. Is this the work you were talking about?" They faced each other, an unbearable silence hanging in the air. The ticket was like irrefutable proof, leaving Han Thang nowhere to hide. Cold sweat beaded on his brow as he cursed himself. He couldn't believe such a careful plan had such a glaring flaw. The afternoon had been far too rushed. He'd forgotten to deal with the ticket. Before he could even form an excuse, Tudong Ngu cut him off. "Don't say it's not yours. And don't deny you were with Shen Yusu." Han Thang fell silent, then finally confessed the ticket was his, but insisted he went with his supervisor, not Shen Yusu. Tudong Nu, however, remained unconvinced. Han Thang immediately pulled out his phone. "I'll prove it to you right now," he declared. knowing he had no time to invent a convincing lie. Without another word, Han Thang called Tran Quande. She answered the phone, and he began, "Sorry to bother you so late. I couldn't sleep and just wanted to chat. What did you think of today's movie, A Father's Duty?" Tran Quande gave her objective review. The plot and actors felt familiar, like a webcomic I once read. At last, Han Thang had the confirmation he desperately needed. "That's good enough for me. I was just worried you wouldn't be satisfied. If you're not happy, I'll never establish the league. The Tien Nin University League." On the other end, Tran Quande laughed freely. "So you finally admit your true intentions. Why else would you invite a woman in her late 30s to a movie? It is rather strange, isn't it?" Han Thang humbly replied that it was nothing, and that he wanted to learn more from her, but she was full of praise. "You're too polite. You're far more diligent and hardworking than other students, balancing work, studies, and all this networking." He confessed his feelings. "If someone understands me, the hardship is worth it. My only fear is being misunderstood." As Han Thang hung up, the silence between them returned. He said bluntly, a hint of frustration in his voice, "Socializing is part of the job." It was like that inviting a woman near 40 to a movie. With other colleagues, do you think I'd be any happier? Tu Dong-nu finally realized her mistake, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She whispered an apology, but Han Thang's expression had already hardened. "You don't need to say that. I'm the one who should be sorry." He announced coldly that he was going back to the school, telling her to stay and rest. When trust and understanding vanish, who knows where the future leads? A tearful Tu Dong-nu grabbed his sleeve, begging for forgiveness, but he stated plainly, "We were never a good match." She frantically denied it. "Who says that? We're perfect for each other." She insisted he was only upset about that one thing, but he continued his act of sorrow. "At first, I thought you were just playing hard to get, that you didn't want my touch." Then, Han Thang raised 3 fingers to swear an oath. "I swear, if I lay a single finger on you tonight, then I am a monster." As he spoke, he imagined a different scene, where Tu Dong-gu would finally be his, by her own desire and consent. But reality left Han Thang speechless. She looked absolutely overjoyed by his promise not to do anything untoward. "Well, I'm going to shower first then. You can just hold me while we sleep, okay?" Tu Dong-gu stood on her toes, gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek, and then, blushing, rushed into the bathroom. He was left frozen, completely stunned. Han Thang was so moved he could have cried. He just wanted to act cool for a moment. He truly had no intention of touching her. He turned off the lights and got into bed. Soon, Tu Dong-gu emerged from the bathroom, still wrapped in steam, and climbed in beside him. Han Thang frowned slightly as her damp feet touched the sheets, but he said nothing, letting her hold him tightly. Just before she closed her eyes, she whispered that she truly, really liked him. As she drifted into sleep, she kept murmuring his name. Han Thang didn't know how to respond, simply turning off the lamp as they both drifted off. The night passed peacefully, giving way to the morning sun. Han Thang was jolted awake by his phone ringing. Who could be calling so early? As he answered, a deep voice immediately asked, "Is my daughter awake yet?" The familiar tone was unmistakable. Han Thang's blood ran cold. He was in serious trouble. The man on the other end recognized a man's voice and demanded, "Where is Xiao Yuer?" He stammered, unsure how to reply. Suddenly, Tu Dong-gu stirred and opened her eyes. She murmured sleepily, "Your leg is so heavy. I can't breathe." Han Thang and the man on the phone were both struck silent. A dreadful, long dial tone echoed in his ear, sealing his fate. Still lost in a sleepy haze, Xiao Rongyu yawned. "What kind of fool is calling so early?" Han Sheng stated flatly, "Your father." Before she could process it, he repeated, "Uncle Xiao." The color drained from her face as she let out a shriek that threatened to tear the hotel down. Their argument echoed through the room. Han Sheng desperately explained, "The alert was identical on both phones. How was I supposed to know? Does my reputation mean nothing to you? I'm a decent guy, you know. If you pinch me again, I swear I'll retaliate." 20 minutes later, the ring of a phone cut through their ceaseless argument. Han Sheng slowly answered the call. Seeing his father's name made a cold sweat trickle down his spine. He had no choice. "Dad, you called? What's wrong?" Zhao Jun's voice came through, surprisingly calm. It seemed no major catastrophe had occurred on his end. "Uncle Xiao visited this morning. His very first words were, 'Do you want a beautiful daughter-in-law, or do you want to lose your son?' He looked dead serious, so I had to call you. If you've messed up, you need to pack your things and run. Immediately." On the other end, Han Sheng was utterly baffled. Dad, why would I run away? Why are you being so dramatic in broad daylight? We should at least get the facts straight. We can't just bow our heads to some crazy accusation. But Zhao Jun kept pressing. Then, just tell me, what exactly did you do? Explain it, so your mother and I can stop worrying. Hearing this, Han Sheng replied, Dad, I swear, I spent the night with a girl but nothing wrong happened. Can you believe me? Zhao Jun sounded suspicious. She must be quite plain-looking then. Han Sheng didn't deny it, until Rongyu threatened him with a raised fist. He quickly confessed. Not plain at all. She's incredibly charming, a total standout. Hearing his son's firm declaration, Zhao Jun simply replied, I still don't believe you. Hurt by his father's harsh stance, Han Sheng asked, Don't you have any faith in me? Just then, Mei Qian cut in. It's because I know my own son all too well. The girl is little Yu, isn't she? Let me speak to her directly. Hearing her name, Xiao Rongyu blushed crimson and tried to escape. Han Sheng quickly made an excuse. She's in the shower, she can't take the call. He kept insisting they only rested on the same bed, but his words were cut short by a sharp pinch from her. Hearing the two squabbling, Mei Qian felt a wave of helplessness. A moment later, she spoke with a tired voice. What I think doesn't really matter anymore. The crucial part is her father. We must take responsibility. If you did it, admit it. If you didn't, explain yourself clearly. In short, your father and I are preparing the betrothal gifts. Don't worry about anything else. And with that, Mei Qian hung up. She let out a heavy sigh, only to turn and meet the sharp gaze of Zhao Jun. What are you looking at me for? He spoke calmly. Didn't you just tell Han Sheng that if he did nothing, he needs to explain things clearly? Caught by her husband's sharp insight, Mei Qian was at a complete loss for words. Zhao Jun softened his tone. I know you've always preferred little Shen, but they came to our doorstep. We have to resolve this peacefully, she replied coldly. The only peaceful solution is marriage. As long as those two have no issue, we will present the betrothal gifts properly. Don't bring up who I favor. I watched little Yu grow up. Of course I'm fond of her. Zhao Jun remained unmoved. There's no need to hide things between us. If this hadn't happened, you'd still be on little Shen's side, Mei Qian answered, frustrated. I still support little Shen. But support and responsibility are two different things. Besides, her father went too far, rushing over at dawn to pressure us. Is that how future in-laws are supposed to act? He could only try to pacify her. He's just worried about his only daughter. But hearing that only annoyed Mei Qian more. I get it. You don't have to tell me again. After a moment lost in chaotic thoughts, Mei Qian lamented. If only we could have both of them. Each one is precious. How could I possibly choose? Hearing her wish, Zhao Jun asked with disbelief. Are you getting more foolish with age? Do you want 2 pairs of gloves to switch between? The scene shifts back to the hotel. Rongyu asked haltingly. What did you mean by what you told Auntie just now? Han Sheng replied casually. We didn't do anything to begin with. Rongyu immediately shot back. It's gotten this far and you still say we did nothing? You're one of those guys who denies everything once your clothes are back on, right? He immediately changed his argument. The key point is my shirt never came off, so how could I put it back on? Seeing he was still playing dumb, she turned away in a huff. Fine, I'll call her myself then. Hearing that, Han Sheng immediately lunged for the phone. He had to clear Rongyu's name, and he had to do it fast. A moment later, Song Hoanvi finally answered. Hearing that booming voice, he quickly put on a friendly tone. Uncle Xiao? It's Han Thang. Have you eaten breakfast? Hoanvi's reply was, ice cold. I've already eaten. At your place. Han Thang cut straight to the point. I need to explain last night. Hoanvi's response was flat. Go on. His tone felt like an interrogation. Han Thang began explaining about the blockbuster movie, the one starring all the big names. Xiao Yue and I planned to go, but the daytime shows were sold out. We had to get late tickets. But sitting beside him, Deng No exposed his lie. Dad, Han Thang intentionally picked the late show. He shot her a panicked look. What are you doing? But her only response was a sound, a defiant little huff from Deng Nu. Fearing she'd say more, Han Thang moved away to continue his explanation. After the movie, it was really late. So, I suggested we find a hotel nearby for the night. I asked the clerk, but they were out of double rooms. Just then, Deng Engu cut in again. Dad, I never wanted to go. Xiao Chen forced me. And he booked a single room on purpose. Han Thang frantically explained that nothing happened, but Deng Gu dropped the truth. He told her to shower, then held her all night. The situation was spiraling. Frustrated, Han Thang hung up, tossing the poor phone onto the bed. He growled at her, demanding an answer. Why are you trying to ruin your own reputation like that? An intense silence fell between them. Then, a knowing smile bloomed on Dongnu's face as a blush crept up her cheeks. In the next instant, she threw herself into Han Thang's arms, holding him with all her might. Finally, Donggu confessed, asking if he wanted to be her boyfriend, her grip on him still tight. A weight lifted from his chest. With a gentle smile, Han Thang stroked her hair. Is that all this is about? But Han Thang didn't give her the answer she wanted. She looked up, questioning his silence, but he quickly changed the subject. I was just thinking, in our parents' eyes, the moment you enter a hotel, you're not a good kid anymore. Isn't that right? Donggu retorted, annoyed. You're the only one here who's never been a good kid. Han Thang's random comment left her baffled. Xiao Chen, stop changing the subject already. If I'd said yes last night, we'd be a couple by now, wouldn't we? The thought alone made his face flush a deep red. As Han Thang held her close, his mind began to wander down a much less innocent path. A hidden desire started to bloom. It was almost 9 o'clock, with checkout at 12. He did the math. Even with showers, 3 hours was more than enough time. Xiao Yuer suddenly whispered, Are you planning some kind of big surprise for me? He thought for a moment, then nodded openly. Seeing his reaction, she slowly asked, So, where exactly do I rank in your heart? Uncle Chen and Auntie Liang are first, of course. You're second. Close friends are third. Co-workers are fourth. So where does that leave me? Hearing her mumble the list, Han Thang couldn't help but laugh. Looks like you've already figured out the ranking yourself. Clearly. You're in the 5th spot. His casual words made her pout. You're the worst. Seeing her flare up, Han Thang quickly backtracked. You're only behind my parents. A solid number 2. She stared at him, stunned. Really? Han Thang stated firmly, I have no reason to lie to you. If I'm lying, may my car get a flat tire, may I hit every red light, and may I get a traffic ticket every single day. After a moment, Dong Nengu suddenly wondered aloud. So, what if I gave you everything? Han Thang's response was playfully shrewd. Now, don't be so greedy. There have to be some limits. Are you trying to rank higher than my own parents? You're already in my heart. No need to compare. We only have 2 hours left. Let's not waste them. Of course, Dong Nu knew exactly what he meant, but she just shyly lowered her head, planting a soft kiss on his shirt without another word. A moment later, she pushed him away. Waste what time? If my rank doesn't change whether I give it to you or not, then what's the point? With that, Dong Nu hurried into the bathroom to wash up. Han Thang stood there, stunned. If nothing would change, then why was she acting so strange? Conflicting thoughts swirled in his mind. He finally just sighed, then noticed a damp spot on his shirt, right over his chest. The image of her pressing her face to his chest flashed in his mind. Lost in thought, he tuned out the entire world. A short while later, Donggu emerged from her shower, startling him back to the present moment. She smiled brightly. Hurry and take your shower. I have a lunch date with Shishi, and you're paying. He nodded instantly. As long as she dropped the girlfriend questions, he'd agree to anything she asked. The scene shifts to a magnificent skyscraper, bathed in the brilliant morning sun. Inside, tables were laden with exquisite food. Thithi thought to herself, isn't this a famous 5-star restaurant? Why bring me to such a lavish place? He's clearly using this to shut me up. Did they actually do everything last night? Then why is the internet still buzzing about his strange limp? Once the meal was over, Han Sheng quickly made an excuse, saying he had urgent matters back at school. Rong Yu watched his car vanish. Her heart sank as a trace of sadness filled her eyes, but she refused to let it show. After a long moment, she turned to Thithi, suggesting they go for a walk downtown. Golden autumn light filtered through the trees as they walked arm in arm. Thithi suddenly whispered, So, how far have you two gone? Rong Yu didn't answer right away, just offered a soft, knowing smile. Her gaze drifted into the distance before she answered cheerfully, It's going well. I feel like I'm number 2 in his heart. Mentioning it made Rong Yu's cheeks flush. She wondered aloud, flustered, if that spot could belong to anyone else. The door to room 602 in Han Sheng's dorm slowly creaked open. Inside, his 3 roommates were absorbed in their game, while Zhen Yu was lost in a textbook nearby. Han Sheng quietly passed them, thinking how these average guys could still have so much fun in these conditions. He silently walked over, pushing the open window wider with one hand. Yang Ming saw him and exclaimed in surprise, Whoa, you didn't come back last night. Did you stay at a hotel? Han Sheng played dumb, pretending to have no clue what he was talking about as he surveyed the room. He reasoned through the details. His hair was freshly washed, but he wasn't here last night. So where could he have been? Also, he never wears perfume, but today he carried a faint, unfamiliar scent. It had to be from someone else. Finally, Yang Ming declared his conclusion. The evidence is clear. You might as well just confess your crime now. Who did you take to the hotel last night? The room fell dead silent, and all eyes locked onto Han Sheng. But Han Sheng remained perfectly calm, as if the matter was of no importance. He admitted it frankly. You're right. I was at a hotel with a girl last night. His calm reply left Yang Ming speechless. But Shi Chao leaned in, asking eagerly, what was she like? Han Sheng paused, a small smirk on his face. Seeing this, his friend gestured timidly. So, did you two? You know? Han Sheng chuckled lightly. What do you think? It's not like we went to a hotel just to watch movies. He then turned to praise Yang Ming. You have a sharp eye, figuring all that out from just a few small details. The girl from last night really did love her perfume. Shi Chao laughed. Man, your deduction skills are impressive. But Yang Ming looked unhappy as Han Sheng casually announced, I'm going to sleep. I was up way too late. Uncovering the truth brought him no joy, only a strange sense of unease. The sunset painted the dorm in shades of red. Han Sheng was jolted awake by a furious scolding about the dangers of using a high-power kettle in the rooms. I've warned you boys before, haven't I? Don't let this happen again. The harsh shouting from outside caught his attention. He curiously leaned over the windowsill to watch the drama unfold. Immediately, he saw the dorm manager, her face a mask of thunder, hands planted firmly on her hips. One more time and I'm calling your student advisor to deal with this. Just as her tirade hit its peak, a sudden sneeze tore through the tense air, cutting her off mid-sentence. Her razor-sharp eyes instantly shot toward the sound. Was that you? Han Sheng! A cheeky voice quickly answered before he could. It's Yang Ming, his roommate. You're looking especially young and beautiful today, ma'am. With that, he ducked back into the room, ignoring the shouts behind him as he immediately picked up his phone. Hello? What are you up to? The voice on the other end hesitated. I'm at your cousin's bubble tea shop. Han Sheng asked a few quick questions about her meal, then asked her to buy some food and a few beers for him. Hearing his request, she agreed with delight, happily humming a tune as she headed down the stairs. But as soon as she reached the ground floor, she ran right into the stern manager from before, who narrowed her eyes to get a better look. That wasn't Duong Min, was it? Han Thang replied calmly. You have sharp eyes. That was his stand-in. Make sure you deduct his conduct points. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner, Aoso held a lunchbox, seemingly waiting for someone. Moments later, Han Thang appeared and asked, You only brought lunch? This looks like you're preparing for a picnic. Aoso didn't answer, simply urging him to eat before it got cold. He countered, But where are we supposed to sit and eat around here? Let's head to the basketball court. It's usually empty this time of day, save for a few students lost in their game. Han Thang eyed the lunchbox with a question. No cold beer for me? Aoso sat beside him, gently explaining. It's gotten chilly today. You shouldn't drink anything cold. As she spoke, she poured warm water from a thermos into a small cup. Aoso carefully blew on the water to cool it, a faint wisp of white steam drifting into the air. When the temperature was just right, she offered it to Han Thang with a radiant smile. Here, try this. He gladly took the warm cup, feeling the heat radiate from her touch. They sat there quietly by the court, eating while watching the students' passionate game. After a moment, Aoso thoughtfully held the food dish closer for him. That simple gesture sparked a sudden, mischievous idea in his mind. Han Thang spoke abruptly. I have a question, and you must answer immediately, no hesitation. Then came his bold inquiry. If I asked you to a hotel tonight, would you come with me? Aoso froze at his bluntness, but then, without a second thought, she nodded. Seeing her agree so quickly, Han Thang asked softly, Do you even know what going to a hotel means? Aoso could only shake her head honestly. Han Thang was astonished that she'd agree so easily without even understanding. Noticing his bewildered expression, she hesitantly began to explain. You told me not to hesitate, so I... Aoso trailed off. Han Thang finished her sentence. So you just agreed? He saw her embarrassment and pressed further. Do you really trust me that much? Aoso's silence was all the confirmation he needed. His gaze swept over her, filled with unreadable thoughts. After a moment, Han Thang chuckled. All right, we're full. Let's head back. Seeing him pack up, Aoso quickly lent a hand. That evening in her dorm, Aoso nervously asked her best friend, Lam know what going to a hotel actually meant. Lam Nungu understood instantly. Han Thang must have said something to confuse her innocent friend. When her friend nodded, Lam Gu silently cursed that scoundrel before explaining everything in detail. If he ever invites you to a hotel, just tell him you feel sick. There are more bad guys in the world every day. Every girl is a precious treasure. The next day, in a university lecture hall, Duong Min's sarcastic voice cut through the air. Well, look who decided to grace us with his presence. How amusing. Just then, the sharp ring of a phone cut off his taunt. An urgent female voice came through the line. Are you free this morning? There's a meeting in the Chi-he district with alliance companies related to Shen Tong. Jia Xing is also attending. If you're free, I can arrange a meeting. Han Thang, never one to miss an opportunity, agreed instantly. I'm free. I'll be at your office in 1 hour. Soon after, his bright orange motorcycle was parked defiantly in its usual spot. From his car, Han Thang called Qian Than, who answered the phone with a sharp, annoyed tone. What is it? I'm in a meeting, he calmly replied. I know you're busy, but I need you to assist me with something. Qian then sounded impatient. Then spit it out. Han Thang went straight to the point. Shen Tong called a meeting with the franchisees this morning. A man named Jia Xing is with you, correct? The other end fell silent, likely wondering how he knew. Qian Than explained, he's the manager for the franchisees in the Qihei district. Han Thang's voice grew colder. I'm on my way to meet him now to discuss a partnership in the Xianning University town area. You'll be there to help host him, won't you? Hearing that, he snapped. You brat. You've got some nerve. Are you ordering me to play host? Han Thang just chuckled. My health's been poor lately. It's hard to stand for long. Chief, I'm still your subordinate. You can't just leave me hanging, can you? Hearing that tone, Qian Than sighed, surrendering despite his stubborn words. You're hardly my subordinate. You were aiming for my position from the very beginning. That has nothing to do with me. Just make sure you book a proper room for lunch. Old Nyim and I will grab a few drinks to celebrate. The endless meeting had finally drawn to a close. Just as Jia Hung eagerly stood to leave, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Old Ngm, are you free for lunch? We could discuss a few more things. The person before him was Kong Tin, wearing her brightest, friendliest smile. A thought crossed Jia Hung's mind. Asterisk. Does Miss Kong Tin actually hold me in such high regard? Asterisk. But on the surface, he simply smiled and nodded in agreement. Outside a packed restaurant, a determined voice cut through the noise. Anyone who refuses to cooperate is a fool. By then, Jia Hung was slightly tipsy, clutching his glass as he spoke from the heart. I saw how red old Trung Mong's eyes got over Jiang Lung. Now that little Trun is reaching out to us, how could I possibly turn him away? Qian Than then chimed in enthusiastically. Hey old Nyum, it's not just extra income. Right now, Rocket Delivery owns the entire express delivery market in the Zhanglang University area. That kid Han Thang could be pocketing tens of thousands. The profit is incredible. Hearing this, the old man was completely stunned. Is it really that much? Han Thang humbly explained. It was around 30,000 before, but now with the post office and telecom markets, profits have risen to nearly 40,000. Honestly, I've racked my brain, but I'm still just a middleman earning a small commission. Hung Ting smiled faintly at Han Tang's excited chatter. Jia Hung spoke up. Then what are we waiting for? If Manager Kong gives the green light, you have my full support. And regarding the commission, I could never take advantage of little Trun. Whatever price old Trung sets, we'll go with it. Han Thang felt a deep sense of satisfaction, having finally achieved his goal. Thank you, sir. Jia Hung cheerfully raised his glass with him, and Qian Than, even shouting, From now on, just call me Brother Nyim. Bottoms up. A short while later, all three of them were slumped over the table. The most out of it was Han Thang, completely unconscious and even drooling. He was completely oblivious, even as he was carried to a car. He kept muttering in a stupor, fast asleep and totally unaware of his surroundings, no matter how much they shook him. Still in a haze, he leaned against the elevator wall. The moment his back hit the bed, Han Thang went still, his face flushed from the alcohol. In his drunken haze, he mumbled about time passing. Gradually, he awoke from his long sleep. Han Thang groggily berated himself. Asterisk. Damn it. I overdid it. Why did I drink so much? Asterisk. Asterisk. We could have settled this over tea. Asterisk. It was only then that he scanned the room he was in. From the decor and color scheme, Han Thang deduced it was a woman's room. Perhaps it belonged to Kong Tin. Now fully awake, he called out. but the response wasn't hers. Your sister Tint isn't here. Why are you calling for me at a time like this? The door creaked open, and the person who entered was none other than Quande. Han Thang was startled. What are you doing here? She replied calmly. This is my house. Han Thang, a fragrant cup of coffee, has been on the table for some time now. Quande told him to drink it to sober up. He frowned. Coffee doesn't cure a hangover. I'd rather have a glass of warm water. But she replied that she had none. To be honest, Quande said, I'm rarely at this apartment. It's either coffee or tap water. Han Thang was confused. How did I even get here? She crossed her arms, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. I went to the restaurant for lunch and saw you were completely wasted. I figured I should check on you, and that's when Sister Tin handed you over to me. He let out a small laugh. Handed me over to you? Quande glanced at him sideways. She said you were too drunk and needed someone to look after you. She was about to take time off to care for you herself, but when she found out I knew you, she asked for my help instead. She asked me to watch over you for a bit. While Quande recounted the story seriously, Han Thang was secretly checking out her figure. She seemed not to notice. Anyway, Sister Tint treats you quite well. She brought you to my door herself before rushing back to work. He picked up his phone to see a text from Kong Tin and a missed call from Tio Dong Ngu. Han Thang immediately replied, I'm sober now. Thanks a lot, Sister Tin. She quickly texted back, I'm in a meeting. Right after texting Kong Tin, he immediately called Dong Ngu. She picked up instantly. What were you so busy with all afternoon? I called you several times. Han Thang said playfully. I had a bit too much to drink and slept until just now. Can you smell the alcohol? She laughed. How could I smell it through the phone? Then, her voice filled with worry. He made an excuse about a dry throat to end the call, and Dong Ngu didn't suspect a thing. All right, you go ahead, she said. I have to practice anyway. Han Thang hung up, a brief smile flashing across his face before disappearing. His eyes then darted to the side, looking towards Quande. When he asked what her look meant, she replied bluntly, Every time I'm around you, my desire to be single gets stronger. Was that the girl you went to the movies with? No, that wasn't her. Han Thang denied. In the hallway before class, she quietly frowned to herself. That girl is beautiful and vibrant, yet you still found a way to deceive her. Don't you feel the slightest bit of guilt? But he stubbornly denied it. I was busy with a meeting this afternoon. Quande immediately pointed out the flaw. Then why didn't you just explain that you weren't in the dorm? Han Thang tried to defend himself. She never asked, so I didn't have to say. Let's not argue about this. I need to make another call. Quande instantly guessed he was about to phone another girl. Han Thang stood up to prepare some water. Quande reminded me. There isn't even a kettle in this house. He tried the kettle, but it wouldn't work, so he cleverly switched to the gas stove. Han Thang lit a fire to boil a pot of water, smiling as he said, We can drink it once it cools. She wondered aloud. Aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache from that? Han Thang turned his head to look back. I'm not as delicate as you think. In high school, I drank straight from the tap. Is there any food here? Quande replied that there were only a few packs of instant noodles. What are you planning? He said his parents taught him to cook young so he could be self-reliant. After a bit of fussing, Han Thang brought out 2 steaming bowls of noodles and placed them on the table. She ate with visible enjoyment. When I came out after my movie, I saw you in the hall with another girl. He looked slightly annoyed. Prying into my personal life is a nuisance. If you have nothing to do, don't go scaring people. Soon, both bowls were empty. The atmosphere suddenly fell, becoming strangely quiet. Han Thang made an excuse. I cooked, so I'm not washing the dishes. Quande said she had only washed dishes a few times in her entire life. His next statement surprised her. Then I'll just throw them away later. In any case, neither of us is suited for washing dishes. He stressed his habit of not reusing things. After I'm done, I even replace clothes worn once and sell my rooms after living in them. She lowered her head slightly. This bowl. I brought it from America. It has special memories. Quande turned on the faucet, letting the water flow so she could begin washing the bowl. It was at that moment Quande realized something was off. Wait a second. Why am I washing dishes for this useless guy? Han Thang watched the kitchen from afar and smirked. Does this little girl really think she can get one over on me? He casually picked up the music player on the table. With a single glance, Han Thang knew it was a prototype model. He slowly put on the earphones. Though it was far inferior to a high-end Sony, it would still have its own advantage on the market. Han Thang closed his eyes, enjoying the melody from the device. A thought flashed in his mind. How could he profit from this megapixel 3? He turned his head slightly and asked, "This megapixel 3? It's yours, right? How many more testing rounds until it can be released to the market?" Quande was startled when Han Thang suddenly stared intently at her. He then noticed a puddle of water that Quande had spilled on the floor. After a brief pause, Han Thang quietly walked away. His action made her extremely uncomfortable, because she thought he would offer to help. Quande asked, "You mentioned advertising on television. Will that method actually work?" Han Thang nodded, affirming that of course it would be effective. As long as the advertisement is enticing enough, people will gladly pay for the product. Chief Zhang must seize this rare opportunity. Right now, the only pleasure for those staying up late is to watch television. She immediately pulled out her phone. "I'll call the promotions director right now to discuss it with them." He cleverly took the opportunity to lead her on. But television sales can only be done through mail order. Does Chief Zhang want the Huojian brothers to help promote it? Quande quickly noticed something was strange. "You proposed the TV ad idea. This wasn't your real objective from the start, was it?" Han Thang just offered an evasive smile. In the end, the result was all that mattered. In a quieter location, he began discussing business matters with everyone. Han Thang clasped his hands behind his back. A student startup is certainly not an easy path. Fortunately, we have friends to support us. For now, our work is just enough to cover tuition and minor living costs. It will take at least 1 to 2 years to buy a house, so we must all work harder. Soon, Xiao Yu and I will go to Xianing to rent a storefront. Bang Fei turned his head and said, "I can't believe we're already planning a company. From now on, we'll have a stable organization." And Ping smiled. "Yes, something we can all strive for together." The next day, the sky over Xianing University was clearer. The campus paths were bustling with people. Shi's voice echoed through the hallway. "It's the fall admission season now. It's fine for us to return to Yanjing first. What's so good about the big city? Our rent is almost due as it is." A young man put his hands in his pockets. "Lead us to the buildings next door. I want to rent a room for Xiao Yu and the others." Xu Ba immediately agreed to his suggestion. In the middle of their cheerful conversation, he suddenly froze in place. Huang Hui was immersed in the dense crowd, but Xu Ba recognized her in an instant. A hint of sadness lingered on Huang Hui's face. She walked slowly down the path. "Model." He stared after Huang Tu's fading figure, completely lost, until his friend beside him spoke. "What are you spacing out for?" Tu Ba quickly denied it. "It's nothing." He pointed ahead. "There's a building. Let's go check it out." Night had fallen. Inside the apartment, the hour was late. It was a time for rest, but sleep wouldn't come, as he tossed and turned. Tu Ba's mind was filled with images of Hoang Tu-wei, dressed as if she were heading to a job interview. He couldn't help but wonder what was happening with that girl. Involuntarily, he pictured Hoang Tu on the arm of a strange man, the two sharing a passionate kiss. Han Thang's words echoed in his mind, telling him to move on, but he stubbornly refused to listen. Tu Ba threw off his blanket and sat up, determined to get answers. Tran probably won't mind, he thought. Even at this late hour, the internet cafe's lights were still on. Tu Ba found a computer and told himself he'd just ask directly. No long messages, no beating around the bush. He quickly typed a message asking if Hoang Tu-wei was there, sweat beading on his forehead. "If she doesn't reply by 11:20, I'm leaving." Tu Ba waited anxiously. A moment later, a reply suddenly appeared. He was stunned. He never expected such a quick response. She even asked, "How have you been lately?" Tu Ba's face turned beet red. Flustered, he typed back that he was fine and asked, "What about you?" Staring at the screen, Tu Ba let out a sigh. This conversation felt so bland and meaningless. He wondered, if it were Han Thang in this situation, what would he say? "Have you eaten yet?" Without a second thought, Tu Ba messaged his friend. "Are you there?" Han Thang replied instantly. "What's up?" He quickly typed, "I met a girl last week. I want to know what she does for work, but I don't know how she does for work." The mention of a girl immediately piqued his friend's curiosity, who asked for more details. Though annoyed, Tu Ba replied, "She's pretty, but not in our class, so you wouldn't know her. Whether she's pretty or not has nothing to do with you. Just tell me what to do." Han Thang then instructed him. "Say this. What were you doing near our school the other day? Should I have secretly gone to see?" Though he was skeptical, he tried it anyway. The result was a big, fat question mark from Hoang Tuesday. His face twisted with anger and embarrassment. He silently cursed Han Thang for getting him into this mess. Suddenly, Hoang Tua messaged that she was there looking for a job. He seized the chance to ask why. She explained, Everyone in the office says the boss is planning to fire me. A cold sweat ran down Tu-Ba's back. Do you know why they want to let you go? He asked. Even she had no idea why she was about to lose her job. Then, Hoang Tue wished him a good night. Tu-Ba remembered Han Thang's promise to help get revenge. He sighed and wished her good night back. But then, another message from her appeared. I'm truly sorry about this. I now understand that in this world, you're the only one who cares about me. Just those few words made his face burn. Tu-Ba asked, Why would you say that? Hoang Tue explained, I just broke up with someone, and I might lose my job. That's when I realized who truly values me. He tried to comfort her, saying she could find another job and that the breakup was no big deal. You'll meet a man who truly loves you, Tu-Ba said, his heart aching, feeling powerless to say what he really wanted. Should he change the subject, or end it here? She sent one more message. It's okay if happiness is late, as long as it's real. Sooner or later doesn't really matter. He blushed, wondering if she was hinting at him. That after her breakup, she realized his feelings were genuine, so being a little late was fine. The guy sitting next to him glanced at the glowing screen, easily guessing Tu-Ba's mood. He shut down his computer and headed back to the dorm, telling Tu-Ba to forget about Hoang Tu on the way. His friend reasoned she was just an expert at stringing people along, and that he should delete her number. Hearing his feelings criticized, Tu-Ba's expression soured. He was clearly offended. What right does a game addict like him have to lecture me? Tu-Ba thought. He ignored the advice, his mind focused on finding a way to make money to help Hong Tuesday. The next morning, under a clear sky, Han Thang asked about the situation at Tien Ninh University Village. Tuvu replied that things were going well. Many students had joined, and his friend from last night wanted to join the Rocket 101 part-time team. Hearing the description, Han Thang immediately realized it was Tu-Ba. Han Thang replied, You used to find working for me so annoying, but now it seems like a great idea. He then asked, How should I handle him? He calmly replied, Look at how Shen Yuchu works. Does she get any special treatment? If you mention this again, copy the rules 10 times before speaking. Xiao Yu obediently complied. With the milk tea shop's grand opening approaching, Han Thang gave her a short break. Xiao Yu curiously asked for the shop's name. He quickly answered that it was called Meet Again. Hearing that name, she couldn't help but freeze. Perhaps old habits were kicking in, as Xiao Yu's mind began to wander. At that moment, all the staff were working diligently. She quietly observed Shubo's actions, breaking into a light sweat. He seemed overly enthusiastic, as if desperate for money. But that wasn't a bad thing. He knew Brother Chen, so he couldn't actually be short on cash. A few days later, sunlight filtered through the leaves. The milk tea shop officially opened its doors. A bustling crowd moved in and out. Many young students came to buy drinks, their faces glowing. It was unexpectedly busy. However, Xiao Yu's expression held a hint of sadness. It was crowded, yes, but they all seemed to be familiar faces. She silently watched the scene, only then realizing she was surrounded by acquaintances. A moment later, Chen Ha Thang smiled and waved them goodbye. Xiao Yu quickly walked over to him. Brother Chen, who are all these girls? He introduced them one by one. Zhang Fangqi, Liu Susu, Yao Shui, and Xie Xin. They are 4 first-year students from our school facing financial hardship, but working here will change their situation. I signed a small agreement with the school to provide practical support for students in need. That's precisely why the university gave us this storage room space. After all, we needed a legitimate and humane reason. She curiously asked, Have you tasted all these drinks yet? Chen Ha Thang replied instantly, Not yet. As long as hygiene is guaranteed and the process is clean, the business won't fail. The second-floor cafeteria also has a milk tea shop, but who would want a date surrounded by the thick smell of grease? It kills the mood. People prefer a place with soft music, an ideal spot to share secrets. Xiao Yu asked directly, So, when is the official opening? He glanced around the shop. It's already open, isn't it? Everyone here is a customer. She chuckled. I thought there'd be fireworks. Chen Ha Thang continued, This location is already prime real estate. The school took on enough pressure giving us this spot. It's better to quietly make money than to put on a big show. In short, no fanfare. She hesitated slightly. But, boss, it seems you've invited a few too many people. The prices certainly won't be too high. Suddenly, Lin Yu spoke from behind. I think that's reasonable. But her words went unheard. The student council officers and department heads all got a free, fragrant milk tea. No one had to pay. It seemed men truly struggled with bookkeeping, letting their capital shrink for the sake of so-called camaraderie. Chen Ha Thang, what do you know? Mind your own business. He turned to Zhang Fangqi. Qi, please get Sister Xiao Yu a refreshing yogurt smoothie. Let her try it and give us some feedback. She watched him, silently wondering why he called her Qi so familiarly. Just then, Wei Jun approached Chen Han Thang. Tonight, the physical education department is having a meeting to wrap up the autumn sports festival. Please reserve a table for 6 for me. He smiled in return. No problem, but I need an exact time so I can arrange things properly, he replied instantly. We'll be there at 6 p.m. As Wei Jun left, Lin Yu asked, Is it still free tonight? He retorted, If it's still free, how will I pay you all? Tonight, everything is at the original price. You all need to start thinking. This one free milk tea leaves a good impression on the student council. Next time they gather, they'll immediately think of our little shop. Sheng Yanran gracefully approached, agreeing. She flicked her silky hair. Ah, it's true. We must use our heads more. She glanced sideways, her eyes meeting a resentful glare. What are you doing here? The girl replied calmly. I'm a member of the student council and a second-year management student. Of course I have to be here. Lin Yu was speechless. Swallowing her anger, she turned and stormed away. Yanran, however, laughed cheerfully and sat right next to Chen Han Thang. The annoying third wheel had finally vanished. At that moment, under the table, her foot shifted gently, slowly moving between his legs. In a flash, he flinched, quickly pulling back to avoid her. Chen Han Thang stammered quietly. Sheng Yanran, what do you think you're doing? Just then, Tian Yu watched silently from outside the window with a cold expression. She frowned in response. I'm not doing anything inappropriate. I just wanted to sit closer to talk more easily. He immediately crossed his legs, thinking to himself, what a bold girl, even more daring than me. Let's see what she does next. Yanran pouted slightly and said, I want to ask you for a favor. Hathang asked, surprised. What is it? She began slowly. Senior Gu Huan has her internship next year. When she leaves, another third year will take over the campus radio station. That will leave the vice president position vacant. I'm determined to win that spot, but the competition is intense. If you helped, my chances would be much higher. He immediately cut in. If you ask that fool who's pursuing you, it'd be more effective than asking me. Yanran sighed in frustration. Don't even mention him. We just had a meal, and he brought it up, boasting about being student president. This isn't something that needs loud public support. Han Sheng glanced toward Tian Yu at the door as he spoke with a knowing look. Catching his eye, Tian Yu's attitude instantly shifted. He raised a hand to wave, but Chen Han Sheng just sighed. This guy really was a hopeless fool, Yanran interrupted. Isn't that the truth? Tian Yu was like a plastic toy gun, useless when it really mattered, and the first to panic at any sign of trouble. I saw through that type of weak boy long ago. Lucky for me, I never paid him any mind. He quickly dodged her approaching hand. You're all still students with so little real-world experience. You joined the station for fun. Why so serious now? Yanran quickly explained. I did join for fun at first, but then I met this older woman who always tries to slander me. And now, she's trying to compete with me for the vice president position. If I get it first, I can't wait to see the shocked look on her face, and the way she'll have to call me president. Han Sheng remained calm, so this was the real reason she came to him, but he had no interest in wasting time on this. She persisted, begging, just help me this one time, her eyes shimmering with hope as she looked at him. If you agree to help, I'll accept any condition. Chen Han Sheng silently watched her lips as she whispered, calling him daddy. Han Sheng was suddenly flustered. You approached me just because you wanted some fairy tale romance, didn't you? Making up petty excuses to hide it, Yanran pushed. In any case, I still need your help with something. If you just help me out, I'll let you decide everything for me, he replied. So you had no good intentions, just wanted to build a friendly connection. That's half the battle won. She asked in surprise. I only have experience with men. How would I know how to get along with women? He glanced towards Lin Yu. If you really understood, you wouldn't treat Hu Lin Yu that way. Then Yanran smiled and added, well, at least you're being honest. Hearing her name, Hu Lin Yu suddenly blurted out. The customers are starting to pile up now. Shouldn't Boss Chen talk a little less? He shot up from his seat. Manager Hu has given an order, so of course, I must obey. Yanran quickly stood up as well. I'm counting on you for that matter. She just watched Chen Han Sheng's retreating figure without another word. Yanran looked down and saw him tap 2 fingers on the table. Her expression froze for a second, then bloomed into a radiant, happy smile. As Yanran cheerfully walked away, Lin Yu continued. Are you testing the durability of this table? It's sturdy but light. Very easy to move, Han Sheng went on. With this special material, without a strong impact from above, it's almost impossible to damage. She asked curiously, what kind of strong activities could even happen on a rattan table? Seeing her step outside, Tian Yu rushed over. What did you two talk about that made you so happy? Yanran replied lightly. I just asked him if the class president was pretty. He said you were. A moment later, Han Sheng looked up while walking through the shop. His eyes fell on Xiao Yu and Shen Yu Chu, who were both focused on a small, beautiful flower pot. She hesitantly raised her eyes to look at Han Sheng. Immediately, Xiao Yu stood up and pointed towards Shen Yu Chu, as if trying to say something. The gesture soured the mood. Clearly, Shen Yu Chu had seen the earlier conversation. After speaking, Xiao Yu left in a hurry. Han Sheng, as if he expected this, quietly sat down next to her. Shen Yu Chu suddenly turned to stare at him, but then looked back at the plant with a hint of sadness on her face. Suddenly, Han Sheng poked the soil in the pot, causing Shen Yu Chu to yelp. No! Don't mess it up! He lifted his dirt-covered finger and said softly, Then you can clean it for me. Hearing this, she immediately took out a tissue and gently wiped Han Sheng's finger. He then quickly explained what happened with Shang Yanran. Shang Yanran confessed that she's being targeted by a group at the radio station, and girls from other departments are isolating her. She hoped I could step in and say a few words for her. I agreed at the time. I figured this kind of thing is pretty common in life, so it wasn't a huge deal. Han Sheng looked at her intently and asked softly, What do you think? Shen Yu Chu's cheeks flushed red as she looked at him shyly. Seeing this, he asked, You agree with me, don't you? That means I did the right thing. But she gently shook her head. Surprised, Han Thang pressed. So, do you want to help or not? Shen Yu Chu affirmed they should, because she knew Yanyan was a truly kind-hearted girl. He nodded in agreement. That's right, Yanyan is indeed a good person. Han Thang mused to himself. Just like me, a decent man with absolutely no flaws. A moment later, the crowd outside swelled as he glanced out at the street. He murmured, Lunch is over, and it's getting packed. Now, the paying customers are the stars. Anyone who got a free drink should make space. Just then, he saw Huan Huan passing by and hurried over. How is the milk tea? She smiled, saying it was delicious, but the atmosphere was even better. She mentioned the school's broadcast club would likely hold meetings here. He happily thanked his senior and her friends, then casually asked when the school radio would promote his new shop. Huan Huan paused for a brief moment. She answered slowly. The school radio is for useful news, so a direct ad isn't fitting. Besides, this place doesn't need much promotion, does it? She continued. They often read content submitted by students. When the time is right, I'll write a small piece mentioning the shop and send it in. A brief introduction should be fine. After they left, someone noted Han Thang's idea was clever, but the content must feel natural, not like a blatant commercial. Hearing this, the girl with her nodded in admiration. She realized Chen Han Thang had real influence in the student union. He was a true standout. She chuckled softly. His skin is so thick. Even after his senior refused the ad, he found another way to get it. Yan Yan couldn't help but laugh, declaring confidently, I think our class president is far more charming than your boyfriend. If Chen Han Thang is like Jordan Chan, then your boyfriend is basically Eric Tsang. The other girl snapped. Shoo Yan Yan, why say something so harsh? She retorted. I'm not insulting him, I'm just telling the truth. Enough! Huan Huan shouted, cutting off their argument. What are you doing? Boss Chen could become the next student union president for our faculty, so don't speak carelessly in public. Next year, Chen Tianyu will be stepping down, and the vice president, Jiang Yu, will take his place. Yan Yan thought silently that if Han Thang wanted to vie for VP, it wouldn't be very difficult. He truly lived up to her image of him. Back inside the shop, the atmosphere was still buzzing with energy. Han Thang stepped outside, lighting a cigarette as he pondered. A milk tea shop was indeed a profitable, low-cost venture. Lin Yu rushed over, whispering in his ear. The owner of the snack shop just showed up again. He comes by nearly every day. I get a bad feeling seeing him, Han Thang replied. He's obviously up to no good. From our renovation until now, they've been scoping us out, Lin Yu asked, confused. But why? I'm not entirely sure yet. He even buys bread from their shop often. Han Thang just offered a faint, calm smile. Perhaps our grand opening is already starting to affect their business. It might even be about this building. They wanted to rent it, but the school board refused, leaving them resentful. Han Thang turned to Lin Yu. Bring him 2 free milk teas. Since it's our opening day, we'll say we're collecting valuable feedback. Lin Yu thought he was only doing this because he was afraid. He just smirked arrogantly. Afraid of what? I merely want to test his reaction. Enough talk. Just get it done. But don't you dare reveal my identity. A short while later, Lin Yu did as instructed, handing the drinks to the man. The snack shop owner was surprised at first, but accepted them with a smile. She came back and reported that she'd delivered them and accidentally revealed his name, but it turned out he already knew. Han Thang gave a nonchalant reply, told her to get back to work, and warned her to watch for fake money. Then, he immediately called Wei Yu. How are things at the factory these days? The reply came that everything was fine. Boss Song was in research, likely testing the new 3-megapixel machine, which would launch soon. Han Thang asked, do you interact much with the cleaning staff? Wei Yu confirmed that he did and asked him why. Han Thang explained, I just opened a milk tea shop on campus. If you get a chance, invite them over for a drink sometime. As soon as he hung up, Xiao Hai approached. What was that about? Who called? Han Thang quickly explained. Han Thang just called. He's hit a wall, he can't fix himself and needs our help. Xiao Hai was stunned. Is there anything Han Thang can't handle? Wei Yu hesitantly explained. Han Thang was close with Boss Zheng. They often chatted over coffee in his office. With his cunning, methods, and personality, it's hard to imagine any problem could stump him. Yet, Wei Yu was certain this was different. He lit a cigarette and said slowly, if there weren't, how could we ever prove our worth? Xiao Hai, still worried, needed more confirmation. To his doubtful question, Wei Yu answered with unshakable confidence. Of course. He returned to Port City and even went to see our mother. That proves he truly sees us as friends. Amid the noise, the snack shop owner slipped away and returned moments later, holding 2 milk teas, a gift from Han Thang's new shop. For a moment, he slowly turned back to his shop door, a thoughtful expression on his face. As his wife was swamped with customers, her husband's appearance made her face darken. Her sharp voice cut through the air with a complaint. Where did you disappear to? Don't you know lunchtime is our busiest hour? Faced with her sharp rebuke, he offered no explanation, simply handing her the 2 cups of milk tea. A girl buying snacks nearby saw the cups and immediately recognized them as coming from Han Thang's shop. She even remarked that its atmosphere was pleasant, and the design was more eye-catching than the library. Those careless words were like salt in the wound, making the owner even more resentful. A while later, as the snack shop emptied, the wife took a sip and had to admit the cup was beautifully made. It couldn't have been cheap. Was the owner not trying to make a profit? Just look at Old Son's milk tea shop on the 2nd floor. The cups are so thin they feel like they'll break, no better than disposable ones. Her curiosity piqued. She finally asked who on earth owned that new milk tea shop. He grumbled about the shop near the sports field, his voice full of resentment, still unable to grasp why Dean Six would agree to rent it to a student. Seeing her husband so agitated, she told him to lower his voice. The school had plenty of snack shops already. Did he want to monopolize the campus? Enraged, the owner shot back that he had targeted that spot first, but they refused to rent to him. They even made excuses, claiming a snack shop wasn't suitable there and would ruin the school's image. And yet now, a student had easily secured that very location, even opening a milk tea shop. He was seething with injustice. Their argument was suddenly interrupted by the arrival of Da Yong. Walking in on the complaints, he immediately asked, Uncle Four, what's all the sighing about? The man was slightly taken aback. Ah, Da Yong, you're here? The two began discussing the new milk tea shop. The wife chimed in, mentioning the grand opening seemed to be going quite well. The owner was furious, consumed with jealousy because he felt that prime location should have been his. He quickly tried to justify himself, claiming he just felt it was unfair that the student got special treatment while he didn't. Hearing this, Da Yong let out a smug laugh. I thought it was something serious. I'll just go have a word with that milk tea shop owner, and it'll be settled. The owner quickly shook his head, urging him not to cause trouble. That student had influence, a model student union officer who used his connections to get the spot. His name is Tran Han Thang. When they heard the name of the milk tea shop's owner, both of them were utterly shocked. And they instantly understood that Tran Han Thang was also the founder of the famous Rocket 101 project. Da Yong began to recount how a friend of his, a courier, had been laid off. His delivery territory was swiftly taken over by Rocket 101, as Tran Han Thang expanded and dominated the market. The owner sighed softly, thinking it was best not to confront him and just focus on his own small business. Da Yong continued, stressing that his opponent had complex connections. My friend wasn't one to take a loss lying down, either. But after being outmaneuvered by Han Thang's tactics, he couldn't find a way back into the express delivery industry. With Tran Han Thang in charge of Rocket 101, even I wouldn't dare to touch him. Suddenly, a scheme flashed in his mind. He figured if they couldn't fight him head-on, they could spread some rumors and help his friend open a delivery shop nearby. Even if it failed, they might get their revenge through this new milk tea shop. The wife spoke up, reminding him that he was a university student who relied on his talents to make a living. "We have no reason to ruin him," Da Yong boasted. "It's fine. Just let him open it. We won't clash directly, just leak some news and then sit back and watch the two tigers fight." He turned to persuade Uncle Four, asking, "Isn't that right?" The man didn't answer, lost in silent thought, offering no reply. He laughed and said, "If you're not objecting, that means you agree. At least it'll relieve some of your frustration." And so, the matter was temporarily settled. The next day, at the New Century Electronics factory, Han Thang asked, "How do you plan to handle these samples?" Quande replied coolly, "Just cancel it. Some programs still need more development." He proposed selecting 10 sample products for a quality inspection. Quande just shrugged. "Do as you wish." Just then, his phone blared with an urgent ring. Han Thang snatched it up, stepping outside as he answered. Quande noticed something was wrong and cautiously approached. "What's the matter?" she asked. Han Thang's voice was grim. "There's some trouble at the school," Quande offered. "Do you need me to come with you?" Han Thang turned back, his expression stern. "You're an important figure. It's best you avoid these messy affairs. But I need to borrow some of your factory's security. The New Century plant has 3 teams, right?" Quande immediately sent 15 men to assist him, along with 3 minibuses. Wei Vu was already waiting by the car. Han Thang briefly explained he'd opened a milk tea shop at the Finance Academy and angered some people, who then brought in outside thugs. Wei Vu wondered if they were there to cause damage or just start trouble. Han Thang replied seriously, "They haven't made a move yet, but they could just be testing my reaction. In any case, this can't happen again. Today, we're settling this for good, whether with words or with fists." After a hurried drive, the two finally reached the Finance Academy. As soon as Lin Yu saw Han Thang, she rushed over to report the situation. She said some men were occupying a table without ordering, their fierce expressions scaring other students back to the library. Han Thang calmly reassured her. "Don't worry, I'm here now." Then he asked about Oso. Lin Yu replied, "She's safe. I haven't let her leave the shop. She's so beautiful. Who would dare expose such a treasure right now?" Although Han Thang had arrived, and Manager Ho was handling things capably, a worry gnawed at him, as little Ho didn't truly understand Shen Oso's personality. He stepped out of the car, offering the security chief a cigarette. "Picking up more supplies?" He smiled casually. "That's right. Got some trash in the shop I needed to drive over and take care of." Han Thang gave Wei Vu a subtle signal. "Wait here for me. I'm going in to talk first. Keep an eye on your phone." As he walked, he mused to himself, how could delinquents like these even get into a school like the Finance Academy or Donghai University? At that moment, inside Han Thang's milk tea shop, Ma Ban and 2 other thugs were already seated, legs crossed, waiting for him. Ao So and Tutu shot them annoyed glances as they cleaned. Students in the shop began whispering, "Why are thugs like them on campus? They have no class at all. They're clearly gangsters from outside." Seeing the situation grow tense, Hok Lan appeared, ordering the staff to keep serving guests while she stayed to maintain order. Just then, a young man stepped forward, drawing attention. Duong Min entered, completely unfazed by the surrounding thugs. It was like a scene straight out of a television drama. A gang of hooligans storms a tavern, scaring away all the customers. Even the owner kneels, begging, "Masters, please spare me." But in this story, a great hero always appears. Someone who sees the thugs as nothing, casually sips his wine, and even slams the table, yelling, "Waiter, 2 kilograms of beef." He looked cool, but his words were the opposite. "Brother Tu said I could get a free milk tea refill here, so I came to get one." Hok Lan smiled. "Of course, I'll pour you another." She gently added, "You don't have to sit out there, come inside." Duong Min replied with a proud look, "Evil can never defeat righteousness." Hok Lan asked curiously, "What's your name?" Duong Min turned back, flashing a confident smile. "It's Kim Duong Min." With that, he defiantly sat right at the shop's entrance, infuriating the thugs even more. "What the hell? Are you trying to step on us? You fake hero!" Tu Hai whispered to Ma Ban. "Boss, should we hit him? He's being too arrogant." But Ma Ban wasn't hasty, telling him to sit down and not to start with a student. The cops will use it against us. Han Thang wants to play games? I'll play right back. We'll just sit here. Sooner or later, his shop will have to close. Hearing this, Duongmin resumed his fantasy with a wide grin. Why have these little demons come to cause trouble? If Brother 2 isn't here, then protecting the girls inside falls to me. Suddenly, a wave of whispers swept through the room, cutting through his heroic thoughts. The imposing figure of Han Thang appeared, striding in with powerful energy. Duongmin fumed, his moment as the grand hero completely overshadowed. Han Thang saw him and asked coldly, "What are you doing here? Why are you outside? Get in." Duongmin shot back irritably, "I'm reading. I don't need you interfering." Helpless against his stubbornness, Han Thang sighed, "Suit yourself," and paid him no more attention. Han Thang decisively pulled out a chair, sitting directly opposite the burly thug, Ma Ban. A vague memory surfaced. This guy clung to grudges like a hungry leech. It all started with that chaotic dispute at the barbecue restaurant. They had clashed before at Jiang Lang Technical, and now, fatefully, they met again at the Finance Academy. Ma Ban flashed an arrogant smirk, thinking Han Thang would back down. He lit a smoke, completely underestimating his opponent. Han Thang pulled his hand back, lighting his own cigarette to Ma Ban's stunned silence. He took a deep, defiant drag, a clear provocation. Ma Ban's face flushed with rage as he let out a sharp, mocking laugh. "President Chen, it's been a while. How interesting." Han Thang's face hardened. "You're not beaten down yet because I don't want a scene. Get out now, and I'll pretend I never saw a thing." But suddenly, a thug rushed from behind, slapping him hard across the head. "You still dare to act tough?" Provoked, Han Thang trembled, his eyes blazing with killing intent. He glared at Ma Ban, his final words dangerously clear. "Are you leaving or not?" Ma Ban shot back with false bravado. "President Chen, are you trying to strong-arm me? I'm not the type who scares easily." With tensions this high, Han Thang didn't bother to reply. He stood up abruptly, turning to call Wei Wu. Anger was etched on Han Thang's face. The seventh negotiation had just failed. The thugs glanced at each other, whispering nervously. Who did Chen Ha Thang just call? Does he have backup hidden nearby? Just then, several minivans screeched to a halt. Teams of stone-faced security guards emerged, moving with chilling professionalism. They closed in. The thugs recoiled in fear. One whispered to Ban, "Boss, what do we do now?" Ma Hoang replied, "Don't panic. Now is the time to keep a clear head." Instantly, a plan formed. Ma Ban turned to the beautiful clerk, Sui Lan. "Excuse me. A mango yogurt smoothie. No ice. Make it quick." Han Thang cut in sharply. "Hold your positions. First, get this group off Academy grounds." A panicked Ma Ban scrambled into a van. "Brothers, where are you taking me? I need to tell my mom I won't be home for dinner." The convoy of vans quickly sped away. Only then did Han Thang turn to calm the crowd. It was just an unexpected incident. There's truly no need to panic. Campus security handled it swiftly, and the matter is closed. But he knew that for the situation to be truly resolved, he had to tear the problem out by the roots. At the Shentong branch office, Ma Hai, the franchisee for the Jiangling district, burst into the room. "Brother Zhang, what in the world is going on?" Jian Cheng calmly replied, "The matter is quite clear. Your subordinate acted improperly and started trouble with my student. Unfortunately for him, he lacked the skill and was quickly apprehended." Ma Hai shot a glare at Ma Ban. "Brother Ban, is what he says true?" He sighed. "So, how do you want to handle this?" Han Thang smiled slightly. "Director Ma, I'm Chen Ha Thang from Rocket 101. I did consider reporting this matter to the police, but we're all in the same delivery network. We cross paths daily, so it's better to let things slide. Still, the final decision should be yours." The man's eyes widened. "You're really... that times Chen Ha Thang?" Boss Song's assistant chimed in. "He's already extending an olive branch. You should show some courtesy. If this goes to the station, the fine will be substantial." Ma Hai retorted furiously. "What more attitude do you want from me? Isn't it obvious who's at fault here?" Han Thang calmly reassured him. "Director Ma, this isn't about compensation. I just want to ensure this kind of trouble never repeats itself. And another thing. Campus security is extremely strict about who enters and leaves. So how did your men swagger into a cafe and start a riot?" Ma Hai exploded, slapping Ma Ban hard. "Are you still not going to tell the truth? Did you fly into the school? Or did you dig a tunnel to get inside?" Trembling, Ma Ban confessed. It was the nephew of the snack shop owner at the academy. He snuck us inside his supply truck. Han Thang glanced over at Jian Cheng and gave a subtle nod. Understanding the cue, he invited Mahai for a meal, but the man snapped, "No need, the company is busy," before storming out and slamming the door. Only then did Boss Zhang light a cigarette and ask, "To make it in the delivery business now, you need a degree like Liu Zhizhou or Kong Jing. Otherwise, the rest of us are at a dead end." A man like that holds a grudge. If Rocket 101 opens its own company, he will surely interfere. Han Thang frowned. "Interfere how?" He replied, "Honestly, I'm not sure. But as long as Rocket 101 is under Shen Tong, he can't do a thing to you. But if you break from the circle of courier giants to start your own company, then every delivery is a battle for survival." The next morning, a red car was parked directly in front of the snack shop, a silent provocation to the couple posing as owners. Seeing her husband ignore it, she snapped, "Are you going to do something about this? We can't run a business with our entrance blocked." "Stop nagging," he barked back. "Maybe they had an emergency. Can't you show a little compassion?" The wife was stunned by his reaction. What was wrong with him? The defiant red car remained there all day, stubbornly blocking their door. The shop owner finally exploded. "Students can't even get inside. We've lost over half our sales today. I've had enough of this. Who could be so malicious to deliberately block our business like this? We haven't made any enemies." By the third day, the car still remained unmoved. She cursed, wanting to smash it to pieces on the spot. The husband simply let out a weary sigh. "That car, it belongs to Chen Ha Thang." The wife was stunned. "What did you say?" he continued. "Everyone makes a living with their own skills, so why did you resort to dirty tricks? Remember when your nephew brought his crew to wreck the place? He didn't expect them to roll up in 3 minibuses and capture everyone." She pressed him. "That's right. Where is your nephew? I didn't see him yesterday." He quickly grabbed his phone. "I'll try calling him. He says he broke a tooth on a bad skewer and needs to rest for a few days." Hearing this, her expression soured. Broke a tooth on a skewer? How odd. It must have been rotten. Or perhaps that skewer looked more like a fist. The husband sighed again. "Let's just keep the shop open. If we make this a bigger issue, we might not have a business to run at all." The wife grew anxious. "But how can we conduct any business with that car parked right there? What a mess. Let's quietly contact our relative at the school. As a director, he surely has some influence." But the husband shot down the idea. "That's a desperate last resort. What would we even say if he questioned us? Tomorrow, I'll call Dai Dung. Losing a tooth doesn't mean he's mute. I'll tell him to find Chen Ha Thang at the milk tea shop." The following evening, Dai Dung appeared with a swollen face. His uncle asked with concern, "What happened?" He lied, claiming it was a seafood allergy. His uncle thought to himself, more like he got punched, and urged him to find Chen Ha Thang. At that moment in the milk tea shop, as the groups met, the shop owner thought that this place could instantly become a new hotspot for the academy. Just then, Lin Yu approached them with a welcoming smile. "Welcome. What kind of milk tea would you two like?" she asked gently. "We're not here for tea. We just need to know if Chen Ha Thang is here." "I have urgent business with him," he replied hastily. "He's rarely ever here," she explained. The man stressed the urgency, so Lin Yu relented. "All right, I'll give him a call." Dai Dung's eyes then fell on Shen Yu Suo. He thought to himself that this girl was as beautiful as any celebrity on screen. Lin Yu borrowed her friend's phone. "Please wait a moment, I'll call him right away." Ha Thang's voice came through the line, questioning, "Didn't we just talk?" Lin Yu's reply was cold. "This isn't Yu Suo, this is Lin Yu. The owner of the snack shop is here. He says he needs to find you." He replied nonchalantly, "I'm busy with a card game. Tell him I'm not free," and hung up before she could say another word. The line went dead. She sighed and passed on the message. "He says he's tied up with something outside." Everyone in the room knew better. They had clearly heard the sounds of a card game over the phone. The shop owner, left in an awkward spot, could only retreat. "I'll discuss this with my wife. We'll find the head of logistics tomorrow." The next morning, the car was gone. The wife stared in surprise. "Why is the car gone?" Her husband replied, "Perhaps Chen Ha Thang heard we were going to report him and backed off." She sighed, thinking he was just testing their resolve. At the same time, inside the New Century factory, Quande was furious. "I considered you a close friend, yet you set people up to watch me. Chen Ha Thang, what do you really want?" He quickly held up his hands to explain. "Please, just listen to me." She stared him down, her eyes blazing with anger. "I'm waiting," Ha Thang answered awkwardly. It's because I have feelings for you. I just wanted my people nearby to quietly get to know you better. Quande pulled out a crossbow, her voice sharp. Tell me the truth. Don't use those tired old lines to trick women. He sighed softly. Please, Quande, put the weapon down. Calm down. It's because I have a strong feeling this factory has immense hidden power, from its years of accumulated technology to the way it always pays its salaries right on time. That is solid financial proof of how strong this factory's foundation truly is. A company like this doesn't need to be a contractor for others. They're strong enough to launch their own products. That's why I'm curious about their next step. Quande's brow furrowed slightly, telling him to continue to elaborate. Han Thang nodded and went on. Furthermore, I currently handle express delivery for New Century, so for my own benefit, I want to fully understand my partner. In short, I have no ill intentions. For the next hour, Tran Han Thang's calm presentation made Quande stop smiling. She grew serious, discussing each step of New Century's development with him, while also checking if the factory's current projects were on the right track. Quande spoke frankly. Without this, I'd never have known you understood New Century so deeply. Han Thang just scratched his head. No, it's not an exaggeration. I am an advisor, after all. The more I understand, the better my suggestions. She quickly asked, So, if you were in charge of the MP3 market expansion, what would you propose? Han Thang paused for a moment. The MP3 is about 90% complete. A breakthrough would require a technical leap, which is tough in a short time. I'd seek a breakthrough in the design, consulting young students to create a style that the youth would absolutely pay for. Quande asked curiously. So you brought the sample just to gauge reactions? He scratched his cheek slightly. Not entirely. I also saw it as a gift, since girls tend to like these kinds of things. She sighed and said, It seems you're being honest this time. I have something that might be a good fit for you. Are you interested in giving it a shot? Han Thang gave a wry smile. I'll follow your arrangements, Miss Quan. She crossed her arms confidently. In a few days, I have to return to Hong Kong. My family is holding a birthday celebration for the old master. Han Thang gave a faint smirk. You want me to pretend to be your lover to deal with your family's marriage pressure? Hearing this, Quande's eyes widened in surprise before she calmly asked, What do you think? He seemed a bit excited by the idea, saying he'd think about it. She smiled. It's fine. I have plenty of time. Take as long as you need. Han Thang then spoke, half joking and half serious. This fake boyfriend business has different prices based on intimacy. Holding hands has a rate, a kiss is different, meeting parents costs more, and meeting the whole family is the full package. For others, it's a market rate of 3 to 7. But since we're friends, I won't take much. You just need to help me out a little. He added with a smile, If you're taking me for the experience, the fee can be reduced. At worst, I'll take a small loss and give you that strange service for free. After he finished, Quande remained silent, and the atmosphere grew even more awkward. Han Thang was flustered, unsure how to handle this situation. She should at least say something to clear the air. Quande replied coldly, I just said I was returning to Hong Kong for my grandfather's birthday and hoped you could assist with a few things. Why did you think I wanted you to be my boyfriend? He was stunned and asked, So, I'm not supposed to pretend to be your lover? She shook her head. Your imagination is running wild. I just wanted you to help supervise the MP3 project and the overall development of New Century electronics. Han Thang sounded a bit disappointed. And you say I'm overthinking it? This is clearly a job you should handle yourself after you return from Hong Kong. You're not always going to be in Hong Kong, are you? Do the elders in your family have a birthday celebration every single day? Quande furiously shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? As she threw a book from the table right at his face. She heaved a heavy sigh. My family situation is very special. Women are generally not allowed to make public appearances. Being able to come to the mainland and work like this was a hard-won opportunity for me. In a way, I've given up all my inheritance rights in Hong Kong. The fallen princess, Zheng Quande. Isn't that what you all used to call me? Han Thang looked away, trying to evade the topic. I never thought of it that way before. He muttered to himself. I see you as a precious opportunity, trying to heal yourself. Quande said softly. Go on, I don't care what you think. In any case, you're already at the factory organizing things like a secret agent, and you know the details so well. The MP3 project was your proposal to begin with. This role was practically made for you. Besides, you don't need to be too meticulous. I have a clear progress chart. You just need to attend a meeting every few days. Han Thang asked quietly, How long do you plan to be in Hong Kong? Quande replied, I'm asking you precisely because I don't know my return date. I'll probably be back around December, which is exactly when the MP3 is set for its full launch. He couldn't believe they would let someone like her go, but he thought to himself, many things in my family are beyond my control. It's better to live freely, like a king. Han Thang considered her perspective. She saw a real mutual benefit with him and New Century Electronics. He had deep knowledge and a unique relationship with her, so she chose me to supervise. Then he asked about her family. Is there a birthday in December? Quande sighed. Yes, it's in December, but I can't attend. I have to return to the mainland immediately. Han Sheng simply smiled. That's no problem. We have the project timeline. Besides, December is Sagittarius, a free-spirited and fascinating sign. I quite like it. She crossed her arms, rambling as she walked. What's this? What's your sign? Why have I never heard you mention it? He feigned innocence in his reply. I keep quiet because I'm afraid someone might try to throw me a birthday party. All these holidays repeating every year. For me, it's a kind of torment. I always wish I could just clone myself. Quande cut in, curious. So how do you usually handle birthdays and holidays? Han Sheng gave a faint smile. It's easy. For Western holidays, I use patriotism as a graceful excuse to decline. If I really can't refuse, I just say my birthday is the day my mother suffered. Whenever that day approaches, I think of the 10 months she carried me, so I can't bear to celebrate. People usually understand. Quande smiled and asked directly, what about your friends' birthdays then? He answered smoothly, one is a Pisces, the other a Cancer, so arranging things is quite simple. She sighed in admiration. You're so clever. He hesitated. But what about factory director Lin Chaohui's opinion? I fear he's not one to consider others' feelings. Quande reassured Han Sheng, saying she'd call Chaohui herself. But she worried their connection might be used to deceive her, so she needed a trustworthy person to supervise. Han Sheng shot up, annoyed. You ask for my help, yet you dare threaten me? She just smiled. Is that obsession really so strong? This is the key to this office. You just need to stop by, even just to study quietly. It will create a sense of authority and oversight. Han Sheng stared at the key she offered, his resolve wavering for a moment. By the end of this year or early next, his Rocket 101 might officially become a company, and then he'd face intense pressure and competition. In short, he hesitated, emphasizing that his time was incredibly precious. Quande took back the key and spoke softly. I understand. But just then, he suddenly grabbed her arm. Han Sheng's voice was deep. For your matters, I'm willing to help. She looked down, surprised at his firm grip, then narrowed her eyes. Are you trying to seduce me? Han Sheng let out a brilliant laugh. Who would dare play games with you? Anyone else would have surely backed down. Besides, if I help this time, perhaps it will change your image of me. Even just a little, he hoped. Quande was cold. You'll be a scumbag for life. Han Sheng just laughed heartily. All right then. Let this scumbag show you something interesting. Hearing this, she seemed a little dazed. He just smiled. Charcoal grilled lamb, with a golden oil sizzling. Let's see what flavor these two chemicals create when mixed. That night, at the Jiancheng night market, Han Sheng cheered with excitement over the wonderful meaning of enjoying skewers with beer. Quande took a huge bite of lamb, her mouth full. She quickly grabbed the large beer mug beside her and tilted her head back, downing it all. Then she exclaimed cheerfully, I'm definitely not allowed to eat late anymore. Chen Han Sheng, if you have a conscience, never call me for this again. He chuckled to himself. Her mouth said no, but her body was so honest. Quande, slightly drunk and unsteady, raised her glass. After I go back, the entire MB3 project will depend on you. Han Sheng smirked. Don't make it sound so grand. You'll still be remote controlling from Hong Kong, while I'm like a captive guarding the city. Quande smiled charmingly. Why compare yourself to a guarding eunuch? At the very least, you could be considered an inspector of the 8 prefectures. He curled his lip. An inspector has some administrative power. At New Century, I hold no real position, just a consultant sitting in your office. You think I'm eager for that? Quande thought happily to herself that Chen Han Sheng had already earned her great trust. If she gave him an official title, no one in the factory could manage him. Just then, Han Sheng called out loudly, Owner, the bill! She's paying! The next morning, he walked along a path at the university, thinking about his choice for the focus group. This MB3 project was truly critical. He needed to find a few students who could afford it, like Shangguan Yuanran or Xiao Rongyu, to gather 10 design opinions on the MB3's appearance. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the broadcast speakers. Dear students, Welcome to the Academy's youth segment. Han Sheng listened intently to the broadcast. That voice, which carried the energy of youth. It was Shangguan Yuanran. Han Sheng then walked slowly into Yuanran's office. He waited for her to finish her take, saying he had something to discuss. Seeing him, she turned back, playfully blowing a kiss, before returning to her work. The sight made Han Thang think she was quite cute, and he decided to invite Tran Team for a meal soon, planning to order only vegetables, just to see if his friend would get the hint. Just then, a soft knock came from the door. Han Thang rose to open it, revealing La Tuyen waiting outside. Her eyes widened in clear surprise. At the same time, Han Thang asked, "What are you doing here?" La Tuyen, equally shocked to see him, retorted, "What are you doing here? You haven't answered, and now you're questioning me." La Tuyen explained she was there to deliver a manuscript to her senior. Hadn't the radio station requested all student council departments submit drafts on time? They would later select a few to broadcast. He nodded, realizing he'd forgotten. Han Thang quickly skimmed the text, which was filled with praise for taking down a corporation. He frowned, unsure if La Tuyen herself had actually written it. She confirmed someone else wrote it, which was why she was concerned. Han Thang grew annoyed. "That's not the point. You should write based on facts. For instance, the Fall Sports Festival sponsorship drive. I wasn't even there. Nat Tuvu handled everything, so their team wrote the draft. And yet, in 400 words, his name appeared 8 times, while other members were barely mentioned." La Tuyen's eyes widened slightly, before she coldly stated, "They weren't worthy." Hearing those 4 words from her, Han Thang froze, his expression darkening instantly. He sighed softly. "All right, fine. I'll take the manuscript and give it to Thuong Nguyen Nhin. You can head back now." He quietly thought that letting Thuong Nguyen Nhin handle it would avoid any conflicts within the group, without him having to read it closely. But La Tuyen just plopped down into a chair and asked, "So what are you really doing here?" He immediately replied, "A friend's workshop is still in production. I helped research this MP3 player, and even worked on its outer casing design." She immediately cut him off. "If it's oval, it's definitely not going to work. I don't like round shapes. Is there another design?" Her words jogged Han Thang's memory. "Ah, right. La Tuyen uses an MP3 player too. My junior's family is quite well off." Gangthan was a major port city. La Tuyen's father was a fisherman, often away at sea and rarely home. When La Tuyen started college, her mother took the bus to bring her to school. The biggest difference between her and Tu Dong Nu was her family, a key factor shaping her character. Watching La Tuyen critique the phone's design, her distaste for round shapes was obvious. Han Thang sighed inwardly. Tu Dong Gu's family was warm, and she grew up sheltered, while La Tuyen's parents fought constantly, fostering a more extreme personality in her. If he could arrange for them to meet, that would be ideal. Since Tu Dong Nu had overshadowed La Tuyen for 2 years, she naturally had the upper hand. This was a crucial point. While he was at a loss with her, perhaps Tu Dong still had a chance to make a difference. At that moment, La Tuyen noticed Han Thang's stare and slowly lifted her head. Just then, Nguyen Nien entered the Foreign Affairs office and asked, "Weren't you two supposed to be at the internal broadcast station? So, why are you splitting hairs?" Han Thang pointed to the draft. "This is personal. Her matter is official business." This was for the Foreign Affairs Department's performance at the sports festival. Nien heard this and nodded. "All right. I'll send it to Senior Cock for review a little later." Then, turning to La Tuyen, she took back the small megapixel 3 and explained the station had the draft and would reconsider it. La Tuyen stared hard at him, sighing as she watched Han Thang talk with Nien. Their easy rapport made her hesitate. Noticing this, he thought, "Asterisk, stare all you want, I'm busy, asterisk." Then the two of them walked to the broadcasting desk. Their lively discussion about the Megapixel 3's design and materials made La Tuyen feel lonely and left out. Seeing they were truly busy, she spoke softly to her senior. "I don't have anything else, so I'll be leaving. Goodbye." Hearing that, she turned and told her to be careful. As La Tuyen's figure vanished down the stairs, he heaved a deep sigh. Nien immediately turned to him. "You're truly oblivious. Why are you being so ambiguous with a female junior? The way that girl looked at you moments ago was incredibly possessive. I don't mind if you date other juniors, but someone in the same department is a bad idea. Remember, it will limit the Foreign Affairs Department's activities." Han Thang's temper flared. "What are you even thinking? My relationship with La Tuyen is more innocent than the one I have with you." She chuckled softly in reply. "Is that so? I was hoping ours could become a little less innocent." He was speechless. Unable to retort, Han Thang changed the subject. About that other matter. What artist does Hoan Hoan usually listen to? Nien answered, You mean Zhuang Yiting? No, it's Wang Fei. Han Thang decided to open it, planning to load Wang Fei's songs onto the Megapixel 3. I'll meet her this afternoon and give her this Megapixel 3. A direct gift, so she won't need to download her idol's music herself. And she'll see how much I care. Her vice station chief might even help out, making things easier later on. As he explained, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Han Thang found this odd. Why are you staring at me? She smiled gratefully. It's nothing. I just realized you're the first guy in a long time to be so thoughtful. Hearing this, Han Thang quickly walked away, saying, I'm not getting involved in this anymore. We can talk, but let's not make a drama out of it. She replied, a little sadly. I'm not being dramatic. I'm genuinely touched. Little Chen, if this continues, I'm afraid I'll get used to relying on you. He frowned, warning her gently. If you understand, then don't come to me with things like this again. Also, stop using my full name. Just call me Dad, if you want. Even the class president got dragged in. You can't use that name so carelessly. Nien quietly watched his retreating back until he disappeared. She sighed, feeling the vast distance between them, a gap that seemed impossible to ever cross. She wondered in confusion who could call him Little Chen and have him accept it. What kind of person would that be? The next day, Nien called with news about the senior's actions, which was truly frustrating. Although she recommended Nien, she also put forward another competitor. Han Thang just sighed at the news. She probably wanted to remain impartial and avoid getting too involved. A sudden wave of irritation washed over Xiao Rongyu, and she blurted out, How is that helping me at all? She didn't just recommend me, did she? Hearing this, he just smiled and explained gently, You're being a bit naive. With both of you recommended, it makes it easier for others to observe and compare. That is how she's truly helping you. Once the list is sent to Chen Tianyu or the division's advisors, your connections will give you a clear advantage over the others. The path to station chief will be yours soon enough. He finished, then said, I'm hanging up now. Xiao Rongyu quickly cried out, Wait! But the other end was just a cold, steady dial tone. Then, her phone started ringing again. On the other end, Xiao Rongyu's voice was still laced with sleep as she murmured, Little Chen, are you still dreaming? Her sleepy voice through the receiver made him chuckle in spite of himself. You're terrible. Not even letting me sleep in on a Saturday, Han Thang replied, glancing at the clock. Well, you only get another half hour. I'm already near Zhonghua Gate. I'll pick up Zibai first, then come find you. We're all having a nice lunch together today. Annoyed at being woken up, Xiao Rongyu pouted. From Zhonghua Gate to the University of Industry, and then back towards Donghai, with traffic, would take at least half an hour. On what grounds do you only give me half an hour more to sleep? Han Thang's reply was like a splash of cold water, making her blush with embarrassment. You take longer to do your hair and makeup. Don't you know that yourself? Hearing this, Xiao Rongyu couldn't argue back, and just sulked deeper into her blanket. I'm not listening. I don't want to hear it. But curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, What are we having for lunch today? Han Thang laughed teasingly. You should get up, you lazy little piglet. I have to drive now. Xiao Rongyu turned to her roommate. Shishi, are you awake yet? Still sleepy. Shishi rubbed her eyes and replied, wanting to lie in a bit longer. When Xiao Rongyu mentioned someone was treating them to lunch, and that it was Chen, Shishi was at a loss with her friend. That's not right. You two are on a date, and you're dragging me along as a third wheel. Xiao Rongyu quickly coaxed her. It's fine. My high school classmate is coming too. The guy you met that day. Hearing that, she brightened up immediately. Since they were all familiar faces, she wouldn't bother with makeup and would just sleep until it was time to go. Shishi's eyes went wide. She was going to meet Han Thang with her hair all messy like this? She laughed and teased. Oh, I remember now. You two walked past the hotel and saw each other at your worst, so there's nothing to judge anymore. Those words made Xiao Rongyu's face turn bright red. Kuluoshi burst into laughter, unable to hold it in. Quick! Someone save Donghai University's famous beauty, or I'll be silenced for good. Zibai complained helplessly that university students only ate in the cafeteria, and he had a package at the dorm he needed to ship out this afternoon. But Han Thang remained unfazed, not paying it any mind. Grabbing a meal won't stop the world from spinning, so what's the rush to earn a little extra? Tuba sighed, admitting that such small tasks weren't worth much, barely enough for a single meal. Best to eat and get back to campus. Once in the car, Han Thang suddenly asked. I hear you've been studying relentlessly. Any particular reason why? Tu Ba vaguely replied that he was just trying to be a bit more serious. What's wrong with being diligent? Han Thang teased with a grin. Look how tense you are. Let me make a quick call. With that, Han Thang dialed Tuvu. Don't eat at the Tech University cafeteria today. Let's get out for a change of pace and have something better. I'll wait for you at the south gate. Tu Ba asked curiously, Is Tuvu joining us? Han Thang calmly explained, Tuvu's work ethic is outstanding, and she has great character. I want to bring her into my inner circle and share some important news with her. Though not fully convinced, Tu Ba recalled how incredibly resourceful and serious Tuvu was on the job. He'd once seen her lecture a male part-timer until the guy's face turned completely red. A moment later, the car door opened. Tuvu slid in, smiling as she sat. Oh, Tu Ba is here too? He just gave a quiet reply. Han Thang immediately asked her about a project that was just getting started. The Express Delivery Network for the Art Academy, Donghai University, and the Accounting School in Shenzhen, plus the Sports University. They were launching this venture with rocket-like ambition, a major step for the entire Tianjin University town. Tuvu answered directly. We might have to be a bit more patient. The delivery business is near the Tech University. I discussed it with Thuong Bang to be certain. Han Thang added, Tien Lam has many major university zones. Check on the progress and get a grasp of the situation. For small matters, negotiate with Thuong Bang since they have more people, but report any major issues directly to me. Tu Vu then raised a concern. Senior Thuong Bang and I haven't graduated yet. We need to return to school for our studies. The person in charge here needs proper verification, since it involves records and finances. He looked at her seriously. Do you have anyone trustworthy to recommend? She rested her chin on her hand in thought. If it were up to me. Her gaze suddenly shifted to the person beside her. Vuong Tu Ba seemed like a suitable choice. First off, he's Han Thang's childhood friend. That alone makes him trustworthy. Plus, Vuong Tu Ba is a diligent worker. She kept the thought to herself, simply saying, We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Han Thang didn't press the issue and changed the subject, telling her he was taking her to meet someone very important today. Elsewhere, Tio, Dung, Engu, and Tithi were laughing together when a phone suddenly rang. She wondered aloud in surprise. How did they get here so early? Han Thang's voice on the line made Tu Dongnu pause for a moment. He said traffic was light, and he had a friend with him, the part-timer from Rocket One. He couldn't keep them waiting. She quickly changed into a simple outfit. Oh no! Han Thang is bringing a friend. Tithi sighed, frustrated that she hadn't done her makeup yet. You don't need makeup. You're already beautiful. Despite her words, Tu Dongnu nervously adjusted her own clothes. She figured she'd wear a mask and hat for now, then quietly slip into the restroom to apply makeup later. Waiting in the car, Han Thang's heart skipped a beat with just one glance. Stunned by her beauty, a faint blush crept onto his face. From a distance, he saw Tio Dongno approaching with Tithi. Even in plain clothes with little makeup, her balanced figure and remarkable aura were impossible to hide. Han Thang was delighted inside, but teased her, dressed so discreetly. Are we? Planning to rob a bank? Or heading to an execution? At his words, Tu Donggu scowled in annoyance and glared back. Execution? What was that supposed to mean? The shameless Han Thang continued his affectionate, colorful teasing. How am I supposed to know if you don't tell me? Tu Dongnu hated this kind of talk and retorted, Someone who truly understands wouldn't need to ask. Their bickering made the three passengers in the back chuckle. What's left to understand once you've said it? It's meaningless if you have to say it. I'm not a mind reader. How would I know what you're thinking? Han Thang always started the teasing, but he was also always the first to back down and soothe her. He offered her a small pastry. Stop making a scene. I bought this especially for you. Tu Dong Nugu was a bit flustered but accepted it, her face glowing from the gesture. Han Thang gently reminded her to greet the people in the back. She turned with a polite smile, her tone graceful. Hello, I am Xiao Rong. That introduction made Xiao Yu freeze. She claimed to be Han Sheng's girlfriend. Tu Vu was completely frozen, her mind reeling with shock. The words Han Thang's girlfriend rooted her to the spot. Tu Dong noticed her strange reaction and asked curiously, Is something wrong? A sharp, warning glance from Han Thang cut through her thoughts, and Tu Vu instantly understood, smoothly changing the subject. I'm an old classmate of Minister Chen. Tu Dong Nu curiously asked how long she had worked at Rocket One. Tu Vu smiled faintly. Over a year. Minister Chen is truly my idol. Hearing this, Tu Dong Nil let out a soft laugh, her charm radiating from her bright face. She teased. With his personality, he still manages to be an idol? Tuvu paused, a storm of confused thoughts rising. What was she witnessing? Tu Dongyu was incredibly beautiful, reminding her of Shen Yu Chu. But if she was Minister Chen's girlfriend, then what did that make Shen Yu Chu? This girl was clever and sharp. She immediately understood Han Thang's intention. Perhaps Minister Chen wanted her to see this, but why so deliberately? Sunlight streamed through the window, making Tu Dongnu's face glow even brighter. Tu Vu stared, captivated, but her mind drifted back to Shen Yu Chu, and her heart clearly leaned in that direction. Her gaze shifted to Han Thang, still unable to comprehend his actions. Han Thang simply gave a nonchalant wave, looking indifferent. The title girlfriend was self-proclaimed. He had never acknowledged it. Tu Dongnu pouted and turned her head away in a huff, refusing to answer him, as if to say no one wanted to be his girlfriend anyway. The entire scene unfolded before Tu Vu's eyes. She rested her chin on her hand, deeply contemplating their complex relationship. What was truth, and what was a lie? The restaurant they chose was on an ancient, picturesque street with a serene atmosphere. Han Thang called out to the nearby owner. "I'd like to book a room near the street." He smiled and chatted warmly. Once everyone was seated, he began pouring tea for each person. Tu Dongnu looked absolutely delighted. She praised the room for its beautiful and open view. As Han Thang poured tea for Tu Ba, he couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "Hey Dalang, it's time for your medicine." Tu Ba furiously shot back, "Get lost!" Meanwhile, the restaurant began bringing out the food. A special set for 5 people seemed perfect. The old street outside was still bustling with people, proving to be a major attraction. Han Thang glanced out the window, spotting a couple laughing brightly while eating tanghulu. As they walked past, a slender hand tapped his shoulder, prompting him to turn around. Han Thang immediately turned and asked Tu Dongnu what was wrong. She pointed out the window. "I want to try that too." Her eyes sparkled, fixed on the old street vendor carrying skewers of tanghulu. Han Thang reminded her sternly, "We're about to eat. I ordered sweet and sour ribs. The taste is not that different." Seeing his resolve, Tu Dongnu quickly wrapped her arms around his, shaking it while whining cutely. "I don't care, little Chen, please." Her beautiful face was right in front of his, her eyes sparkling and cheeks puffed out in a pout that was impossible to refuse. Naturally, Han Thang found it difficult to resist that pleading gaze. It had completely captured his attention. Her face unknowingly turned bright red. In just a few seconds, he had surrendered to her charm. "All right, fine. I was going to step out for a smoke anyway." TT immediately smiled and praised him. "See? Han Thang isn't as timid as you described. You ask him to buy tanghulu, and he immediately nods and goes. A boyfriend that accommodating is pretty great." Tu Dongnu was secretly pleased but too shy to praise him directly, afraid he would get arrogant upon his return. Han Thang returned holding several beautiful skewers of tanghulu, looking absolutely delicious and making the 3 girls' eyes sparkle like stars. TT laughed teasingly. "It's a shame you aren't a student at Donghai University, or you could have supported our entire dorm." Han Thang laughed in reply. "If I were a Donghai student, I'd have a girlfriend from Tsinghua University in Beijing. Jianye University is at the bottom of the list." Tu Dong immediately huffed. "If you got into Tsinghua, wouldn't you just go date a physics major?" Tu Vu also laughed along. "This is the first time I've followed Minister Chen and received such treatment. It's truly an unforgettable memory." Han Thang even offered a skewer of tanghulu to Tu Ba, but he just turned his head away in annoyance, refusing to take it. "Let's just eat. I have something to do later." Han Thang was slightly taken aback by his reaction. Wang Ziba's mood was incredibly strange today. The restaurant quickly served 7 fragrant dishes. He cheerfully invited everyone to enjoy the feast. "The food is all here. Let's pick up our chopsticks." During the meal, Han Thang thoughtfully served food to Tu Dongnu. He placed a piece of fish in her bowl, making the girl blush shyly. After a while, his rice bowl was nearly empty, and he had set his chopsticks down. But looking over, he saw Tu Dongnu's bowl was still full, topped with the very piece of fish he had given her. Model. He figured girls were just naturally slow eaters. Seeing Zibo finish, Han Sheng suggested, "Let's step out for a smoke." But Xiao Rongyu's hand gently tugged his sleeve, stopping them both. She pointed toward the window, her voice soft. "Just smoke over there. Don't go outside." Zibo smiled. "I'll be leaving right after this." Han Sheng, surprised, asked. "Already?" He stubbed out his cigarette and said, "I'm busy. I'll treat you and little you next time." With that, Zibo stood and left the restaurant, leaving only a pensive Han Sheng behind. Lost in her own thoughts, Xiao Rongyu called to him. Little Chen, Zibo left. Come talk with us. Han Sheng put out his smoke and nodded. People were discussing something, casually saying, from fashion to culture, I'm well versed in every field. Meanwhile, Zibo was actually waiting at the gate of the University of Technology. His face was flushed, his heart pounding with nervous anticipation. His gaze drifted to the hot sweet potatoes roasting over a charcoal stove on the roadside. Zibo suddenly remembered how radiant Xiao Rongyu looked when Han Sheng bought her a warm roasted sweet potato. On that thought, he hurried over to the old woman selling them, asking to buy 2 fragrant, roasted sweet potatoes. A simple joy filled Zibo's heart as he held the 2 steaming potatoes, their sweet scent wafting around him. Just then, a familiar voice called his name. Huang Hui appeared before him, greeting him with a smile. She offered a soft apology for waking up late. Have you been waiting long for me? Despite having waited in the biting cold, Zibo smiled to comfort her. Don't worry, it's fine. I only just arrived. The girl paid no mind to his actual feelings. I knew it was freezing, so how could you possibly be on time? Still, Zibo held on to his feelings for Huang Hui, treating her with kindness. He offered the warm sweet potato to her. Zibo had waited patiently in the cold, buying this treat from the heart, only to be met with Huang Hui's icy stare. How old are you? Still eating this? That's what poor people used to eat when they ran out of rice. He scrambled to explain that it was actually very sweet, soft, and incredibly fragrant. But Huang Hui refused to listen, immediately pushing it back. Then you eat it. I don't want it. Or just throw it away. She pointed ahead. When I had my interview yesterday, I saw a fancy Starbucks. Why don't we go sit there? After speaking, Huang Hui pulled Zibo's hand, rushing forward. Still puzzled, he quietly asked, A Starbucks? As they arrived in front of the shop, Zibo snuck a glance through the bright glass window. Inside, a well-dressed couple exuding wealth chatted and laughed together. Zibo's eyes were fixed on the pair, and they instantly noticed the strange gaze from outside the door. He flushed with embarrassment, wanting to hide. He feigned calmness and kept walking forward, his heart tangled with awkwardness and shame. He knew this cafe existed, but he'd never once stepped inside. He'd heard the drinks were pricey, a spot frequented only by wealthy students or people with means. Huang Hui walked ahead, laughing carelessly. Have you really never tried it before? Zibo, don't be such a country bumpkin. I bet your best friend Han Sheng comes here all the time. That manner of his is like a regular at a high-end bar. Zibo replied sternly. Actually, he has never been inside either. One time, he and I were looking for a drink, and we happened to pass this very Starbucks on the corner. Hearing this, her curiosity piqued. And then? How did Han Sheng react? Zibo slowly recounted the tale. He saw a coffee cost 80,000 and said something so expensive was a waste, joking he'd be happy to just sip from someone else's straw. After hearing the story, Huang Hui burst out laughing, commenting on how funny Han Sheng was. At her words, Zibo froze for a second, a faint sadness creeping into his heart. Both he and Han Sheng had clearly never been inside. In fact, Han Sheng's joke had been even more ridiculous. So why was he being called a country bumpkin, while Han Sheng was considered humorous? Zibo silently followed Huang Hui into Starbucks, his mind racing, unsure of what she was thinking. She was facing unemployment. Instead of saving money, she chose to visit this extravagant place. The space inside oozed luxury, with soft, pleasant music playing. The two of them quickly found a place to sit. Huang Hui stepped up to order. She smiled, saying, I'd like 1 cappuccino with gold dust. Thank you. Zibo had never even heard of that drink before. He leaned down and asked her, Okay, what? His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for other customers to look over. All eyes were suddenly on him. Huang Hui, flustered, tugged his sleeve and went to the counter, motioning for him to stay seated. All right, have a seat. Today, this is my treat. Tu Ba grew flustered, apologizing over and over. Sorry, Miss Tu, I honestly didn't hear you. But Hong Tui had already turned away, so he missed the cold, mocking look she gave him. Knowing he'd made things awkward, he flushed red, scratching his head, feeling foolish in front of her. A moment later, Hoang Tue returned, gracefully carrying 2 cappuccinos. She placed a cup before Tu Ba as he asked with concern, Miss Tue, do you have more interviews this afternoon? Hong Tue casually replied, This afternoon, in the architect district, there are still 2 more companies hiring. The benefits aren't as good as the factory, but working is better than nothing. Otherwise, I'll be broke next month. Tu Ba felt uneasy, unable to meet her eyes, and simply lowered his head in silence. So, last night I compiled some interview tips and sent them to you on QQ. Did you see them? But Huang Tue seemed completely unfazed by his effort. She slowly stirred her coffee, saying it was all useless. Her indifferent tone stung. Besides, even with a job, I'm just a poor student, a girl without a boyfriend. In Tuba's smitten gaze, Huang Tue looked like a goddess who had descended to earth. With your qualities, Miss Tue, finding a decent guy can't be that difficult. She shot back bluntly. These days, there are too many liars, just awful men who think money makes them powerful. If I were to look, I'd have to choose an honest and stable guy. Tuba just stared at her, mesmerized. Hearing that, his heart soared with joy. He was certain she had to be talking about him, right? Like a peacock fanning its tail, he rushed to show off his own merits. Miss Tue, I'm working part-time at Rocket 101. Hung Tue gave a short reply. You already told me that. Well then, try to earn a bit more. Who knows, maybe one day I'll need to borrow money from you. Tuba felt he truly deserved to be class president. As they left the cafe, Huang Tue bid him farewell. It's almost time. I have to get ready for my interview. Tuba wanted to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. The girl he secretly loved, his face burning with shyness, he couldn't help but call out, Miss Tu! His voice made her pause. Huang Tu turned back, a hint of impatience in her eyes. Tuba stammered, his face red. My family is very stable. This was his way of showing his best quality, a clumsy confession of his feelings for her. They were just a few simple words, but it took all his courage to say them. Huang Tue stared at Tuba, completely stunned. She never expected him to confess like this. Mortified, he watched her expression. She was surprised for only a moment before a calm smile appeared on her face. You're not wrong, Tuba. You are a good person. She didn't reject him directly, but a sad breeze seemed to drift by. Faced with his sincere confession, how could she not understand? She just didn't care. Well, I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Hung Tue walked away swiftly, leaving Tuba standing there, forcing a weak wave. The passing traffic blurred his sorrowful face. He looked utterly alone. His arm finally dropped heavily, his smile completely gone. But Tuba stubbornly refused to accept it. Perhaps he was truly clueless, or maybe just trying to fool himself. Maybe she didn't fully understand what I meant, he thought. But she still called me a good person. Does she mean a good person with money? Just then, Xiao Yu happily bid the group farewell, saying she had to run. Same here, Shi added gently. Be careful on your way. Before she could leave, Han Sheng called out, Xiao Yu, are you going back to Jiangling tonight? I can give you a ride. Xiao Yu understood his intent and didn't refuse, simply giving a slight nod. Okay, sure. Outwardly, she remained composed, but a flicker of unease rose within her. It seems Director Chen really wants to talk. In the dining room, words of praise filled the air. Xiao Chen, this design of yours is absolutely brilliant. Xiao Rongyu eagerly added his own opinion. Take a look at this Sony brand logo. The exterior is made of tech glass, so it's shiny and eye-catching. I think adding metal details would perfect it. You'd feel its sturdiness when you touch it. Very chic. Shishi curiously joined the discussion. The price would definitely go up, though, right? Her words accidentally gave Han Sheng an idea. If someone's planning to spend 900 yuan on an MP3, they probably won't mind an extra 100 for a better version. The logic seemed perfectly sound to him. Xiaorong's gentle voice snapped him back to reality. What are you spacing out about? He cheerfully recounted their talk. Shishi had smiled, thanking him for the meal and calling him a kind person. Han Thang raised an eyebrow. A kind person? Classmate, why the criticism? I never started anything with you. Shishi was flustered. I wasn't scolding you. I was praising you. Xiao Rong was already used to his antics. Just ignore him, Shishi. Someone like him doesn't need praise. He's fine being a villain his whole life. Han Thang casually replied, better a villain than a hypocrite. Xiao Yu saw everything unfold but remained silent. The group didn't disperse until late. Xiao Rong smiled warmly. Shi and I will head out. Han Thang, drive carefully. Han Thang's car sped down the highway. Inside, a sense of dread washed over Xiao Yu. Minister Chen must have kept her behind for a reason. As doubts swirled in her mind, Han Thang suddenly called her name. Startled, she answered immediately. Yes? Are you asking about my future plans? After graduation, she intended to join Rocket 1. You're bright, and that was a clever answer. We'll see what position Minister Chen arranges for you. Han Thang stated bluntly, it might be a secretary or an assistant. His words surprised her, So he added, not the trivial, tea-serving kind. In reality, it's an administrative manager role, with considerable authority. Of course, that means more to manage. And you'll need to know a bit about my private affairs. Xiao Yu didn't hesitate. Please, go on. Han Thang pressed again, ensuring she understood the gravity of it. As my secretary, you won't be able to escape this. Xiao Yu gave a slight nod, her silent consent for him to continue. I'm listening. He spoke directly. First, I'll tell you about the girl from today. Xiao Rong and I were born in Port City. We've known each other forever. Our families are close. I have feelings for her, and she might feel something for me too. Hearing this, Xiao Yu frowned. I think Xiao Rong is very fond of you. The way she looks at you is just like Yusuo. The thought reminded her of Shen Yusuo's own affection, but Yusuo was far more subtle, nearly impossible to notice unless you were looking for it. Han Thang didn't answer, instead asking quietly, speaking of Shen Yusuo, what do you think her life would be like if she had never met me? Xiao Yu's gaze sharpened, now tinged with reproach. I really can't say. Perhaps she and I would never have even known each other. Shen Yusuo was always modest despite her beauty. Han Thang then asked her directly, hypothetically, if I were involved with both of them, would you still want to work for me? Xiao Yu's expression instantly turned cold. I know you tease girls, but I never thought you would play with someone's feelings. I truly believed you were sincere with Shen Yusuo. Before she could finish, Han Thang cut her off. Spare me the moral lecture. He put on the perfect facade of a scoundrel, indifferent, uncaring, claiming he only wanted her professional thoughts on the matter. His cold attitude was hard to accept. I'm not sure. Maybe it's right, maybe it isn't. As a woman, I naturally see things from their perspective. Han Thang seemed to understand this and didn't force the issue. In a calm voice, he presented Xiao Yu with a clear choice. After Rocket Number 1 is officially founded, if you still can't accept this, you can submit your resignation. He was giving her the final say. Out of respect for their time as colleagues, her salary would not be affected. After he finished, Xiao Yu asked only one thing. Will you take responsibility for Shen Yusuo? She is truly a gentle person, with a heart completely pure of any ulterior motives. Han Thang nodded. That is a given. He caught the bias in her tone and asked with a curious, teasing smile. So you're on Team Shen Yusuo, aren't you? I'm the same way. While my father seems to prefer Xiao Rong, this makes everything much more interesting. Xiao Yu could only stare in exasperation. This is just exhausting, not interesting at all. We're almost there. But before leaving the car, she had to ask, why are you telling me all this? She frowned, helpless, her entire worldview shaken to its core. Han Thang answered calmly, because I need to expand into a new market, the express delivery service at Donghai University. With Xiao Yuer's personality, she's bound to get involved. I won't be able to hide it then. Hearing that, Xiao Yu fell silent. It was true. This was something he couldn't conceal, so he chose to confess everything. Han Thang forced a laugh, feigning pure innocence. What else could he do? He then gave her a few more instructions. For example, as an assistant, she had to remain neutral, never siding with anyone, because the only person she could support was him. Tuvu pouted, asking, are you going to keep using that hairspray? Even its name sounded ridiculous. Han Thang maintained his innocent face, calling her his wife. A lover is still a lover, a girlfriend is different, and darling is in its own league. None are the same. Tuvu was so mad she cursed him for being scum, but he remained unfazed, acting as if it was nothing. You should thank me for the safe ride home. In the car, Han Thang made a call. Hello? My Quian's irritated voice answered. He was teasing his mom right after calling. Such a bizarre attitude. Next time, I might not even bother to call. My Quian instantly flared up. Fine by me. Go ahead and block me. Maybe then I'll get a few days of peace from you and your father. What about Tu Ningyi's father? Have you ever explained things clearly? Han Thang sounded indifferent. I don't really care. I told her that morning, but Tu Nuguni hung up on me. After that, I didn't bother saying anything more. They always say you shouldn't chase girls who live too close to home. My Quian looked helplessly at her stubborn son. You get into fights and still think about romance? You're already so lazy. What will become of your future? Han Thang paused, feigning confusion. He quickly made an excuse. What was that, Mom? It's raining hard here. The connection is bad. I have to go. The line went dead with 3 long beeps. My Quian trembled with rage, muttering, That damn kid. He dared hang up on me. The TV in the living room caught her attention as an anchor gave the weekly forecast. My Quande frowned, asking, "Is it raining heavily in Quien Yep?" The question made Trio Quan flinch slightly. He answered honestly, hiding nothing. "It hasn't rained at all in Quien Yep recently. It's just been sunny, but not too hot." The moment Trio Quan finished speaking, a dreadful, uncomfortable silence fell upon the house. My queen started venting her anger on him, snapping, "How many times have I told you not to put your feet on the sofa? If you get it dirty, you clean it. And no more smoking in this house. The whole place stinks. All you do is wander around on that bike all day." Han Thang gets his stubborn streak directly from his father. Triyu Quan felt a bitter sting but said nothing. He was always her emotional punching bag. After all these years, why am I always the one who gets hurt? Early the next morning, while it was still dark, a phone rang through the quiet dorm. Han Thang was exhausted, his eyes puffy and ringed with dark circles. I was just a young man back then, not even 20 years old, and my body was still growing, desperate for rest. Quande answered calmly, "I'm going to Hong Kong in a bit." The sudden statement made his eyes fly open. His voice trembled as he asked, "What?" Han Thang shot up from under the warm covers. "Didn't you say December?" "It's only mid-November." Quande sounded helpless. "They've already booked the tickets over there. What more can I say?" She suggested gently, "Come to the factory for a bit. I'll introduce you to the management, and then you can see me off at the airport." Han Thang quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "Wait for me." The noise also woke the Sioux, who asked sleepily, "Lao Si, didn't we plan to game yesterday?" He answered distractedly while changing. "Something important came up today. We'll talk later." Han Thang muttered complaints as he put on his shoes. Why does unexpected stuff keep happening? Nguyen Nam mentioned that the student council president and a few others had come looking for him. They already left. Han Thang guessed the party must be starting soon. I already saw the banner hanging up. Duong Min got excited, wanting to use his vice president title for some perks. Hugh Kwang's juniors made a comment. "Lao Si is actually pretty capable. A high school classmate came looking for me, carrying Rocket 101 promo bags." The Sioux nodded. "It's the same in Tianjin University Town. They say one day, Sige is going to be incredibly rich." "No, be real, Duong Min. Sige is still far from rich. My cousin, the boss's relative, is the one with the real money." Meanwhile, Quande was proposing to the management, "When I return to Hong Kong, factory director Lam Triyu Hai will take over my duties. Of course, the main focus is still the MB3 project." She then deliberately gestured toward Han Thang. "I'm sure everyone is already quite familiar with him. Since getting news in Hong Kong won't be convenient, he will consolidate all feedback." It was as if Quande was paving his way forward. "I know you have questions. This ride is just over 30 minutes, so ask what you can, and I'll answer." Han Thang asked curiously, "When are you planning to launch the MB3? Quande gave a simple reply. "Today." He was stunned. "We're still gathering feedback on the shell design. You're launching it without hearing everything?" Quande's voice was soft, yet decisive. "We're out of time. If I don't make the call before I leave, this will drag on. We've invested too much to wait. We need to recoup the costs and let the market expose the flaws." Han Thang grew more confused. With existing problems, launching the white megapixel 3, wasn't that just too reckless? Releasing it to the market like this? The results would surely be disastrous. It would be better to wait, but Quande cut him off. "Impossible. The current conditions won't allow it. We've surveyed the market thoroughly. Even with the white megapixel 3, we won't operate at a loss." Han Thang knew Persuasion was futile and sighed at the frantic pace. Quande understood his reasoning, but circumstances left her no choice. She sat in quiet contemplation for a long moment, before skillfully changing the subject without another word. "Anything else you want to ask?" As they neared the airport, her question only made Han Thang release another regretful sigh. Things had already reached this point. What more was there to ask? He turned, asking an unrelated question instead. "When do you plan on coming back?" Quande shook her head slightly. "I won't know for sure until I'm back in Hong Kong. Besides, you must understand, a project this huge will get bogged down in delays if I'm not personally driving it. 1,000 employees at New Century, over 30 managers. Do you think everyone gets along?" She smiled faintly, patting Han Thang's shoulder. "I'm not being reckless. I just want to test the MB3 on the market, then gather feedback to innovate further. By then, I should be back to personally lead the next round of production and research." Han Thang finally understood her real objective and was left speechless. He asked worriedly, "What happens if you don't make it back in time?" she answered calmly. If I'm not back in time, then you will carry the second phase. I just need to hand over the Azure Sky Sword. Han Thang was silently frustrated. She herself just said only she could move things forward. Was she trying to deceive him? Or was there some powerful figure in the company he could approach? Perhaps that old master from Hulin Chaohui? Quande found this amusing and teased him with a smile. What's wrong? Planning to build your own faction? Han Thang replied coolly. It's a habit. I feel unsettled otherwise. She then suggested a name. Li Shaokai, educated in America, and now the chief engineer for the MB3 project. Quande praised him highly. He's still very young, easy to approach. It was extremely difficult for me to recruit him. Han Thang immediately memorized the name Li Shaokai. When the car stopped, he said goodbye to Quande, telling her to go inside. She chuckled softly. Just teasing. I thought our connection might convince you to see me all the way in. Han Thang replied without missing a beat. The taxi from New Century was 40 yuan. Since you mentioned our connection, you can pay for it. While waiting at the airport, Quande's intense focus as she worked completely captured Han Thang's attention, and he couldn't look away. Her delicate features and full lips, combined with her fashionable attire, highlighted her stunning figure, exuding the aura of a beautiful, intelligent, and incredibly classy woman. As if sensing his stare, Quande looked up, meeting Han Thang's focused gaze directly. Her jewel-like eyes seemed to see right into his soul. She smiled playfully, asking, What is it? Am I that beautiful? Han Thang nodded without hesitation. Yes, absolutely beautiful. He stepped closer, gently fixing her collar as he offered a soft reminder. Don't let it go to your head. Take a look around. Everyone here has class. But in doing so, she accidentally knocked Han Thang's prosthetic hand loose. This woman was always looking for some small advantage. Behind that innocent face was the seasoned heart of a middle-aged man, and Han Thang deliberately played the naive youth. With money, you're a handsome gentleman. Without it, just another common old man. Quande decisively pulled her suitcase and left, unwilling to argue further. See you next year, she said with a soft farewell smile. Princess Quande didn't look back once, only raising her hand high in a silent wave to Han Thang. After she left, he walked into the milk tea shop he owned, lighting a cigarette and sighing with deep regret. Because with Quande heading back to Hong Kong, his life suddenly felt incredibly empty. As Han Thang was feeling bored, he spotted Shen Yuchu's kitten charming some customers. It's rubbing on my leg, one girl gushed. It's so adorable. His eyes fixed on the kitten nuzzling against the girl's smooth legs, and his face flushed unexpectedly. This was the very kitten that Shen Yuchu had rescued. By the time Han Thang composed himself, it had approached him, rubbing its head affectionately against his leg. He couldn't help but give its head a gentle tap. You live more freely than my own father, always chasing after girls. You come and go without any responsibility, while I'm buried in troubles. Spotting this, Vuong Kai rushed inside to report to Tham Ao So. Sister Ao So, the boss is bullying the kitten. Tham Ao So, you need to come out here. The sight of the cool young man with a cigarette, gently stroking the kitten's belly, made the girl blush in confusion. Han Thang grew even more amused with petting the kitten, his teasing becoming bolder. It's like I'm talking to your mother. Too foolish to even run, just curling up at my feet. When his hand moved away, the kitten scurried into Ao So's arms, only to see her still flustered from his earlier words. Han Thang let out a teasing smirk. I was just telling it not to crawl under a girl's skirt. This comment truly took Vuong Kai by surprise. But this one is a female cat. This realization left Han Thang completely flustered and embarrassed. The kitten shot him a mocking glance, making him quickly stroke its head, coddling it like a little princess. My apologies. As Han Thang's hand caressed the kitten in Ao So's arms, it accidentally brushed a sensitive spot, making her jump with a deep blush. She quickly stepped back, meeting Vuong Kai's scornful gaze. He waved a hand irritably. What's a kid like you looking at? Get back to work. Walking away, she glanced back and stuck out her tongue. You're only 1 year older than me. Han Thang then asked Ao So softly, What's the cat's name? She shyly whispered, Reunion. He fell into thought. Their relationship now was neither close nor distant, but he still had a duty to live with her. Reunion. Perhaps it was a hidden wish to mend their old feelings, but too many ties still bound them. Han Thang feigned ignorance, skillfully changing the subject. Hello, Reunion, but we still need to strive to become official members. Ho Lam Gu already applied to join the party last year. You should write your application this year to keep up. As students, we must remain firm on our chosen path, which is socialism. Also nodded slightly, as if she understood, yet a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart. She lowered her head, murmuring a half-hearted reply. Han Thang lifted Reunion from her arms, asking Thamao so gently, "Let Daddy hold you for a bit to check your weight. You look quite plump." This warm scene was etched deeply into Aoso's eyes. One look was enough to see the deep affection she held for him. Lam Nu walked out of the milk tea shop, calling out warmly to Han Thang, but she suddenly froze at the heartwarming sight. Seeing her stand still, Tutu asked curiously, "Sister Lam Gu, do you need me to go call him for you?" Lam Gu quickly replied, "No need." An indescribable feeling welled up inside her. The scene was truly too beautiful. To still clueless, only saw Brother Tran and Sister Ao so playing with Reunion. Lam Nose sighed softly and prompted, "Tu, take a closer look." The sunlight bathed them both. One was free and unrestrained, the other was shy but beautiful. Even their shadows seemed to harmonize. Would you have the heart to interrupt such a warm, everyday moment? After hearing her sister's words, Tu finally understood. The world has never lacked beauty, only the eyes to see it. Sister Lam Gu is so perceptive. Truly, our Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. She drifted into old memories. This skill takes time and practice. In my first year, I was as clueless as you, but all it takes is calm observation and careful thought. The image of Han Thang and Oso standing side by side, their shoulders close, created a romantic feeling that filled the air. Tu happily shared her discovery. "I bet they're watching the sunset together." Lam Gu smiled, praising her endlessly. "You're getting smarter." In the shop, "I value you and Sister Kai the most." Han Thang raised a hand to block the glaring sun. "The sun is so harsh. Let's head back." Oso obediently nodded. Lam Gu didn't miss the chance to tease him. "When you have free time to visit this place, your style seems to have changed from before." Han Thang asked, confused. "What are you talking about?" She answered bluntly, "If you dare to do it, you should dare to admit it. I believe everyone has good intentions. They just need the right environment to be drawn out." Han Thang looked annoyed. "If you have something to say it directly. Don't be so vague." Lam Gu immediately got to the point. "The milk tea shop has been open for a full month. Tomorrow, I'll schedule a time for a summary meeting." He asked in surprise, "We're holding a summary meeting for just that?" She then clarified his doubt. "Don't underestimate it. This tea shop is the starting point for our greater career path, not just some stock market game." Lam Nagu asked, annoyed. "A quick summary. Shouldn't we do that? I stayed up late last night preparing a profit and loss report." Han Thang didn't argue further. "In short, you must attend the first conference." A male student just recognized Ah So's true face. Lam Nu gently patted his shoulder to calm him. "Honestly, there's no need to live behind a mask. I'll drop by tomorrow, but for now, I have to grab my roommate and hit the net cafe." Han Thang and his friend stepped into a crowded internet cafe. Being reborn made him feel a wave of nostalgia. For most students, the library was a place of dull, boring study. In contrast, moments in the internet cafe were etched into their very bones. Even before his rebirth, despite his mountain of work, he often sought solace in places like this. Duong Min's voice broke his train of thought, pointing out there were no tables for 4 people. Han Thang was lost in the past, but Duong Min urged him on. "No good. Let's sit over there." 2 rows had exactly 2 empty seats. "Why don't we team up for a game, Han Thang?" he suggested, noticing 2 girls who were avid gamers. He nodded in approval at Duong Min and told him to sit down. As the computer booted up, he coughed lightly, trying to draw everyone's attention to himself. Duong Min asked with a hint of a boast, "Brother Tran, I'm thinking of getting a new Nokia this year. The one that costs 6,650. Even a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes is dozens of yuan now. I usually keep mine hidden, rarely bringing them out." Han Thang casually interjected with advice, saying, 650 is nearly 10,000 yuan, not exactly expensive. If you don't like it, pick another. Duong Min sounded a bit displeased. "I'm buying it new, not used." A claim Brother Tran had never heard before. He didn't seem to care, replying nonchalantly, "I also thought the price was too high, so I skipped it." Duong Min was determined. "Fine, suit yourself. I'm getting one this winter break anyway." He then changed the subject, placing his pack of cigarettes on old Duong's table. Old Kwang and 4th brother lit one up, their postures screaming arrogance. The Sioux watched Duong Min's showboating and gritted his teeth. What a pointless display. Han Thang was just as annoyed and whispered to the Sioux, "Want to teach old Six a lesson?" He was intrigued. How would we do that? He whispered his plan to tease Duong Min by snatching his pack of cigarettes. We'll both smoke them. His pride won't let him ask for them back. It's a small loss for him. After speaking, Han Thang and the Sioux shared a knowing look, both smiling slyly, clearly up to no good. Making an instant decision, the Sioux decisively approached Duong Min, catching his eye, and held out his hand. Old Six. Fourth brother and I forgot our smokes. We'll take this pack. Duong Min was annoyed. This type of Zhenghua cost dozens of yuan a pack. He only ever brought it out to show off. He pouted and quickly said, "Wait a minute." But Han Thang cut Duong Min off. "Thanks, Brother Duong. Brother Duong is truly the wealthiest in our dorm." Duong Min was furious but had to yield. "Fine, smoke them. But next time, remember to bring your own. It's not right to just take from others." Everyone immediately praised Brother Duong's generosity, but Duong Min wasn't going to let it go so easily. A few rounds later, the Sioux yelled in frustration, "Old Six, why are you only hunting me down?" He took off his headset and spoke to Han Thang. "Fourth brother, there's a female student from our area in the game," he calmly replied. "She's probably just playing with her boyfriend. It's fine, we can just let her join the group." But soon, the game was filled with the couple's chatter. "How am I supposed to play like this?" "Sweetie, don't worry, just follow me and you'll be fine." "Thanks, honey." "Honey, which gun should I use?" "Just pick whichever one you think is cute. These guns all look so ugly. Can I just use the knife?" "Honey, those robbers are so hateful." "It's okay, I'll take care of them all for you." The Sioux was so angry he slammed down his headset. What an annoying couple. Are they playing a game or a family sitcom? Duong Min smirked at their misery. "What's wrong with your team?" Some idiot blew himself up with an explosive. Han Thang tried to be the peacemaker. "Let it go. It's just a girl playing with her boyfriend. Let's be gentlemen." Unfortunately, the couple wouldn't quiet down. "I bumped the wall when I jumped. Did my baby get hurt? Let hubby play for you." Before he finished, he unloaded a clip into the wall. Han Thang was caught in the crossfire and froze for a few seconds. The couple remained as annoying as ever. "I got revenge for you, babe. Serves them right. Thanks, honey. Love you the most." This time, Han Thang lost it, yelling into his headset, "What the hell? Who even plays the game like that?" The couple fell silent for a moment. Then the boyfriend shot back aggressively. "This is how I play. If you don't like it, get lost, you noob." The Sioux, unable to stand it, jumped up. "Should I go find this idiot and teach him a lesson? Besides, he's in this internet cafe. Easy to find." But Han Thang remained calm. "If you want a real fight, do it outside. In-game matters should be handled in the game." The Sioux asked curiously. "Then how do we handle it?" Han Thang's next move surprised him. "Why did you drag me into this?" He quickly changed his aim and began sniping Old Six. Another enemy was hiding behind the door. Yang Ming seized the advantage as Han Thang fed him intel. "He's left of the crate! There's one more hiding by the back door!" The other couple could only groan in defeat. The girlfriend cried out, "How did I get shot through a wall?" Infuriating. Han Thang took a satisfying breath after his revenge. "Time for a smoke. I can lose, right? All this lovey-dovey stuff is just obnoxious." They gamed past 10 o'clock, debating an all-nighter. But Han Thang firmly refused. "I'm busy tomorrow. I have to go back early. Stay if you want, I won't stop you. I'll cover for you at the dorm check." At his words, everyone decided to leave together. As they left the net cafe, Han Thang saw a couple huddled close, likely staying the night. He gave a quick glance before turning away, feeling a sudden wave of sentimentality. This is the beautiful recklessness of youth, but years from now, who remembers the first girl they pulled an all-nighter with at a net cafe? Han Thang never noticed Luo Xuan sitting nearby, her eyes following his every move. Shi Chao called from the door. "Fourth bro, hurry up. We still have cards to play back at the dorm." Han Thang shook his head. "You guys go ahead. I need to make a call." Hearing that, Shi Chao and Yang Ming left without another thought. Han Thang stared at his screen for a long moment before slowly dialing the number. The call connected. It was Luo Xuan. Surprised to see his number, she answered to his familiar voice. "Is this the first time you've ever called me directly, senior?" Han Thang replied softly. "Yeah." Yet his brows were knitted together. He had to make things clear with Luo Xuan. There was no other possibility between them. "Think of me as a non-related older brother." Luo Xuan was stunned and confused. He called this late just to say that? Han Thang replied impatiently. "Basically, I'm hanging up." But Luo Xuan wouldn't give him the chance. "Senior Shen is working part-time at the milk tea shop. What do you think would happen if all the guys at school saw her real face?" Han Thang's gaze turned cold. Are you threatening me? She gave a faint, non-committal smile. I'm just mentioning a realistic possibility. He didn't bother to argue, answering decisively. If you want to threaten me, find better leverage. Shen Yuchu and I have been through life and death in the past year. You think this matters? With that said, Han Thang immediately hung up, leaving Luo Xuan calling his name on the other end. On Monday, he went to find Qi Wei, wanting to apologize for being too busy to speak with her sooner. Han Thang started to explain. Xiao Yu, I've been handling business at Xianning University, so I let this slip my mind. I'll be sure to remind her when I get back. He then smoothly changed the topic with a question. Senior Qi, you'll be a junior soon. Have you considered where you'll do your internship? She answered calmly. I'm waiting for the school's placement. If that fails, I'll find something myself. An idea immediately sparked in Han Thang's mind. I've recently partnered with a few electronics factories, and I know senior staff at both large and small companies. If you have any preferences, senior, I can certainly help arrange things. A simple internship would be no problem. He pitched his offer with intense enthusiasm. If you agree, senior, I can contact their HR department directly. Qi Wei didn't reject the offer, but she was still considering it. Let me think about it. Over at the milk tea shop, Lin Yu was summarizing a report. It was the general meeting to review the shop's business. She detailed the relationship between costs and profits since opening day. The shop's main shareholders were not just Han Thang, but also Shen Yuchu. Her role was clearly the lady boss, but she herself had never truly grasped that fact. And then there was Ye Shuilan, the shop's mentor, who held a steadfast dream of returning to university one day. The 4 other part-timers, all first years, sat silently like little birds. Lin Yu was obviously displeased. Classmate Han Thang, please take this seriously. We are discussing the entire future of our milk tea shop. He rubbed his eyes, muttering an apology. This was all Yang Shichao's fault. At 2:30 in the morning, he got up to cook noodles. The clatter was so loud, with no regard for anyone else. Lin Yu pouted in frustration. That's just like a boy. If Shichao does that again, you all need to speak up. You can't let him ruin your sleep. Han Thang answered nonchalantly. Oh, I was already awake at that time. Hearing this, Lin Yu's face flushed with anger. Then what were you doing? He gave a dazzling smile and replied, I was boiling dumplings. Yang Shichao heard the noise and decided to join me, making his own bowl of hot noodles. Lin Yu finally exploded, shouting, Get out! If you're not going to take this seriously, then just stop disrupting the meeting, can you? Han Thang leaned in, his voice a playful whisper. Relax, little Hu. I was just easing the tension. Little sister, take note, don't follow Senior Hu's example. A second year with no admirers. Swallowing her anger, Lam Nagu decisively declared the meeting open. She'd worked too hard for this review to let Han Thang derail it. She distributed a detailed report, breaking down daily income and expenses. From our grand opening until now, has anyone noticed any anomalies? Han Thang immediately analyzed the chart. The graph dips here, likely when that fatty caused trouble. Revenue rose, but costs soared, leaving almost no profit. Lam Nu hit the core issue. Business seems bustling, but our profits are minimal. Does anyone know the reason? She explained professionally. First, our supply costs are too high, fresh fruits, premium tea. Then there are utilities and rent. Employee salaries are also a major factor. Covering the initial repairs has also become a huge burden. And for the third point, she suddenly turned to face Han Thang. He caught her meaning instantly. I proposed setting aside 20% of the profits. That fund is untouchable. The school gave us this space. That money shows our gratitude, Lamgu countered. But the school already showed their trust by leasing it to us. Is it really necessary to reserve that much? He remained firm. The situation is complicated. It is not up for discussion. In short, that money is off limits. You'll have to find another way, student Hu. If the school hadn't given us this spot, would you even be here debating profits and losses? Unable to retort, Lam Ju steered the conversation back on track. All right, let's brainstorm ways to cut costs. The second and third expenses are fixed. We'll focus on a plan for purchasing and packaging. Everyone, please share your ideas. The team eagerly contributed, finally agreeing to change the milk tea packaging. Then, Hawkland suggested reducing the amount of fresh fruit and milk. As long as the taste is decent, it's fine. We don't need such expensive milk. Everyone was bringing up valid points. But Lam Nung waited for Han Thang's final verdict. He was adamant. We can't touch the packaging. It's the unique identity of our shop. For students, taste isn't the top priority. The eco-friendly packaging we offer is our foundation. At a price of 4 to 7 yuan, we can't go higher. It's not like our tea raises your IQ or helps you pass exams. However, I find Tu Diep's idea quite interesting. Lam Nu immediately shot it down. Isn't that just cutting corners on ingredients? Han Thang chuckled. How could you think so simply? His next words were irrefutable. Running a business at a loss is foolish. We aren't noble saints. Surviving on sentiment alone is impossible. First profit, then survival. After survival comes growth. Only then can we consider social responsibility. In this shop, Han Thang's word was final. To summarize, hygiene and cleanliness are our top priorities. As for reducing ingredients, it's not a concern. Our brand's core isn't flavor, but environmental consciousness. When the discussion ended, dusk had fallen. Han Thang noticed Ao So standing timidly behind the others. He started to speak, then paused. He walked closer, asking directly what was wrong as he gently touched her face. Ao So whispered, "It's because of the costs." He tried to explain. The discussion with Lam Gu put me in a tough spot. Principal 6 gave us this space, but it came with conditions. He wanted to help students from difficult backgrounds, but he also valued my potential as a top prospect. But you can't build a business on someone's favor alone. You need to show gratitude. That's why we must set aside 20% of our earnings. It's the perfect reason to build good relations with the dean and the seniors. They are all valuable social resources. Dean 6 was the one who arranged everything. Ah So looked completely lost. He smiled gently. It's all right if you don't understand. I do, and that's enough. Let me take you back to your dorm. So then whispered another suggestion. Some students came to study, but they left because all the seats were taken. If we move the chairs closer, we could fit more tables. That would increase our revenue. Han Thang was surprised by her idea. Maintain quality while increasing capacity. A brilliant, though tiring, solution. He understood her better than anyone. But is it really okay to cut corners on the ingredients? Ah So was still worried about him. He asked softly, "Does it bother your conscience?" Her answer was unexpected. "I'm just afraid you're the one who will be blamed." "I'm not afraid of that." He comforted her gently, his gaze filled with warmth. "Compared to that shop in the second-floor cafeteria, we're practically saints. Who would dare scold me?" She didn't answer, offering only a slight, gentle nod. He sighed, looking at her resilience, and added, "This might be a little harder on you." "It's okay," Ao So replied firmly. They held hands in a long, silent moment, each wishing the other well. Their hands tightened, the distance shrinking. A blush crept onto Ao So's face. She broke the silence, gently pulling her hand from his. "Well, I'm heading back to the dorm now." He gave a slight nod, letting her go. Oh So felt a pang of disappointment, but she just smiled softly. "You should get some rest, too." Han Thang was surprised by her sudden maturity. He glanced down at Do In Vian rubbing against his leg. "There's your mother, still a bit naive, but she's gentler now, and she's even thinking about how to get more customers." "Did you teach her that?" Han Thang chuckled, pushing the cat aside. "Come on, let's see your mom off. A small reward for growing up." Annoyed at being pushed, Don Vien's tail bristled. Night descended, cloaking the campus buildings in darkness. Ao So clutched her books, walking quietly through the dark alley. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head. In that moment, she saw Han Thang approaching, stepping slowly toward her. Ah So was stunned, her face flushing with embarrassment. He closed the distance in an instant. With a single move, Han Thang wrapped an arm around her slender waist, pulling her into his arms. Startled, Ao So dropped both her books. Noticing her sudden silence, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" In his heart, his thoughts drifted to another person. If this were Tio Nuni, she would have excitedly hugged him back, maybe even shouted while spinning in a circle. Facing Oso's crimson face, he couldn't help but tease her. "You're not even going to scream? That's no fun." Under the watchful eyes of everyone around, Oso dared not make a sound, her entire body as red as a ripe tomato. Being naturally quiet, she showed little emotion, only burying her head shyly deep into Han Thang's chest. After a while, they finally separated. He walked beside her along the long path, and it was Ao So who hesitantly spoke first. "I knitted gloves and a scarf for my aunt." Han Thang decided to tease her a bit more. "What's that got to do with me?" "They're not for you," she retorted quickly, before admitting, "I knitted some for you too," Ao So added gently. "I just wanted to make my aunt's first." Han Thang nodded. Give them to me tomorrow. I'll have someone deliver them. He walked her right to her dorm door and smiled. Go on in. Then he whispered a goodbye. The two lingered, waving softly at each other. As soon as she left, Han Thang lit a cigarette, his mind a chaotic mess of thoughts. Back in their first year, Thamao So, no matter how scared of being scolded, would never have thought to add more seats for customers. He took another drag from his cigarette, realizing Thamao So had matured immensely, and the change had happened so quickly. Han Thang sighed to himself. Being the main character was truly getting harder and harder. A large banner hung in the auditorium, announcing the rehearsal for the Humanities Department's freshman gala. Tran Han Thang nibbled on melon seeds as he observed, thinking to himself that the event's arrangements were decent enough. Just then, Tu Vu approached to talk. You're in charge of the Polytechnic University side. Who did you end up choosing? My senior Thuong Bang and I both feel Vuong Tu Bok is the most suitable choice. Tran Han Thang, however, disagreed. Normally, yes, Tu Bok would be fine, but he's been acting a bit strange lately. Tu Vu looked puzzled. Vuong Tu Bok has been handing out flyers in the dorms and even actively cleaning up, and he's usually so laid back. Although she was discussing things seriously, his eyes were glued to the beautiful MC on stage. Tu Vu could only roll her eyes, sighing helplessly. She had to drag the conversation back to the main topic. Hurry up and make a decision. I have an early class tomorrow, and then I have to check the program at Donghai University. The market over at the Polytechnic University seems stable now. Tran Han Thang gave a non-committal reply. I also want to see what kind of game he's trying to play. He had boldly tested the waters at Bach, Koa, Kien, Neep, and even the police academy. This express delivery service, the designated manager would be Vuong Tu Bok. Tu Vu let out a soft sigh of relief. All right, I'll discuss it with him tomorrow then. Next, we prepare to launch our service at 4 more universities: Donghai Sports, Audit, and Arts. He clenched his fist excitedly, his voice firm. When that time comes, we will control the logistics for all the campuses. Kien Yep as well. Tran Ha Thang added, we could even start a company on campus. You'd get promoted, get a raise, maybe even marry a tycoon, and reach the pinnacle of your life. Tu Vu teased back, I'm not really fond of tycoons. I'd prefer a sincere guy. Tran Ha Thang immediately brought up Vuong Tu Bok. What about my childhood friend? He's not charming enough, Tu Vu said coolly. Tran Ha Thang was speechless. Women are so hard to read. At exactly 7 p.m., the event officially began. In the guest section, Tran Ha Thang and Tich V sat, listening as she shared some unverified rumors. Apparently, someone saw her on a leisurely stroll with a handsome man at Tan Nai Kao. Noticing the host's shocked expression, Tran Ha Thang asked Han, You're only showing us this now? She was smiling, but her heart wasn't in it. This source is completely unreliable, just fabricated gossip spreading everywhere. Student Tran Ha Thang. Must you always be so sarcastic? Duong Min, eavesdropping from behind, teased, fourth brother, daring to joke with a teacher, truly befitting the leader of Class 602. Tran Ha Thang shot back, Do you even deserve this precious seat I arranged for you? I should reconsider letting you sit at all. Tikvi cut in to remind them. The performance is about to start. The MC's voice then began to fill the hall. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the freshman gala for the Humanities Department. Tran Ha Thang casually observed the MC, Ha Swang, wondering why he wore so much foundation. The guy had the unmistakable air of a scumbag. Tichvi replied in a cold tone, You're not wrong. He's no good. He was involved in a major scandal last year. Tran Ha Thang's curiosity was instantly piqued. Tell me more. She calmly refused. Later, when the time is right. Not now. He was already the subject of many rumors at school. Just as the opening act started, Tran Ha Thang's friends continued their discussion. This rhythm is clearly offbeat. Her back isn't flexible enough. He commented quietly. Does a dancer's form really matter? Even standing still, she's the highlight of the team. After the performance, the two MCs began their banter. That junior just now was so graceful. Could she be the new belle of the freshman class? It's truly hard to guess. Our academy is nothing like other schools. Rumor has it that Donghai University had a beloved belle, but she eventually left. That has never happened here at the Finance Academy. Can you guess why? Maclai asked with curiosity. I wonder if my senior can solve this riddle for me? Ha, Swang continued his rambling speech. It's because the beauties of the Finance Academy are simply countless. You never know when you'll meet the next one. Someone once told me that the most beautiful girl in the academy appeared at the new campus milk tea shop. I was skeptical, until a glimpse from afar left me stunned. Ha Swang praised her without restraint. At that moment, she was chatting with some other girls and casually looked up. I can only use a line of poetry to describe it. That gentle dip of her head was like a white lotus in a cold wind. Hearing this, Mac Lai was surprised by the over-the-top praise. Is that really true? Ha Swang then unknowingly crossed Tran Han Thang's line. I believe she is the most beautiful girl at the Finance Academy, admired by all and pursued by many. Duong Min asked Brother Tran, annoyed. Isn't this fool talking about Shen Yusu? Isn't it obvious? His tone was like ice. Who else could it be but her? Tran Han Thang pondered quietly. Had Shen Yusu's beauty been revealed 2 years early, and now this loudmouth Ha Swang was discussing her in front of this huge crowd? A shadow fell over Tran Han Thang's face, as if he thought settling accounts with this guy could be interesting. Tich V then decided to reveal everything she knew. Don't think Ha Swang is a third year. He's actually a fourth year who took a year off. Originally an accounting major, he speaks well and has clean-cut looks. He got a girl from the accounting department pregnant, but in the end, he denied all responsibility. The girl's family raised hell at the school, but Ha Swang's influential parents smoothed everything over, and the girl was forced to have an abortion. He was only suspended for a year. The first and second year students have no idea, and even most third years don't know the full story. Don't let his prim MC act fool you. That kind of filth can never be washed clean. After hearing the story, Tran Han Thang asked a single question. Where is that girl now? Tik Vi said with a heavy heart. She's still at school, a fourth year now. She used to be so vibrant, but now she's like a walking ghost. She probably hates Ha Swang enough to tear him limb from limb. From the back row, Duong Min exclaimed, the school's handling of this was completely unfair. Tich V sighed and explained. Ha Swang's parents paid compensation, and the school threatened to withhold her diploma. How could a single student fight against such powers? Tran Han Thang let out a small, humorless laugh. No wonder she wouldn't even look at Ha Swang during rehearsal this afternoon. So this was the reason. Tich Vi was not pleased. You can still laugh? A scumbag like that. His real target might be Shen Yusu. You need to take this seriously. Tran Han Thang's smile slowly vanished. His gaze turned sharp, his expression chilling over. He suddenly turned and asked everyone directly, Does Ha Swang know about my relationship with Shen Yusu? Duong Min confirmed it instantly. No doubt. He knew. That guy glanced at fourth brother. Nothing escapes my sharp eyes. Tich V chimed in. I think he knew, too. You're famous at the Finance Academy. Even if he wasn't in the student council, he was close with Tran Han Du. Those guys are all from the well-known rich families here, a world apart from us. Tran Han Thang raised an eyebrow, smirking. Since when did this academy have rich heirs? At a top university, maybe. But at a second-rate school, the lines were clear. Tich Vi bristled at him insulting their own school. She reminded him the next performance was starting as the host left the stage. After the ceremony ends, I'll have a proper talk with him. Tran Han Thang coolly refused her support. Avoiding fights wasn't his style. He preferred counterattacking, which always surprised Tich V. He raised his hand decisively. They just got off stage. I'll call them over and ask them directly. Just then, Ha Swang and Mac Lai spotted him. Mac Lai quickly walked over to where Han Thang was seated. He greeted him politely. President Tran, you called for me? Han Thang gave a friendly smile. Could you please ask Ha Swang to come here? Hearing this, she quickly ran to his side. Ha Swang was slightly annoyed by the summons. Who was he to be so cold? Mac Lai was stunned. Was he genuinely clueless or just pretending? He'd been here for nearly 2 months, right? How could he not know Tran Han Thang? At the familiar name, Ha Swang feigned indifference. Oh, him. Does he need a host over by me? She immediately pointed toward Han Thang. But he's still staring right at you. Ha Swang bit his lip, his irritation obvious, but he was forced to walk over. He asked bluntly, What is it? Han Thang didn't beat around the bush. I opened that milk tea shop on campus. Did you know about it? To that direct question, Ha Swang just answered with contempt. So what if I knew, and what if I didn't? Seeing Ha Swang provoking him, he suppressed his rising anger. So, you did know. You enter a temple, you pay respects. You came to my territory without a single greeting, then you went and touched my people. Aren't you a little too confident in yourself? Ha Swang's temper flared, and he yelled back, You're the confident one, Mr. Vice President, acting like you're number one. Let's see who'd tolerate you in the real world. Suddenly, a voice cut in. That's enough. It was Van Luong, arriving just in time. The next act is about to begin. The host stepped onto the stage, and all eyes turned to him. The entire hall was shocked. It was the department head. In that moment, he contained his emotions and stormed off. Han Thang quickly found an excuse to escape the heavy air. Department head, I just remembered something urgent, so I have to leave. As he turned, Van Luong called out to him, because you're the student council's vice president, a role model for this academy, there are small matters you should be more generous about. Hearing this, Han Thang frowned, but replied respectfully, Thank you for the reminder, sir. Meanwhile, Tik V and a colleague were whispering. She showed her disdain. Honestly, for the first time, I hope Tran Han Thang makes a scene. Someone as irresponsible as Ha Suang is still in our class. It's disgusting. The colleague was calmer. Don't be so hasty. Ha Suang's transfer to the humanities department was approved by the department head himself. I'll send Han Thang a text to gently remind him to keep a level head. Tich V's eyes widened in surprise as she asked doubtfully, Teacher, why do you think Tran Han Thang can win? She just smiled. It's simple intuition. Things he's never done before give off a powerful feeling. Outside the hall, the Sue's group was clearly upset. Fourth brother, that dog was too arrogant. Are you just going to swallow this? Though still fuming, Han Thang replied in a cold tone. Do I look like the type to just take it and bow my head? I'll make this perfectly clear. From my first year, I dared to clash head-on with the powerful student council VP. The words stable and peaceful have never been in my vocabulary. Han Thang's words made Qian Nam anxious, who quickly tried to intervene. But the department head just warned you. Before he could finish, Han Thang cut him off with a decisive tone. I know my limits. You guys go on. I need to arrange a few things. As Han Thang's figure vanished, the crowd couldn't help but discuss him. One of them voiced his doubt. I really don't get it. Usually, it's a blessing from the heavens if Brother Hua doesn't cause trouble for a day. Which of us five hasn't been beaten by him? Why provoke him by playing dumb? Hearing this, Shi Chao offered his theory. Maybe taking a year off made his head fuzzy. He Chang had another idea, assuming the academy was still like last year. Meanwhile, in Luo Xuan's dorm, a phone suddenly rang. She answered quickly, her voice polite. Good evening, Senior Chen. On the other end, Han Sheng's voice was sharp with anger. Drop the innocent act. You leaked the info on Shen Yuchu, didn't you? Luo Xuan admitted it instantly, without hesitation. Yes, I was the one who spread it. Shen's position has always made her the academy's most prominent female student. Hearing this, Han Sheng's voice turned cold with a chilling warning. Fine, you just wait. First, I'll deal with that scum. Then I'm settling the score with you. Despite the threat, the girl asked innocently, How exactly will you deal with me? Han Sheng couldn't contain his rage and roared, I'll send you to the one you've always yearned for. Luo Xuan stared at her phone, whispering a question to herself. But isn't the one I desire to you? Back with Han Sheng, his fury had yet to subside. So that's why guys keep buying milk tea. It was all because of this. Seeing his mood, Lin Yu looked utterly confused. But won't the milk tea shop sell more? I ordered 10 sets of rattan chairs today. I should have ordered more. Han Sheng turned to scold her, but then suddenly stopped, a gentle smile forming on his lips. I thought you'd curse Luo Xuan, but you went straight to business. Truly a dedicated manager. I've found a real gem. Han Sheng's praise was generous, making her feel a bit flustered. It's nothing. At this point, Lin Yu could only sigh helplessly. Luo Xuan, I truly have no way to deal with her. Such a young girl with such cunning tricks. But Yu Chu must face the world eventually. I can't keep her locked up forever. He suddenly glanced at Yu Chu with a strange expression, a crazy idea sparking in his mind. That's an interesting thought. Maybe I should buy a chain tomorrow and lock you up at home for fun. His teasing made her cheeks flush bright red. Han Sheng gently stroked her cheek and continued to poke fun. This part is also important. I'll buy a chain to keep you at home. How about it? So, I'm giving you a 2-week break. You can study in your dorm or go out. Don't pay attention to any rumors. Just wait. In 2 weeks, I guarantee nothing more will happen. Though it was a strange request, she nodded in agreement. At the same time, He Chang was casually calling his best friend. The moment he spoke, Tian Yu's furious voice erupted from the other end. Why did you dare provoke Chen Han Sheng? Yet, He Chang remained oddly calm. Look how tense you are. A sophomore getting this worked up? Are you even worthy of being the student council president? Meanwhile, Tian Yu continued to scold him. You took a year off. You don't understand how Tran Han Thang works. You two are from different worlds. River water and well water don't mix, so why clash? Despite Tian Yu's constant warnings, He Chang maintained his usual carefree demeanor. This has nothing to do with me. He's the petty one. I just spoke the truth. He's practically engaged but still cheats. One shouldn't pursue a girl who is taken. However, Tian Yu replied gravely, for the sake of our past friendship, I'll say this one last time. You can pursue a taken girl, but in this academy, Tran Han Thang's girl is absolutely off limits. He had tried with all his heart to warn his friend. I know Tran Han Thang. I can be the mediator. Just apologize, and this misunderstanding will fade away. But He Chang was stubborn and refused to listen. He got a girl pregnant. Her parents came to his house, and yet he's still fine. How can he possibly defy the elders? Talking to him is completely pointless. Tian Yu could only sigh in defeat. Fine, you're on your own. He ended the call, still fuming over his headstrong friend. At that moment, Fang Qi began to clean the small shop. Seeing her, Tian Yu asked a few questions. Classmate, how was business today? Her face showed a mix of confusion and surprise. I'm not sure what happened. Many guys came to buy milk tea, then scattered everywhere looking for someone. Unable to curb his curiosity, he pressed her. Was Shen Yu Chu here? Fang Qi shook her head in confirmation. Xiao Chu requested time off. 2 full weeks. Hearing this, Thien Du understood everything. Han Thang was clearly hiding her, shielding her from the coming trouble. He had already begun his move against Ha Suang. Still, he felt a flicker of satisfaction. Putting that scumbag in his place would be good. The next day at lunch, Lin sat alone. She stared blankly, her food untouched. Suddenly, a voice spoke right beside her. It was Han Thang, calling out softly, Senior On. She looked up, curious to see who it was. He calmly approached and sat down right in front of her. The moment she saw him, her expression soured. A deep unease washed over her as she cursed his name. Instantly, Lin's face darkened. Without a word, she grabbed her tray and tried to leave. Seeing her about to flee, he quickly stopped her. Senior On, he asked, do you want revenge on Ha Suang? Hearing the name of the man who ruined her life, Lin's eyes flickered with emotion. She turned to face him, her gaze intense. How? She demanded, her eyes red with cold, dark fury. Is Ha Suang someone you can just get revenge on? After everything he did, he's still here, living normally. This world offers no protection for the weak. But Han Thang wasn't surprised. People called her a soulless doll, and it wasn't an exaggeration. Despite her refusal, he pressed on. Lin's face flushed with anger. She finally screamed in anguish and despair. Stop mocking me! Do you think I don't want revenge? But in this academy, who dares defy his family, or the school's power? Seeing her break down, he was momentarily stunned, but he patiently continued. My name is Han Thang. Senior On. You must have heard of me, right? A flicker of recognition crossed her face. They'd never met, but the rumors were plenty. He was a well-known figure at the finance academy. She slowly regained her composure and sat back down. What is it that you really want from me? Again, Han Thang didn't hesitate, revealing his true motive. I mentioned getting revenge on Ha Suang. His strange words only deepened her suspicion. She wondered why he was so focused on her, but he decided to lay his cards on the table. If I said I was just helping the weak because I hate him, you wouldn't believe me. So I'll be direct. Ha Suang crossed me too. I don't want to see his face at this school anymore. He then made his offer to Senior On. Let's join forces. Our goal is the same. But a shadow of worry still lingered on her face. She seemed to weigh her options carefully. Then she flatly refused. I don't want to get involved. Sorry, he said, seeing right through her. You're afraid the school won't let you graduate, aren't you? Lin's trembling, clenched fist betrayed her anxiety. I'm not like you. My parents have high hopes for me. Without a degree, I won't even find a job. With that, she left Han Thang standing alone in the courtyard. His eyes followed her retreating figure as she hurried away with a brief apology. But he wasn't giving up. He quickly followed her, calling out, Senior On, are you free later? She tried desperately to get away. I said I don't want to cooperate. Realizing he couldn't convince her, he changed his approach. If you won't, then I'll take you somewhere else. But Lin still refused, softly replying, I don't have time. Facing her stubbornness, his patience wore thin, so he decided to strike where it hurt most. Senior On. Your life is already like this. Can it get any worse? Just trust me once. You can't carry this burden to your future husband." Those words stopped her in her tracks. Lin bit her lip, holding back. She tried to suppress her emotions. All she wanted was to graduate and leave this painful place behind. To find a new city, start over from zero, and marry a kind, honest man to build a warm family with. But reality was cruel. Tears of pain and despair finally fell. Until now, she had comforted herself with that beautiful dream, but Han Thang's words shattered the fragile illusion. Now, Lin had to admit it was true. The past couldn't be erased, no matter how much she ran from it. Realizing his words had gone too far, he felt a brief flicker of regret. "My apologies. Perhaps I was too blunt." Han Sheng patiently continued, advising her to face the man head-on for closure, rather than avoiding him. Only then could she truly release her burdens and begin a new life. With that, he held out a document before Lin. "My car is parked right over there. Ha Suang is still a student here. My patience is wearing thin from this ordeal." But she still didn't fully trust Han Thang. "If you plan on tricking me, I might just do something reckless." Hearing this, he let out a soft chuckle. "My time is more valuable than you can possibly imagine. What do I gain from toying with you?" After speaking, Han Thang politely opened the car door for Lin. "We're making a stop first." The scene shifts to a small shop where Dai Dung was busy working. Suddenly, Han Thang appeared, tapping his shoulder. "Could you grab me 2 bottles of water and a pack of tissues?" At first, Dai Dung dismissed him. But when he turned, a familiar presence made him blurt out, "Boss Tran Han Thang." He simply repeated the request. "Could you bring me 2 bottles of water and a pack of tissues, please?" This time, Dai Dung eagerly agreed. Han Thang took the items. "I don't have any small change on me today." He waved his hands frantically. "It's nothing. No need to pay. If Boss Tran paid me, it would be an insult." Han Thang walked away with a satisfied smile, murmuring, "Thanks." Seeing Lin's confused face, he explained, "A friend of mine opened this campus store." Still, she glanced back, her eyes filled with doubt. Han Thang then mentioned their next destination. "We're heading to the electronics factory now." His luxury car glided down the road. They stopped before a modern building. It was then Lin realized Han Thang's true position. Everywhere he went, people bowed to him respectfully. The door to the room they entered closed swiftly. Han Thang sat, letting out a heavy sigh. Lin hesitantly asked him, "Is this your family's factory? If it is, it's terrifying." The scale suggested hundreds of workers. Before he could reply, a secretary entered. "Han Thang, here's the sales report. Director Lam asked me to give it to you." "All right." Without looking at the file, he asked, "Miss Hua, is the administration department still short-staffed?" Han Thang's intent was clear. "I'd like to recommend a senior student for a position." The secretary glanced at Lin, then replied, "Of course. On behalf of administration, welcome." Still, he hesitated. "What if she doesn't have her degree yet?" Miss Hua answered immediately, "That's not important at all. A degree is secondary. Your recommendation is enough." Hearing this, Han Thang finally seemed to relax. He quietly said his thanks. "Thank you, Miss Hua." He then politely walked the secretary to the door. Han Thang glanced at her, his voice gentle. "I just need to review this. Please, rest here for a moment." Lin quickly sat down as he arranged. She now observed Han Thang with intense focus. This man was truly on another level. Despite his reputation, his ability was clear. No wonder he was so sure of his solution. As if sensing her gaze, Han Thang broke the silence. "Apologies, I need to meet with 2 more people." She just smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's fine." Seeing Lin watching him work, he understood and quickly wrapped up his business. "You 2 can head back. Report to me immediately if anything happens." A moment later, they were moving to the next location. He told Lin, "Let's return to campus. I just remembered one more thing." The car sped up, then stopped before a familiar security gate. Han Thang then drove slowly onto school grounds. Inside the car, he began to share a bit about himself. "I don't really have any great strengths. I just enjoy making friends, so I know people everywhere at school." Han Thang then emphasized the core of his plan. "I intend to handle Ha Suang within the student council. No one dares to oppose Tran Han Thang, so they must at least remain neutral." He then had Lin wait in the hall, explaining he was meeting the dean for a talk and that she should wait by the door. Lin waited quietly, overhearing Han Thang reporting on the milk tea shop's business and asking for management advice. After the presentation, the dean replied with a few cold, sarcastic remarks. She glanced at the nameplate outside the office, filled with an indescribable surprise. Soon after, he quickly pushed the door open. Han Thang walked past On Lin, announcing they were going to the sports field. Outside, a group was chatting loudly. Business was excellent today. Of course, it's great news, all thanks to some enthusiastic promotion. Will you be free to help out later? The other person immediately refused. I'm busy. Could you grab 2 milk teas for us? I need to discuss something. Hearing this, the other man teased, playing the lazy boss. Are we? After they left the campus, he was the first to speak. What was it you wanted to ask me earlier? On Lin's face grew stern. She needed to know what he planned to do next. Seeing her resolute expression, Han Thang felt a slight jolt. This woman looked poised for revenge. Her entire aura felt completely different. A sense of apprehension rose within him. A woman's wrath is a truly fearsome thing. Han Thang guided On Lin back to the main point. Our objectives are similar, but they also have a clear difference. The common ground is Ha Swang, he said calmly. The only difference is that you still hold a grudge. Truthfully, my relationship with the school is fine, so I cannot appear directly in this matter. Han Thang slowly explained. We need to set a stage. Everyone knows I'm on your side, but they lack any concrete proof. I'll appear as if I'm calming the conflict. He then laid out his plan. You will handle spreading the story, and I will absorb all the pressure from their side, including Ha Swang's parents. Lam Nu quietly listened to their discreet conversation. Han Thang seemed so confident, but what would the final outcome be? Of course, he has to disappear. If he stays at this school, I won't even be able to eat in peace. He then used a promise to earn On Lin's trust, firmly guaranteeing that no matter how loud things got, she would ovulate in 6 months with her degree. If you don't get your degree, I will find you another job myself. With that, Han Thang carefully watched her expression. Now, it all depended on whether the hatred in her heart was strong enough. To his question, On Lin said nothing. Her hands began to tremble inexplicably. Then, filled with resentment, On Lin crushed the cup in her hand. He destroyed my youth and my family. You ask if I feel hatred? She choked back tears. No one in this world despises that man more than I do. Seeing that look, Han Thang let out a sigh of relief. Good, that makes it easier. I'll show you exactly what to do. After their talk, On Lin stood, smiled, and thanked everyone before saying she would head home first. As her figure disappeared through the door, Lam Nugu finally let out a long breath. For a moment there, I was actually scared. I never expected a woman's revenge to be so fierce. It seems what they write in novels is rooted in reality. She then turned to Han Thang, her eyes questioning if it was really worth the risk of making such a huge scene. Seeing her question, he answered calmly. Tham Ao So couldn't have hidden it forever. That truth was unchangeable. Lam Gu nodded slightly in agreement. I guess that's not wrong. Suddenly, Han Thang changed the topic. Do you think Tham Ao So is beautiful? A hint of jealousy sparked in her, but she had to admit that the girl's beauty was radiant. Han Thang's voice was firm and confident. Someone like that is bound to be popular, with countless guys pursuing her. Who has time to handle them one by one? Instead, Qibong will target the most arrogant one to make an example. He spoke with a strategic smile. Before anyone else gets any ideas, the thought of Ha Swang's fate will be enough to make them reconsider. The key to everything is still Ha Swang. He was a terrible person to begin with, so there's no need to worry about moral pressure. Seeing Han Thang's confidence, Lam Nu couldn't help but tease him. Tran Han Thang, you truly are a master strategist. He maintained a gentle smile. Thank you for the compliment, Manager Ho. The next morning, the university campus appeared modern and expansive. Soon, a lively discussion erupted among a group of students, their eyes fixed on the words of a banner. Instantly, On Lin became the hottest topic of conversation. I haven't even had breakfast, and I'm already swallowing a huge piece of gossip. And it was no small piece. She quickly hid her face, leaving only her cold, sharp eyes visible. The stark red words on the banner ignited the students' curiosity. Who is this Ha Swang, and what did he do? Sounds like he got a girl pregnant, the friend next to him added. Isn't that right? And she can't even find his dorm? One of them grumbled. If it weren't so hard to skip class today, I'd go see who this Ha Swang guy really is. At that very moment, a young man sprinted down the hall. He burst through a door and yelled, Ha Swang! Get up! Quick! There's a girl downstairs holding a banner with your name on it. Ha Swang was still drowsy, muttering with a tired voice. I'm still trying to sleep. Is it some girl confessing her love? His friend yelled back, furious. You can still joke at a time like this? That banner out there says you got a girl pregnant. Hearing this, Ha Swang shot upright. A flash of panic crossed his eyes, his face filled with anxiety as cold sweat dripped down. He muttered to himself, "It can't be her." Seeing the crowd of students up ahead, Ha Swang immediately rushed toward them. As he got closer, he finally saw who was ruining him. It was On Lin. Ha Swang seethed, a curse escaping his lips. Why wouldn't she just stop? Just then, the whispers of the crowd reached his ears. All about him. "I just passed room 2011. I can't believe our dorm has such a scumbag." His face tightened, a mix of panic and confusion. Ha Swang gritted his teeth in fury. It seems he could escape the monk, but not the temple. He lunged forward, shoving through the crowd as he roared, "Get out of the way!" He then glared at her, his voice a low growl. "What do you think you're doing? This was all over. What's the point of this banner? Take it down for me, now." The nearby students saw him, their gazes shifting as they started whispering among themselves. Despite Ha Swang's harsh threat, Wenling remained perfectly calm. Seeing this, he stepped forward, unable to accept her silence. "You won't? Fine, I'll tear it down myself and deal with you later." Just then, Bang Fai stepped out to block him. "What are you doing? Why are you taking down our banner?" Hearing this, he was momentarily flustered. "What do you mean, your Times banner?" He impatiently pointed to the one underneath. "Ha," Swung quickly explained. "I'm not tearing down your banner. I just want to remove the one on top." Just then, Than Long stepped before him with a fierce glare. "How would we know which one you're trying to rip? So it's best you don't come closer. What if you tear ours by mistake?" Under the pressure, Ha Suong's voice trembled slightly. "I really don't want to fight with you guys." Though he tried to explain, they coldly ignored him. "People's hearts are unpredictable. Can't anyone see my pain? Just trust me this one time." But he couldn't change their minds. He finally snapped, his words turning harsh. "Look at me. Isn't it obvious?" But Than Long was unmoving, refusing to look, yet blocking his path. Seeing Ha Swang's awkward predicament, a few students started to snicker and mock him. Those two were clearly messing with him. Fury erupted, and he roared, "Do you have any idea who I am?" He replied calmly, his voice dripping with scorn. "No idea. I've heard of the school president, the department president, and my class president." Than Long then shot him a look of pure contempt. "You talk like you're someone special. Go on, tell us your background. Amaze us." Hearing that sarcasm, Ha Swang felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He thought he was well known, having emceed many events, but it turned out even regular students didn't recognize him. He was getting annoyed when they shoved him aside. "If you're done, stop blocking the way. Keep causing trouble, and I'll give you a slap you won't forget." Ha Swang's face was a mask of confusion and rage. Those two were from Rocket Girls 101. Who was the mastermind behind that group? In that instant, a name flashed through his mind. Chen Ha Thang. Ha Swang immediately bolted out the door. "Hey, are you people even in charge here? Someone is openly hanging a banner to ruin my reputation." A middle-aged woman with an annoyed yet indifferent look replied, "What's all the shouting about? We were just passing by, but that young lady wouldn't listen, and 2 male students were blocking the way." She sighed helplessly. "What could we do? We're in a hurry ourselves." Hearing this, his fury mounted. "What do you mean you don't know? Call campus security immediately." Furious, Ha Swang grabbed his phone to call. "Hello? Security? This is male dorm block. Someone is causing a disturbance with a banner." Security guards immediately rushed toward Wen Ling's location. Seeing them, Bang Fai quickly whispered, "Senior Wen," Brother Chen said to retreat when security shows up. "No need for a direct conflict." The two quickly packed up and left. The guards looked around, confused. Wasn't there a disturbance here? What happened? Why did they all leave? A middle-aged man spoke up. "I asked a student. They said it was Rocket Girls 101. It seems Chen Ha Thang is involved." The younger guard was still puzzled. "But his relationship with us is quite good. So how should we handle this?" The man offered a simple solution. "What else can we do? We just need to save some face." Watching Wenling's group disappear, the man seemed to understand. His people left right away. He doesn't want to clash with us. Chen Ha Thang is a smart kid. We won't make a real move. We'll just play along with his act. Even after things settled, Ha Swang's rage still simmered, a feeling almost too intense to imagine. How could that man be such a person? He wondered if he was being too lenient on himself. Teen Du asked with a hint of suspicion. He lost control and made a few taunts. "Are you thinking too highly of him?" Tran Han Thang once demoted 10 deputy ministers to mere clerks. At this, Teen Du's tone turned grave. This proved that if he chose not to act, he wouldn't. But once he made a move, he would annihilate the root of the problem. On the other end of the line, Ha Swang was still confused. He patiently explained further. What I mean is, this incident isn't over. Just you wait and see. Don't say another word. I'm currently eating. Despite his calm words, a cold sweat slicked his forehead, his tense face betraying his deep unease. The next morning, students were buzzing outside the cafeteria again as a new banner was unfurled, the gossip surrounding a guy named Ha Swang. At the same time, yesterday's banner was rehung in its original place. A student asked with a curious voice, "Who is Ha Swang? Do you know him?" The friend next to him simply shook his head, feigning ignorance. At that very moment, Ha Swang appeared, his expression a mask of pure fury. He shoved through the crowd, his face twisted in frustration as he hurled curses. Seeing this, his two friends quickly stepped in front of him, shouting, "Ha Swang, get lost! Who allowed you to come here and cause trouble? I'll give you a warning slap." Ha Swang immediately tried to defend himself. "I had no intention of tearing down your banners." But the other guy didn't care, his voice a low growl threatening to chase him away. "It looks to me like you're about to rip our banner to shreds. Take one more step, and I'll act immediately." The banner detailed every shadowy part of his past, actions that had cost him his humanity. The students immediately made Ha Swang the target of their ridicule. He roared in utter frustration. "Damn it, are you people going to handle this or not?" The security guard just gave a perfunctory reply. "This isn't within my scope of responsibility. I only ensure the safety of property inside the classrooms." Ha Swang's frustration boiled over. If he had a gun, he'd have shot them all to pieces by now. After that thought, Ha Swang shot a furious glare directly at On Lin's group. His self-control was beginning to shatter. Ha Swang charged madly toward her, intent on revenge. As he cursed inwardly, Duong Min's group brazenly stood in his way. He stared wide-eyed, his threatening voice demanding he leave. "You dare cause a scene here? I'll give you a slap to remember." Seeing this, he instantly flinched and shrank back. Ha Swang desperately kept calling out Tran Han Thang's name. Seeing the guard helping them straighten the banner, Ha Swang trembled violently, driven mad with rage. This world was simply too dark. Ha Swang questioned himself relentlessly. Why do the wicked always band together? Seeing them cooperate sent him deeper into despair. The school security is practically useless. Who else is there? Who else can possibly help me? Ha Swang scrolled through his phone, searching for hope. His eyes suddenly lit up when he remembered Tran Han Thang. A new belief sparked, and he frantically dialed the number. Perhaps that man could save him. But the phone only rang once before falling silent. He cursed under his breath. Amid the stress and confusion, Ha Swang thought of a final option. It was shameful, but he couldn't ignore it. He had to find his advisor or the department head for help. At a milk tea shop with a pleasant atmosphere, Bang Fai was clutching his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Ha Swang's horrified expression this morning made me and Lao Luke laugh until our stomachs ached. He continued his taunts without restraint. This afternoon he said if he had a gun, he'd shoot us. Thinking about it, Bang Fai burst into laughter again. He fell flat on his face, leaving the cafeteria at noon. That shows just how terrified he really is. Juvu approached to criticize Han Thang's actions. Such a foolish prank. You find this entertaining? But he was simply ignored. What do you know? This is just a little bit of my lingering childishness. Han Thang then turned to order Thon Long's group. Stop the nonsense. You and Bang Fai take a banner to Building B's lower level. If we're providing 3 meals a day, we must see the job through. We have to prepare a late-night meal for Senior Ha Swang. He flashed a wicked smile, telling him to rest easy. At that moment, Ha Swang's friend pointed at the banner now hanging high. It's appeared again. They're back at it. He turned back, calling his name in a weary tone. If you can't handle this, Ha Swang, just report it to the advisor. Every single time, you drag the honor of Dorm 2011 down with you. The reputation of Room 2001 was ruined. He couldn't stop his angry outburst. Tran Han Thang is no different from a gangster. He had just joined the student council and already overthrew the reputable chairman Chu Hio. You basically stand no chance against him. In response, Ha Swang could only let out a helpless sigh. I know. He then pulled out his phone, quickly dialing security, reporting that there was an issue below Building B, but the other side replied with indifference. Someone hung another banner? Yeah, we know. His tone was utterly impatient. Just then, Baoan stepped out, sternly warning Thonlong's group. It's past 9:30 at night. Can't you people stop for even a moment? He awkwardly explained they had meant to stop, but forgot to sign off after arranging the late-night meal for Senior Ha. He quickly changed the subject. The captain also has a message for Tran Han Thang. Than Long froze, asking, what message? A sense of dread crept over him. Was this a real warning? Baoan scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. Let's agree on a schedule, the two of us. For example, 7 in the morning, around 12 at noon, or 4 in the afternoon is fine, and tonight at exactly 9. If you're working tomorrow, can you follow this schedule? He quickly added an explanation. This way, it's easier for us to arrange our manpower. Otherwise, we get a mission during a cold mealtime and can't even get a bowl of hot porridge. The next morning, the campus courtyard was buzzing with student chatter. The story of the scumbag was spreading. Rumor had it, Ha Swang's parents believed from start to finish that the female student had seduced their son. They promised 30,000 yuan, but only paid 3,000 for the procedure, ignoring the girl's humiliation. Just then, before everyone, Duok Bin suddenly appeared. Ko Kwan politely greeted the secretary good morning. He didn't reply, cutting straight to the point. Yes. A lot of noisy things have been happening at school, Ko Kwan quickly presented. Besides the debate competition, is there another issue? A hint of disappointment surfaced within her. Actually, the Finance Academy's forum nearly exploded yesterday. Though the admin deleted posts, countless remained. The girl beside her quickly reminded Ko Kwan, the debate is still a whole month away. The most shocking news these past 2 days is definitely about that scumbag. Hearing Ha Swang's name, she glanced at Tik Vi and casually teased her. Tich Vi, Ha Swang, is a student in your department too. She acted as if she was used to this rumor. Isn't Ha Swang already infamous? The girl continued enthusiastically. She and Ha Swang weren't close, but someone else was much closer. It turns out all of this is related to Tran. She was excited to reveal another secret. But the scrutinizing looks from Ko Kwan and Teach V made her tremble, so she quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. Honestly, everything is a tangled mess right now. We should just focus on the intense debate. At that, they immediately returned to their work. Nearby, Duok Bin sighed heavily, his face filled with helplessness. The scene then shifts to Van Luang's room. People usually call him the director. At this moment, he began questioning Tran about Han Thang repeatedly hanging banners. Were you the one behind this? Without hesitating, he nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, it was me. Hearing that answer, Van Luang became stern. He watched Han Thang's every move with caution, then asked for the reason behind his actions. Yet he maintained a strangely calm expression. Since the director is asking personally, I have nothing to hide. With a steady, shining gaze, Han Thang solemnly stated his reason. Because On Lin is the woman I love, and I want to reclaim justice for her. He declared it plainly, despite the consequences. Seeing the resolve in his eyes, Van Luang was stunned, his mouth slightly agape. Disbelieving, he had to ask once more. Han Thang firmly repeated, I love On Lin very much. I have never rejected her past. Even so, the old wounds still cling to her. She can't easily break free. And I, a person with a position in this school, can't even protect or avenge the woman I love. What meaning does my career path have then? Finishing his words, he shouted with determined eyes. To put it simply, in this finance academy, if he exists, I don't. If I'm here, he cannot be. Faced with Han Thang's arrogant demeanor, Trung Van couldn't help but sigh. Truly, his acting was far too brilliant. Hearing this, Van Luang's expression showed a hint of helplessness. Even if Han Thang wanted revenge for his girlfriend, he couldn't disrupt the school's discipline. He immediately stated clearly, I never intended to break school rules, but Ha Swang is living freely, while On Lin is like a soulless body. Such an outcome is truly unfair. He advised Han Thang to find a better girl, but he insisted he only loved Senior On. When warned about creating chaos in the school, Han Thang immediately replied, That has nothing to do with me. If you have proof, then present it, leaving the other two at a loss. Against his iron-like words, Van Luang rubbed his aching forehead and sighed. Why did On Lin choose Tran Han Thang as a boyfriend? Just before turning to leave, he didn't forget to remind the chairman that Rocket 01 would soon become an independent company, the first ever founded by students at the school. The man replied wearily, Just do good work, and the school will support you, before Han Thang slammed the door without a second thought. In that same moment, Trung Van leaned in and whispered to Van Luang, Perhaps we should just expel Tran Han Thang. But he firmly corrected him, Don't speak so recklessly. He is still my student in charge of Rocket 01. By now, within the school's walls, there wasn't a soul who didn't know the name Rocket. A special student like Tran Han Thang must be protected. How can we discard him over a small misunderstanding? Van Luang added. In truth, the matter wasn't considered that serious. Youth is often blinded by emotion over reason. Trung Van sat there, his face thoughtful. If Tran Han Thang refused to leave, then the one who must go could only be Ha Swang. He shook his head, emphasizing, Ha Swang is our people. If he leaves, it's like the school is abandoning its duty. Such a proposal is flawed. However, Trung Van held the opposite view, believing that letting him go was the truly responsible action. He stressed that the future holds many trials, and whether Ha Swang could overcome them remained a great unknown. Van Luong hesitated, troubled by the sheer gravity of the problem. Trung Van then suggested inviting Ha Swang's parents to discuss the matter, hoping to find a way out of the situation. After a moment of silent thought, he decided to speak with Ha Swang first. Only if that failed would his family be involved. Facing Ha Swang, Van Luong got straight to the point. But unexpectedly, Han Thang was uncooperative, roaring, "Why should I agree to this? On what grounds could he refuse? A student defying a direct order from the school? Why don't you just expel him?" Seeing Ha Swang lose control, the teacher remained silent, until finally, Van Luong had to speak. "Have you calmed down?" Ha Swang gritted his teeth, desperately trying to suppress the rage about to explode. He stressed that with so many achievements, the board highly valued him, making expulsion a decision not taken lightly. Van Luong then asked Ha Swang about the coming consequences. He patiently recounted the entire incident from start to finish, pointing out that Han Thang had never actually laid a hand on anyone. Listening to the analysis, realization dawned on Ha Swang. In the suffocating atmosphere, a bold idea suddenly struck him. Why not just expel An Lin? Then there'd be no reason for the banners. Tran Han Thang would have nothing left to use. Van Luong explained in a grave tone. Expelling An Lin is useless. She would fight fiercely for justice, and could even ruin the school's reputation if this gets out. Ha Swang angrily insisted Tran Han Thang put her up to it. An Lin was just an ordinary girl. How could she think of involving the media, journalists, and reporters? Tran Han Thang must have coached her. The teacher coldly repeated a familiar question. "Do you have any proof?" Caught by the question, he became flustered, stammering, unable to form a single coherent word. Ha Swang felt utterly helpless, unsure what to do. He pleaded with the department head, "Then what am I supposed to do? In just 2 short days, even when I go to the cafeteria, the kitchen ladies give me strange looks." Van Luong advised gently, "Don't overthink it. Why would the kitchen staff care about these things?" He suddenly recalled Trung Van's warning. If this drags on, Ha Swang's spirit will completely shatter. No one could possibly guess what Tran Han Thang's next move would be. Just then, Van Luong proposed, "Let's call his parents to the school immediately. A 3-way discussion might lead to a fairer outcome." He was seen walking out, his face a mask of utter tension. An Lin was already waiting at the door. Her voice dripped with icy mockery. "How does it feel to be forced to bow your head like a coward?" The sight of her made his face twist with fury. "My current state must bring you a lot of pleasure, doesn't it?" An Lin's cold reply was laced with sarcasm. "It's more than just pleasure. When this is over, I'm going to get drunk and laugh my heart out." Her gaze swept over him, as if she were mourning his tainted university life. Every word, cold as steel, stabbed him right in the heart. Have you ever felt what it's like to have no one? To be mercilessly abandoned by the entire school? To endure the judging stares of everyone around you? Her face flushed with pent-up emotion. An Lin finally screamed out her resentment. "What you are feeling right now is exactly what I went through from the beginning. You brought all of this on yourself." It seemed in that moment, Ha Swang was beginning to understand the consequences he had created. She turned to leave, but left one final warning. "Just you wait." This definitely wasn't over. A deep, chilling fear crept into his heart. This couldn't be happening. If things continued like this, he would break. Ha Swang's knuckles turned white on his phone. He had to call his most trusted ally, slipping away to dial his father. "A guy at school. He just harassed me." Ha Swang's father roared in fury. How could a pervert exist in such a prestigious school, doing such outrageous things? His mother frantically asked if he was okay. "Did you call the police? Go to the hospital right now. We're on our way to your school immediately." He froze for a second, realizing his father completely misunderstood. Ha Swang scrambled to explain, "What are you thinking? We just bumped into each other. Then he played a small prank on me." The atmosphere inside the conference room was thick with tension. The school counselor had to step in and handle this. Ha Swang's parents maintained their grim expressions. At that moment, Xiao Yu entered, and seeing her, Ha Swang's mother erupted. "Where is Shen Yu Su?" Are you Shen Yu-su? Xiao Yu faced her directly. Sorry, I am not Shen Yu-su. With all three parties at the table, Ha Suang's parents shot daggers with their eyes, staring down their opposition. Opposite them sat Xiao Yu, her face an emotionless mask, while the counselor felt the immense pressure, caught in the middle. No one wanted this situation, but the burden of responsibility had to be shouldered. Ha Suang snapped. Where is Chen Han Thang? Why isn't he here? Xiao Yu answered honestly. He's probably still sleeping. He might show up this afternoon. Ha Suang's father spoke up. If Chen Han Thang doesn't appear today, is there any point in continuing this meeting? Xiao Yu murmured innocently. Sir, you're a grown man. You can't just go back on your word. The counselor interjected with caution. For now, Xiao Yu can represent Chen Han Thang. Besides, this is completely unrelated to Shen Yu-su. Let's not drag anyone else into this. Ha Suang's mother crossed her arms, head held high in arrogance. Her voice was ice. Let's be brief. 3 conditions. First, Chen Han Thang must make a public apology and swear to never hang banners again. Second, the school must take official action. At the very least, Chen Han Thang must be disciplined. And finally, I want to meet Shen Yu-su. She may be pretty, but she can't use her beauty to cause trouble. Xiao Yu listened silently to their 3 demands, then calmly asked, and what if we refuse? The woman instantly raged. Does Chen Han Thang even want to graduate? Be careful, or he'll end up in jail. Xiao Yu let out a sarcastic smirk. Even better. If you have the guts, then hurry up and arrange it. Catching a shameless schemer like him early would be for the best. But whether he graduates is the school's decision. It's not a place for you to interfere. Xiao Yu's gaze turned sharp as a blade. And as for threatening Shen Yu-su, first, you should properly educate your own useless son. Is he even worthy? Pathetic. Ha Suang's eyes went wide with shock. His father's rage boiled over as he slammed his fist on the table. What kind of tone is that? Don't think I won't report you to the school's leadership. But Xiao Yu remained completely unafraid. She sighed lightly. Then let's end this so you can report me. I still have a mountain of work to do. Don't make me lose my bonus. Ha Suang's parents were left utterly speechless. Watching this, the counselor felt a wave of despair for her own miserable situation. This was just too much. The counselor coughed, trying to ease the suffocating atmosphere. Again, let's leave Shen Yu-su out of this. She is not involved in any way. Just then, the sound of slow footsteps echoed from the doorway. Chen Han Thang entered, still yawning widely from his nap, and slumped lazily into the chair beside Xiao Yu. Seeing his sleepy face made her crack a small smile as she asked, Did you just wake up? He mumbled with his eyes closed. Kim Duong-min kept me up all night studying game strategies. I was supposed to do my homework. Ha Suang leaned in and whispered to his parents, That's him. That's Chen Han Thang. He then asked the counselor if any other leaders would be joining. The counselor calmly replied, No. All the school leaders are in meetings. Han Thang turned to Xiao Yu. Go to the cafeteria and get me some food. I'm starving. Xiao Yu reminded him they were in a meeting. He retorted sternly, Is this meeting more important than my stomach? Stop wasting time. Go now and hurry back. And get the 5,001 special, or else it won't be enough. Ha Suang and his parents scowled with displeasure, but they couldn't say a single word. So Xiao Yu asked the counselor for permission to leave. The counselor gave a gentle nod of approval. A moment later, she returned with his lunch. As he ate, Han Thang added, Xiao Yu, I really can't live without you. You should just marry Wang Zibo. It'll bring our families even closer. She remained silent, simply urging, Just eat your food. Watching this scene unfold, the rage within Ha Suang's family intensified. His mother, having lost all patience, slammed her hand on the table in fury. Chen Han Thang, don't think you can be so arrogant. I have 3 conditions. First, you will make a public apology. Second, you will accept the school's disciplinary punishment. And finally, I will warn that Shen Yu Chu from the milk tea shop, so she learns not to cause trouble. Xiao Yu cut in, annoyed. I already said this has nothing to do with Shen Yu Chu. Was the woman deaf? Chen Han Thang pretended to hear nothing, bowing his head to quietly eat his meal. Xiao Yu glanced over, seeing him calmly eating. He Chang's stomach was a pit of fire, but he could only watch in silence. The entire room fell quiet, waiting for Han Thang to finish eating. He Chang's parents swallowed their rage, their eyes fixed on him. At last, he set his chopsticks down. He looked up and said, I also have one condition for you. Process He Chang's withdrawal from the university. I don't care where he goes after that. In short, I don't want to see his face here again." Teacher Guan was stunned by his sharp words. Wiping his mouth, Han Thang casually added, "No, I'll make him live his life in humiliation." Hearing this, He Chang's mother erupted in fury. "How dare a mere student threaten me? Did your parents ever teach you any manners?" Han Thang calmly replied, "This is business. Please, don't bring my parents into it. Besides, this isn't a threat. If your son stays at this academy, he will fall into depression within a month." He continued, "Let's say we organize a propaganda tour against scumbags, focusing on strong female university students. How many do you think we could gather here? Let me check." He Chang's eyes shot wide open in shock. Zhao Yu pulled out a small notebook to calculate. "If we act immediately, I can quickly find about 30 female students who work part-time at this university. If we start this afternoon, I can survey the area and find about 130 part-time female students around Donghai University, the tech school, and the medical academy. And after 2 days, I could find at least 500 students to participate on the Jianye University campus." After hearing the report, Han Thang spoke. "We don't need 500. It's better to start with 60 on day 1, increase to 90 on day 2, and about 150 on day 3. Let the numbers grow daily. The outside world will mistake it for a grassroots movement against scumbags that's gaining widespread support. Its influence will spread accordingly, growing larger by the day." He Chang's parents bit their lips in anger, their bodies trembling. Meanwhile, He Chang was drenched in cold sweat, his heart in turmoil, anxious and unsettled. This was just too cruel. The sequential increase in numbers would draw immense attention from the public. The more he thought about it, the more he panicked. If that tour targeted him personally, he would be completely and utterly ruined. He, Chang's parents, could only clench their teeth in silence. The plan for this trip was truly ruthless. Han Thang stood up, his expression calm, but his sharp eyes questioned the woman. "Look, I was trying to give you face, but you chose to act this way from the start. Will your son even be able to take a single step out of his dormitory now?" After speaking, he glanced at the window, as the air in the room grew suffocating. To get some fresh air, he walked over and threw both windows wide open, then leaned back against the sill. Unexpectedly, a clear voice drifted in from outside. "Good afternoon, students. I'm Shang Yiran, the new vice director of the Academy radio station. We meet again on our familiar program, Youth. Today, I will share a short story about a beautiful, lively, high school girl. She entered the university full of youthful passion and a thirst for knowledge. Very quickly, she became the school's canary, attracting countless admiring gazes. Teacher Guan and Xiao Yu were both startled as the voice broadcasted everywhere. Every student on campus could hear the voice of the canary from the speakers. At that time, she had friends by her side, a family, and caring teachers. But then she met a boy. He was handsome, charming, and skilled at wooing others. The canary quickly fell into the whirlwind of first love. Unfortunately, the boy was irresponsible. He saw love as nothing more than a passing game. When the girl became pregnant, he hastily ran away. In that moment, she lost her friends, her family abandoned her, and even her teachers became distant. On the road to the hospital for a checkup, she was utterly alone. Suddenly feeling that life was meaningless, she was struck by a car. A young life ended in an instant. Wen Ling sat silently in the cool shade of a tree, tears streaming endlessly down her face. Her hands, clenched on her thin lap, trembled uncontrollably. She remembered going to the hospital alone, standing at an intersection staring at the passing cars, her heart urging her to leap into their path. The more she thought, the more desperate she felt, burying her face in her hands to cry. Jin Yangming approached, offering her a small handkerchief and speaking gently, "Wipe your tears. It's time to stand up to that scumbag." A kind-hearted boy was abandoned, the whole affair now confined to the meeting room. Han Thang entered with a calm gait, his words deceptively smooth. "I'll just create another story. Even if the radio station refuses, the academy paper remains." Hearing this, Ha Suang trembled, his face tight. He continued, vowing to write a novel about Ha Suang that would spread like poison through the campus. Choked with anger, Ha Suang's mother raised her hand, ready to scream, but then she glanced to her side. The man beside her was shaking his head, giving a silent command. The official finally spoke. "It is now 12 o'clock. This conference is closed. I suggest both sides reflect on this." Though her face was stern, the official felt immense relief. It was a meeting she wouldn't forget. She treated herself to a hot and sour soup. In the bustling schoolyard, female students flocked around a brilliant red banner. The scarlet sign was impossible to miss. Haswang's father watched from his car with a helpless sigh. He turned to his sulking son in the back seat. Take a few days off from school. I'll use my connections to see if I can get that Tran Han Thang expelled. And if that fails, prepare yourself to go study abroad. Haswang lowered his head and answered quietly, but his heart seethed with discontent. His father had already decided to send him away. This talk of expelling Han Thang was just an empty comfort. His mother patted his shoulder, trying to encourage him. Don't you worry. Tran Han Thang is just an ordinary student who relies on the school's support. When you return to the company, millions in capital will be yours. Tran Han Thang will learn that in the real world, only money is truth. At that point, you can win back Shen Yu Chu. The car slowly drove away from the school gates. 3 days later, Ha Swang officially withdrew from his studies. The news brought joy to many. Wenling offered to buy Han Thang a drink, but he simply shook his head. That chapter is closed. There's no reason to celebrate. The road of life is long. You must keep moving forward with courage. Wenling smiled softly. Thank you. I will always remember that. She stood by the river, silently watching the vibrant city, as a cool breeze brought a refreshing wave of life. Xiao Qiang cheerfully slapped Han Thang on the shoulder. Hey, isn't this an all-girls club? So how did you, fourth brother, get your hands on their member files? Without waiting for an answer, he stared at a photo and began his critique. This one's a 3, at best. Her eyes are pretty bad. Besides that, is anything else even decent? And she's a bit chubby. Hearing enough, Han Thang snapped. Who asked for your opinion? Why are you being so loud? Xiao Qiang's voice deflated as he quickly apologized. Han Thang walked to the window, answering his phone. My apologies. I've been quite busy. I was appointed vice leader of the fund. I truly don't know what to say. After he ended the call, Han Thang stared at his phone, confused. Why would they let a guy like him lead a girls' group? He couldn't understand it. Suddenly, a voice called out, Fourth brother. Startled, Han Thang turned to see Yang Ming. He scolded, Do you have to move like a ghost? Yang Ming quickly explained, You were just lost in your phone call. Then he slyly asked for a favor. I helped you out. Don't I at least get a thank you? Han Thang sensed the hidden meaning. Just say what you want. Yang Ming replied bluntly, I want to join the girls' society. With a cigarette on his lip, Han Thang asked without looking, And what would you do in that society? Everyone asked me to lead because I got rid of that scumbag, to protect the female students of the academy. That was the basic reasoning behind their invitation. But Yang Ming persisted. I helped out with that incident, too. Besides, I don't even want to be a leader, just an ordinary member. I'd be perfectly happy as a regular officer. Han Thang's gaze grew firm, his face resolute. It reminded him of that time at the milk tea shop when trouble started. Everyone else backed away in fear. But he alone sat up straight, unafraid, facing down those thugs. He might have been showing off back then, but Han Thang still felt he owed him. After a thought, he gave a warning. You can join the society, but don't become a scumbag. Yang Ming immediately asked, I'm not sure what the standard for a scumbag is. Is it someone like Ha Swang? He replied, Ha Swang is just trash. He was never even qualified for the title of scumbag. Han Thang took a drag from his cigarette, his voice laced with experience. It seems every scumbag shares the same philosophy. There's one at home to cook their meals, an unforgettable image locked away in their heart, someone by their side giving them care, and another who can only love them from the shadows. Duong Min praised his thorough analysis. He smirked proudly. It's just detailed research. How else could I be elected to lead the student union, especially the women's division? Meanwhile, a quiet calm settled over the women's dormitory. Shen Yu Su sat peacefully on her bed, reading a book. Suddenly, her phone buzzed beside her, a voice asking what she was doing. She replied softly that she was reading, adding that it was a book on Western politics. The person on the other end asked another question. Had she showered? She stood up as she answered, I just finished. On the other side, Han Sheng kindly instructed, Come back to the milk tea shop tomorrow. Be sure to dress neatly, avoid your school uniform, or anything too casual. She gave a soft murmur of agreement. He then reminded her to rest early, telling her not to stay up late. The call ended with a brief reply, leaving Yu Su feeling momentarily stunned. She continued to stare blankly at the phone. Hu Linyu approached while drying her hair, asking, Why do you look so dazed? Hurry and help me dry my hair. At her words, Yu Su agreed and grabbed the hairdryer, flipping it on. Warm air drifted through the strands. Lin Yu began to complain that her hair was too dry, with some bleached yellow strands mixed in. So frustrating, she muttered, wondering how Yu Su's hair was so silky. Lin Yu pressed on. So, what did Han Sheng say? Yu Su replied that he told her to return to the milk tea shop tomorrow. Tomorrow? Lin Yu repeated, stunned, falling into a thoughtful silence. The grand opening for Xing's shop was fast approaching, and everything was essentially prepared. It was a full week ahead of the initial schedule. Jianan had also left campus, leaving behind the belief that justice always prevails. The students remained neutral, offering neither protest nor support. However, the milk tea shop became more crowded than ever before. It was like that every single day. Ever since He Chang dropped out, the shop's revenue had doubled from its usual sales, even breaking the record of 6,000. That day, they sold drinks late into the night. Students huddled on the wicker chairs, unbothered by the cold, as the buzz from the incident had yet to fade. Hu Lin Yu glanced at Yu Su's innocent expression and let out a sigh. Some lucky fool had really struck gold. Yu Su told her. He told me to dress neatly and look pretty tomorrow. This made her friend gasp in surprise. Are you even going to wear makeup? Hearing this, Lin Yu responded sternly. Give other people a chance to survive. You don't need to do anything extra. Just smiling is enough. At that moment, the milk tea shop was buzzing with activity, and a group of 3 friends were chatting animatedly. Suddenly, a boy's milk tea slipped from his hand and fell to the floor. He called out in a panic, Lin Yu, hey, there's a spill over here. Lin Yu was about to call for Yu Su to clean it up, but she was nowhere in sight. Then, unexpectedly, a pair of feet slowly came into view. Lin Yu and the other customers stared with wide eyes, their gazes fixed on Yu Su as she approached gracefully with a mop, dressed in a simple yet elegant outfit. Her eyes widened in surprise. Yu Su scanned the customers' faces, but didn't see the person she was waiting for. Her heart sank with a little disappointment. She turned her head as if searching for someone, and then she saw Chen Han Sheng sitting with a few of his friends. He smiled brightly and waved, a cigarette still held casually between his lips. Standing there, she was both stunned and flustered. Yu Su's face flushed red as she shyly turned away and slowly walked toward the spill with the mop. Yu Su carefully wiped the table for 2 female customers, then bent down to clean up the spilled drink from the floor. Once she was done, she timidly hurried away. Whispers immediately filled the air. Is that really her? She's so pretty. Wang Yi Nan watched Yu Su and spoke up. So, Shen Yu Su's secret is finally out in the open. Duong Min corrected him while taking a sip of his drink. Cao and Nam said seriously, from now on, you have to call her sister-in-law. Han Sheng held his cigarette and coolly reminded them, don't call her that so carelessly. We're all just classmates after all. They found an empty table in the shop. Hu Lin Yu immediately started asking questions. So, business must have been great this morning, right? Chen Han Sheng nodded. It's all thanks to Manager Hu's clever strategy. Half the credit for the shop's success belongs to her. He then turned to Shen Yu Su. This change of environment is pretty sudden. You're not used to it yet, are you? She just shook her head gently. Hu Lin Yu added, she's gotten more stares this morning than in the past 19 years. With her personality, she's definitely not used to it. Han Sheng immediately replied, this is how things are now. Unless you stop working here, the student's curiosity will never die down. He then suggested she return to focusing on her studies, saying the team of 5 at the shop was already enough. You can still tend the plants, feed the cat, and do some cleaning. But Shen Yusu silently shook her head, refusing. Seeing this, Han Sheng looked clearly annoyed. Besides this, can you do anything else? Is everything too difficult? She shot back instantly. Yu Chu lowered her head, murmuring, I just wanted to stay and help out. He chuckled with a teasing smirk. Same to you. A boss like you doesn't need to be here. What if Lin Yu secretly pockets some cash? Lin Yu retorted at Chen Han Thang. Let me be clear. I'm helping Yu Chu with her shift, not replacing you. Han Thang's joke annoyed Lin Yu, but the scene before her felt oddly harmonious. Lin Yu thought to herself, maybe I'm just getting old. Everything seems to fit perfectly together. With that, she turned to advise Yu Chu. You don't have to be so reserved. Just look at how Chen Han Thang and I sit. Lin Yu said gently, live more freely. Time is unpredictable. We need to learn to enjoy the natural moments life offers. Just then, Chen Han Thang cut off Secretary Hu, telling him to drop the act. He stated bluntly that a partition blocked his long legs, forcing him to sit that way. But with your short legs, you can sit however you want, even spread them out. Ignoring Lin Yu's glare, Han Thang asked Yu Chu about He Chang's situation. Do you have any ideas? She just shook her head slightly. Lin Yu quickly interjected. You must be cautious and on your guard. And Nam witnessed this and thought, doesn't she have any self-awareness about being a third wheel? She continued her analysis. Seeing someone handsome and charming, it's easy to fall for his act. Han Thang immediately retorted, Are my handsome friends bothering you? Lin Yu scoffed. You dare call yourself handsome? What are you implying? He suddenly mentioned a familiar name, Luo Xuan. Both of them leaned in, waiting to hear what Han Thang would say next. Luo Xuan hasn't given up on me. Even after this huge failure, she might try something new, so we need to watch out for her. Lin Yu asked seriously, Does the gentle Yu Chu even know how to be defensive? She may be young, but she's quite cunning. He calmly said they'd handle it as it comes. Han Thang warned her, Remember one thing. From now on, whatever she says, don't believe a word, because she only wants to drive us apart. Remember, Luo Xuan is trying to steal me from you. Yu Chu listened silently. Han Thang then feigned a serious tone. Do you really want to see that happen? She quickly shook her head and said firmly, No. Hu Lin Yu cut in. We don't trust Luo Xuan. So how could Yu Chu believe her? Yet, he wasn't entirely sure. Han Thang proposed a scenario. What if one day Luo Xuan runs up and says, Guess who Brother Chen took me to see today? How would you react? Yu Chu answered decisively that she'd go back to her dorm and not listen to another word. He smiled, taking her hand. Exactly. You must walk away immediately. She's obviously trying to steal me away. You have to hold on to me tightly. He was secretly thrilled. Everything was settled. He could now arrange for little Yuer and Luo Xuan to meet. This whole scene felt surreal. Hu Lin Yu suddenly felt like she was a third wheel. That evening, Han Thang returned to a quiet dormitory. He muttered as he walked, Didn't we agree to be online at 9? Why aren't you here? Xiao Rongyu calmly replied, I'm chatting with Shi. What's the rush? He had to concede. Fine. Go ahead and talk. I'll wait. But he felt puzzled. A quick call would have been enough. Why the long online chat? Since Xiao Rongyu wasn't online, Han Thang went looking for Wang Zibo to see what he was up to. After a moment of searching, he couldn't find the familiar nickname or the naive-looking avatar from before. He thought to himself, he wouldn't dare delete me. Just then, Han Thang spotted a strange name. What kind of username is that? Escaped from the asylum? Who would pick a name like that? Han Thang clicked on it and realized it was Wang Zibo. He quickly sent a message and got an instant reply. Little Chen, what's up? Han Thang typed back, annoyed, What's wrong with you? Why such a bizarre nickname? It took me forever to find you. But Zibo found it amusing and shot back, Don't you think this name is cool? Besides, why didn't you save my contact? He couldn't believe it. Did something happen to you? He just laughed in response. It's nothing. I'm the main agent for 4 major schools now. My old name wasn't powerful enough, so I got a cooler nickname and avatar. Zibo then asked curiously, So why were you looking for me? Han Thang replied irritably, Forget it. Just looking at this nickname of yours is annoying enough. I have to go to Xianning this week. His friend asked with interest. To scout the market at Donghai University? He nodded. That's part of it. But Luo Xuan keeps clinging to me. I'm a good guy, so it's annoying, but I can't bring myself to do anything. I figured I'd let little Yuer handle her. Zibo found this hard to believe. Han Thang continued. Back in high school, little Yuer kept Luo Xuan in check for 2 years. I remember whenever Luo Xuan saw Xiao Rongyu, she'd just lower her head and hurry past. Right on cue, his phone rang. It was Deng Nu. She laughed shyly. Little Chen, I'm sorry. I have to practice for the freshman's gala next week. A hint of regret colored his tone. That's a real shame. I was hoping to catch you on Kwai to chat. Han Thang said plainly. Well, I'm heading to Xianning this week, and I'm bringing someone with me. Deng Yingu guessed. Is it that girl from last time? He shook his head, then asked unexpectedly, Do you remember Luo Xuan? Hearing that name, Deng Yingu froze for a second. It's been a while. Junior Luo is in college now, Chen? She's at my university, Han Thang replied. A knot of awkwardness formed in her stomach as she gave a vague response. He immediately understood. Don't get the wrong idea. I have no clue how Luo Xuan coincidentally ended up in the finance department as my classmate. Deng Nu softly reminded him. Back in high school, she folded you an entire box of stars. You even showed them off in class. Han Thang chuckled. I was just trying to get your time's attention. It's your fault for not being my girlfriend then. Her voice turned serious. Little Chen, you don't understand anything. He pressed her, asking what she meant. but Deng Nungu shut him down, coldly telling him to stay out of it. If she comes, then let her, she said. She's our junior after all. I won't be cold to her. Han Thang replied, a little pressure won't hurt. He knew just how stubborn Luo Xuan could be. I told her I already like someone, but she won't believe me, so I was hoping you could act affectionate with me. At this, a bright smile spread across her face. Okay, I get it now. When you all visit this week, remember the passenger seat is mine. Don't you dare let her sit there. The moment the call ended, Deng Nungu immediately dialed her father, Xiao Huanvi. He answered instantly, chuckling, My dear, why are you calling your old dad? She cut to the chase. Dad, I need your help with something. There's a chest under my bed from my high school days. He remembered at once. Ah, I know. The one your mother and I were forbidden to touch, right? Deng Nungu's voice was firm. You have permission now. Inside that chest is a clear glass box holding a neat stack of paper, with some already folded into beautiful little stars. Please send all of it to me. Huanvi agreed immediately. But as he pulled out the chest, a thought struck him. Could it be? My little Nungu wants to? He had to ask, Who are you sending this to? She replied softly, To little Chen, of course. I meant to give it to him in high school, but then another girl gave him a gift first, and what mattered was, he accepted it. I got so mad I stopped folding them, but now, I want to finally give it to him. Her father snapped. What for? Why give it to that punk? Those blue flowers in the box are so pretty. Just keep them here at home as a memento. It's a memory of your school days, but Dong No insisted. Send it to him. Christmas is coming, and I want to give it to him then. In the end, Huanvi reluctantly agreed. After hanging up, he muttered under his breath, Tran Han Thang, you little rascal. Do you have any idea how much my little Ngu has done for you? His gaze fell upon the glass box, and he noticed there was writing on the papers inside. He'd always respected his daughter's privacy and never touched her things. But this time, curiosity sparked, igniting a fierce internal battle. One voice argued no one would ever know, but another fought back. He had to respect her. He was a police officer. He knew the rules. He told himself he couldn't even peek. After a moment's hesitation, Huanvi's hand reached out and opened the glass box. He picked up the first slip of paper. It read, The exam tomorrow is likely on pages 30 to 60. Have you marked the key points yet? After reading one, Huanvi sighed, knowing he shouldn't read any more. His daughter trusted him so much, asking him to send this precious box for her. But he couldn't resist, telling himself just half a sentence more wouldn't count as an invasion. Just then, Lu Nokthan returned home. Walking in, she complained, It's so cold today. Feels like it's about to snow. Her eyes immediately landed on the glass box. What's in there? She asked. Huanvi quickly replied, Our daughter asked me to send it. Just some old high school toys. Ngokthan picked up the box to inspect it, and noticed the writing on the papers inside. He panicked, snatching it back. What are you doing? He yelled. Though she wanted a closer look, he absolutely refused. Huanvi said angrily, Do you ever wonder why you and our daughter have grown so distant? Have you ever considered your own faults? This is called respecting privacy. Do you understand that? Nagthan murmured softly. Fine, I won't look. No need to yell. She felt that since little Nug was her own flesh and blood, the girl shouldn't have secrets from her. With that, she went to her room, leaving him alone with his thoughts. From the few fragmented sentences he'd read, he concluded that back in high school, little Ngu and Tran Han Thang's relationship was purely innocent. Their conversations revolved only around homework. At most, they were nothing more than ordinary friends. He wondered how relationships could change so fast after starting college. Was high school just the groundwork, only for them to truly connect now? The thought only agitated him more. He cursed Tran Han Thang as a scoundrel, wondering what kind of game he was playing. Meanwhile, Han Thang was in his dorm, messaging Suba. He called out to Xiao Chen. I'm buying a new pager this week. It's getting too inconvenient. Don't worry, I'm using my own money, not our shared fund. Han Thang smirked, replying curtly, I know you don't have the guts to do otherwise. He felt Suba had become arrogant, changing his VIP name and now getting a new pager. When a person's pride swells, they lose sight of themselves, easily falling into traps. Time passed quickly, and on Saturday morning, Han Thang drove to the school gate. Luo Xuan was dressed neatly, shyly approaching the car. She went for the passenger door, but it wouldn't open. He called out from inside, That seat's broken. Please sit in the back for now. Once seated, Luo Xuan immediately asked, Senior Chen, where are you planning to take me? Han Thang smiled slightly. To Xianning University Town. Have you ever been? He added, 2 other high school seniors will be there. She replied softly, I've been twice to see a friend. Is the senior Wang Ziba? And who is the senior sister? But he just smiled, implying she'd see soon enough. Before long, they arrived, where Shu Ba greeted them warmly. Junior sister Luo, it's been a long time. Luo Xuan replied politely. Senior Shu Ba, it truly has been a while. She suddenly recalled the previous spring when he had contacted her, advising her to give up on Senior Chen. He instantly thought to himself, Junior sister Luo shouldn't bring up such a private matter. But she ignored him and continued, Of course I remember last year, because I never wanted to leave Senior Chen, even when he had a girlfriend. Luo Xuan asked curiously, Didn't you say there was a senior sister? Shu Ba nodded, saying she was getting a cake. Just then, Xiao Rongyu appeared, waving to junior sister Luo with a warm welcome. As they entered the Xianning University campus, they met Xiao Rongyu. Luo Xuan was stunned, stammering before finally speaking. Senior sister Xiao, it's you. Rongyu naturally took Han Thang's arm. As they arrived, she said, I'm not sure what you like to eat, but my roommate and I came here often, and it's quite good. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Luo Xuan just watched him in silence. Noticing this, Rongyu gently asked, If you don't like it, we can go somewhere else. The girl remained silent, her head bowed in frustration as she took in the scene. Shu Ba thought to himself, Xiao Chen is being incredibly cruel. In the end, the 4 of them went to a different dessert shop. There, Xiao Rongyu accidentally dropped a strawberry from her ice cream onto the table, making her flustered. Han Thang quickly grabbed a napkin to help her, smiling to reassure her. It was just a strawberry. Then he added half-jokingly, Are you short on cash? She retorted that he didn't understand girls, nor the simple joy of eating sweets. Luo Xuan observed them carefully, uncertain if their relationship was just old friends or something more. It seemed more ambiguous than before. He took a sip of his drink and commented, My drink tastes strange. Xiao Yuer, how is your cup? She replied softly, Mine seems normal. Han Thang immediately said, Let me try. He then casually took Rongyu's glass, and after a sip, praised it. This one tastes much better. She was confused why that could be, since the 2 drinks were identical. At this point, Luo Xuan could no longer contain her anger. She shot to her feet, making an excuse to use the restroom, and left the table under everyone's awkward gaze. Only then did Ziba sigh, This is so suffocating. I didn't dare say another word. Besides, junior sister Luo was never part of our circle. Han Thang replied with a forced smile. She needed to understand my relationship with Xiao Yuer. Now I feel like I've done the right thing. A short, sharp pain is better than a long one, isn't it? Hearing this, Rongyu feigned being upset and followed her to the restroom. Inside, Luo Xuan stood frozen, staring at her reflection in the mirror. She wondered to herself, why senior sister Xiao too? She could see Shen Yuchu as a rival, but what could she do against Xiao Rongyu? The more she thought, the more she worried. Does senior sister Xiao know Shen Yuchu? That thought flashed through her mind, and Luo Xuan suddenly spotted an opening. She immediately turned and stormed out of the restroom, pushing the door so hard it startled everyone. The other 3 were laughing and chatting happily. Rongyu was playfully about to feed a red strawberry to Han Thang. As he looked up, he saw Luo Xuan approaching. He immediately opened his mouth and ate the strawberry from Rongyu's hand. Seeing this, Ziba couldn't help but curse under his breath. What a spectacle. Luo Xuan walked straight to the table, asking directly, Senior sister Xiao, do you know Shen Yuchu? The moment she heard the question, Shu Ba was so startled he dropped his spoon. His face went pale as he slowly looked at the other 2. Seeing that no one was answering, she turned to press Rongyu again. Do you know her or not? After a heavy silence, she finally spoke. Deng Ninggu stated calmly, I know of her, but I let that go a long time ago. Her tone was light, her hand still stirring a coffee as if it were a trivial matter. La Tuyan asked in disbelief, You truly accept her? Deng Nung's eyes flickered toward Han Thang as discontent stirred within him, but he had to face reality. Even if she resented it, he was left with no other choice. The moment she finished speaking, a hand hidden beneath the table gave his leg a sharp pinch. The sudden pain sent Han Thang's heart into a flustered, chaotic rhythm. This incident was far too outrageous. How could anyone just let it slide? Deng Gu admitted it was a difficult thing to accept. Her fingers tightened again, making Han Thang flinch in pain. Then, her voice turned sharp as ice. Junior sister La, you've said so much. Are you perhaps deliberately trying to cause trouble? The air in the room grew heavy, the moment freezing solid. Latoyan could only whisper that it wasn't her intention. She quietly rose to her feet, grabbing her purse. Senior sister Tu, senior brother Tu Ba, I must be going. Without a backward glance, Latoyan hurried away. Dongnu then instructed, Han Thang, see her off. Don't let her go alone at night. He nodded, quickly getting the car to drive Latoyan home. The entire ride was shrouded in silence. Latoyan looked up at Han Thang as if she wanted to speak, but ultimately let the heavy silence remain. Halfway there, Latoyan suddenly threw the car door open, causing Han Thang to cry out. What are you doing? The car is still moving, she screamed in fury. I'll tell Ao So everything, that you let Tiu Dongnu get her revenge on me. Don't you dare think I'm naive. Han Thang was frantic, reaching a hand out to her. Please, just let me explain. But Latoyan refused to listen, bolting away into the night. Stay away from me, she yelled. Moments later, in front of the restaurant in Ao So's district, Lam Nu was about to enter when Latoyan's piercing shout echoed out. The sudden sound made them both jump in surprise. Lam Gu spun around, instinctively taking a step back as she questioned her. What are you doing here? Wordlessly, Latoyan pulled out her phone and made a call, putting Han Thang on speaker. She shrieked, You better give me an explanation. Why Tu Dongnu? How could she possibly accept that? This isn't like her at all. From the phone, Han Thang's reply was firm and without hesitation. Because it's love. Latoyan's voice dropped to a threat. If you stay silent, I'll tell Ao So what you did this morning. Han Thang replied as if he had no fear. Go ahead and tell her. But the gun you're holding has no bullets. Latoyan shrieked back. What did you say? Are you looking down on me? Han Thang didn't bother listening further. He simply hung up. Her anger boiled over. You forced me to do this. Putting her phone away, Latoyan turned to accuse Ao So. Senior brother Han took me to see senior sister Tu this morning. Do you know who she is? That senior sister Tu is Tu Dongnu, and they were sitting there, feeding each other. Ao So looked bewildered, unwilling to hear another word. Her gaze went distant, searching for something. She walked over to the table where she had left her handbag. Silently, Ao So grabbed her bag and strode out of the restaurant. Latoyan stood there, stunned, not understanding where she was going. She turned to ask Lam Nugu, what does she mean by that? Lam Nugu just shook her head. Who knows? Latoyan clutched her head, screaming in desperation. What in the world is wrong with this place? Elsewhere, Tu Ba asked. So, what was the result? Han Thang answered slowly. Latoyan went back and reported it to Ao So, but I had already laid the groundwork. She didn't believe a word. Tu Ba pressed him. And with Tio Nguni? You didn't cause any trouble, did you? Han Thang shook his head. Nguni is too smart. The more I explain, the more suspicious she gets. She only half believed Latoyan's story. Tu Ba sighed. You really took a gamble. His friend could only sigh in defeat. I had no other choice. With crucial year-end matters at the factories, even Latoyan had to act obediently around Tu Dongnu for the time being. Han Thang laughed, reciting a Sichuan proverb. A dragon riding a tiger with no guts ends up holding a chicken. After hanging up the phone, Tu Ba let out another soft sigh. He realized he could never pull off a move like Tu Tran's. He stared blankly at his phone for a moment before a small smile touched his lips. The memory of his call with his mother brought a sharp pang to his heart. It had been so difficult to save up for the phone, and yet his mother had only complained. He suddenly had an idea to call Sister Tu Tuesday. He cheerfully started the call. Sister Tu, this is my new phone. Please save my number. He was mid-sentence when Hoang Tu suddenly hung up, leaving him feeling a bit stung. To be cut off before they could even talk. She must be busy, he reasoned. Tu Ba then sent a text to Sister Tu Tu, asking if she was free for dinner tomorrow. He had just set his phone down when a reply came through. Tu Ba eagerly opened the message, but his expression immediately fell. Hoang Tue replied, Triu Chin and I are back together. I'm going with him tomorrow, okay? Tu Ba's fingers flew across the keyboard to respond. Didn't you say he cheated and you'd never forgive him? He frowned, his heart racing as he waited for her reaction. Tu Ba set his phone down to handle another order. He signed for a package from the delivery guy. The moment he did, his phone buzzed with a message. Tu Ba snatched the device, terrified of missing something. He desperately hoped for a reply from Hoang Tu, but his hope shattered. It was just a notification from the shipping company. Feeling powerless, Tu Ba typed, Please don't get lost again. Sister Tue, Where are you now? Let me find you. His fingers typed and paused, waiting for even a single line from her. Tu Ba gripped his phone, his body trembling as he ground his teeth in anxiety. Time crawled past 4:30 in the afternoon, but he remained completely still. Later, the clock neared 9 o'clock at night. Everyone left one by one, leaving Tu Ba alone in the silence, waiting for a hopeless message. Exhausted from the wait, a message finally came. The screen lit up, displaying, Triyu Chin said he wants to marry me, and thank you for your concern. The word marry struck Tu Ba like lightning. He trembled violently, clutching his chest. He didn't answer, just buried his head on the desk, shaking. Suddenly, his phone rang with an incoming call. He picked it up. It was his father. The moment he answered, his father's furious voice lashed out. Did you just argue with your mother? You need to be more considerate. Your mother sold vegetables, saving every last penny for your school fees. Have you already forgotten that? You upset her so much she can't eat or sleep. Do you think you're worthy of her? A sob escaped Tu Ba's throat as he trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. In a broken voice he said, I'm sorry, Dad. His words were punctuated by gasps. I shouldn't have raised my voice at Mom. Hearing this, his father was taken aback. He fell silent before leaving a few last words. From now on, be more mindful. Think about how hard your parents have worked. After the call, Tu Ba sat in a daze, reflecting on what he'd done. He decided to dial Han Thang. He answered impatiently, Make it quick, I'm busy with a UO game. But when he heard Tu Ba crying, Han Thang shot up from his seat. Holy hell, what are you crying about? Did something happen to Uncle Vuong or Auntie Sao? His voice low. He replied, No, they're fine. I wanted to get a drink with you. Han Thang let out a sigh of relief. If you're okay, then don't scare me like that. It's already 9 o'clock. What's there to drink? Tu Ba pleaded with his friend. I seriously have no one else to turn to. With a heavy heart, Han Thang snapped that he was busy and to look at the time. He hung up quickly, not giving it a second thought. Tu Ba's tears continued to fall, but he felt a strange sense of relief. At least he wasn't being mocked. The clock slowly ticked past 9:30. Utterly exhausted, Tu Ba collapsed onto the desk and drifted off. Suddenly, Tu Dongnu's voice called his name. She and Thithi rushed over to him. Tu Ba, are you okay? With tear stains on his face, Tu Ba looked up in surprise. Why are you all here? Donggu quickly explained. Tu Tran said you might be in trouble and told me to check. Tu Ba immediately asked, Then where is he? She continued. He's on his way here. I was still at practice, and he kept calling, even getting mad that I took a moment to answer. Tu Ba. What in the world happened? Tu Ba sniffled. It's nothing serious, really. Thanks for worrying about me. Dung handed him a tissue. Don't mention it, we were only 10 minutes away. Tu Ba took the tissue and slowly wiped away his tears. Just then, his father called him again. He had calmed down slightly. His father's gentle voice asked, You hung up earlier. It sounded like you were crying. Tu Ba lied. It's nothing, Dad. It's just cold, so my nose is runny. Hearing that, his dad was relieved. That's good. If anything happens, talk to Tran Han Thang. You won't lose out by working with him. Tu Ba replied softly. I know. If that's all, I'll hang up now. His father's voice was filled with love. Come visit your mother and me when you have time. She made the pork skin jelly you loved as a kid. Tu Ba froze at those comforting words. He then saw Dung Nu and Thithi, who had skipped their practice and rushed to be here. And on the road was Tran Han Thang, driving and cursing to himself. He realized he wasn't so alone after all. The room once again filled with Tu Ba's choked sobs. Thithi sat beside him, trying to console him, while Dung Ngu updated Han Thang. He's okay. He just can't seem to stop crying. Han Thang analyzed the situation as he drove. Crying like this at night. It's either family issues or relationship troubles. Since Uncle Vuong and Auntie Sao are fine, it has to be about a woman. Watching Tu Ba break down like this, Dung Nug's heart ached. It reminded her of herself, of a time when she had cried just as hard. Han Thang's annoyed voice crackled through the phone. Do you know how much money I make a minute? And this fool is wasting all of it. What's all this about how much per minute? Dung Nu interjected. I just won at cards in the dorm, making 1,000 a minute. Dung Nu's temper flared. You called me all the way here for just 1,000? Han Thang smirked smugly. Doesn't Miss Lu want 10 million? Every little bit helps. I'm saving up to hit that target. Boiling with fury, Dung Nu argued with Han Thang over the phone. You think I'd believe that? Hearing this, Tu Ba stopped crying, his face clouded with sorrow. He whispered, I'm heartbroken over love. Is this fair to me? Thi coughed softly, a signal for Dung Nungu. All right, enough. Save your battery for the dorm. She then hurried over to ask Han Ba, that girl, is she someone we know? He just shook his head, saying no. Dung Nungu pressed on. So, what is your real situation right now? He only shook his head slightly, sighing with exhaustion. It's all out of my control now. I don't want to talk about her anymore. Besides, she's getting married. Dung No nodded, understanding completely. So that's how it is. A heavy silence descended on the room. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from outside. The door opened to reveal a stone-faced Han Thang. He walked right up to Tuba, studying him intently before narrowing his eyes. His eyes were red and swollen, clear evidence of a long crying spell. A wave of regret washed over Tuba. He'd made Han Thang travel all this way from Jiangling to Xianing just for drinks. Maybe he had asked for too much. Han Thang turned, waving them out to find a late-night eatery. Tuba quickly shot to his feet. All right, my treat tonight. Zhang Ming's barbecue spot is famous, but I'm not used to the taste there. Let's try the area near Donghai University. Tuba chimed in. It's the best flavor in Xianing. Lots of Donghai students go there too. Outside, a cool breeze blew, blanketing the air in a peaceful calm. While everyone waited, Tuba locked the door. Titi whispered into Tuba's ear, take little Nguni back to the dorm later, it'll be easier. Han Thang probably thought the same. He looked back at Dung Ninggu and Han Thang acting close, wondering how he could have been so blind, still trying to compete. A short while later, the group reached the district just outside Donghai University. Han Thang sighed. So this really is the famous bustling area. They all stepped into the restaurant. Tuba looked thrilled. Nobody better fight me for the bill tonight. Han Thang quickly retorted, don't worry, we'll be sure to leave the bill for you. He turned to Dung Nagu, have some beer, it'll help you relax. She nodded gently. Since you're here, I can have a little. TT's tolerance is just average, really. TT suddenly turned and swatted Dung No lightly. Hey, don't go revealing people's secrets. The food they ordered was quickly brought to their table. Tuba raised his beer first. Thanks, everyone, for coming. No more words are needed. I'll drink this glass to show my sincere thanks. With that, he chugged the entire large beer in one long gulp. Dung No and Titi rushed to stop Tuba. You're already bright red. Drink less or you'll get exhausted. Tuba sighed, ready to share his thoughts. I've realized that kinship and friendship are far more precious than some fleeting romance. Tomorrow, I want to become a happy person. Han Thang raised his beer in response. But for you, being happy isn't as good as having money. My advice? Become a rich man on Rocket 101. Tuba's head spun a little, and he asked dazedly, can money really buy anything? Han Thang nodded firmly. That's right. Everything in life can be lost, and money always comes with a trade-off. For example, he paused, making Tuba even more curious. For example, what? Han Thang burst out laughing. For example, no more worries. With money, many anxieties just disappear. Are you talking like that's some law of physics? Tuba exclaimed, realizing he was being teased. After a while longer, he collapsed onto the table, fast asleep. Han Thang shook him. Hey, wake up. I told you that you had to pay the bill. Titi stood beside them, looking a bit worried. Did he really drink too much? Han Thang grumbled angrily. Or is he just pretending to be drunk to skip out on paying? I busted my butt to get here, and now I have to cover your part of the bill too? The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, waking Tuba. He sat up with a jolt, saw Han Thang in the nearby bed, and figured it out. Han Thang must have brought him back to the hotel. Tuba looked in the mirror and saw his swollen face. He quickly asked, Han Thang, why is my face so painful and puffy? Han Thang replied coolly, what's the big deal about a sore face? Just be glad your butt doesn't hurt. He briefly remembered hitting Tuba the night before. Han Thang quickly tried to cover it up. It's probably just from the alcohol. Just then, TT and Dung Nungu arrived. She walked in smiling, holding a bag of hot fried dough. Breakfast is here. Han Thang opened the door, and Dung Nungu asked in surprise, is this a bad time to come in? But he laughed in reply. It's fine. It's not like we were changing Wang Ziba's clothes. Dung Nungu placed the food on the table. Hot congee, fried dough, buns, and eggs she'd bought from the cafeteria. Almost ready? Dung Nug blew warmth onto her hands. The air outside was absolutely freezing. Seeing his chance, Han Thang opened his arms. Here, this is much warmer. Just call it your breakfast fee. A joyful laugh escaped Dung Nu as happiness bubbled up inside her. She immediately dove into Han Thang's embrace, her face a picture of pure bliss. For a long moment, they stood there in silence, neither one making a move. Suddenly, Han Thang pushed her away with a smirk. I didn't realize you were so mischievous. I offered a hug for warmth. So, where are your hands roaming? His words made Dong Nung blush as she stammered a defense. I didn't do anything. Nearby, Tuba and Thithi stared, shocked by the sudden scene. You're the naughty one. I didn't touch anything at all. How could you say that? You must be mistaken. Han Thang quickly turned and headed for the bathroom. I'm just going to brush my teeth. Inside the small bathroom, Han Thang was focused on brushing his teeth when a figure approached, causing him to glance sideways. Tuba stepped in, his brow furrowed in confusion. Are you some kind of pervert? Getting worked up even while brushing your teeth? Hearing that, Tuba snapped. What are you talking about? He grabbed his toothpaste before explaining, Dung Neng and Thithi are out there. I felt awkward, so I'm hiding in here. Han Thang just chuckled, mocking his friend's cowardly display. Outside, breakfast was on the table, steamed buns and hot-fried dough sticks. Dung Yu and Thithi waited with smiles as Han Thang and Tuba dug in, eating heartily. In the middle of the meal, Han Thang asked, Don't you two have class this morning? Dung Ngengu replied instantly, We do, but we're already late for first period. We can still make the second class. The professor will never know, she said with a grin. So what are your plans for later? Han Thang asked, his voice surprisingly clear through a mouthful of food. First, I'll stop by the lecture hall. After that, I'm heading to a small electronics workshop. I have a collaboration with them. Hearing this, Thithi's curiosity was piqued. You skip classes like that, and the school doesn't say anything? Han Thang replied calmly. You could call it an authorized absence. The school won't admit it publicly, and it's not like I enjoy it either, he added, taking another bite of the hot pastry. In fact, they even sent me a text message. They want to turn my obscure startup into the model student venture for Dong Ninh province, especially here in Kien Yep City. Thithi was stunned. So this is what a university-endorsed dropout looked like. Chewing thoughtfully, Han Thang explained it was all because of the benefits involved, but Thithi still found it completely illogical. She couldn't understand the faculty's thinking. The school leadership backed him, yet they always told her she didn't meet the standards. I can't figure out what the leadership wants. You think the professors aren't furious? If you've got the guts, try getting a perfect 12-point score. Don't remind me. My mom nearly killed me over that at home. It's what you deserved. This summer, I'm definitely visiting your house to watch that happen. The atmosphere around the table was filled with laughter. Tuba quietly held his bun, his head bowed in silent thought. Outside, the sun had climbed higher, bathing everything in a gentle light. Dung Yinggu smiled and said her goodbyes. On the freshman social day, come to the auditorium. I have a gift for you. Han Thang's interest was piqued. What kind of gift? But she only smiled mysteriously and pulled Thithi away by the hand. It wouldn't be a secret if I told you. Han Thang and Tuba silently watched their figures disappear into the distance. The heavy silence was finally broken by Han Thang. So, are you finally going to tell me what's wrong? Tuba hesitated, turning to face him. He couldn't find the right words, his eyes weighing some deep, inner turmoil. At last, he spoke, his voice strained. Try Tuesday is getting married. Han Thang calmly asked back, Are you sure? Is she actually married? Or just engaged? And is the guy Triyu Chin? Tuba grew flustered by his friend's total lack of surprise. He hung his head in defeat. Who else would it be? And what's the difference between married and about to be? Han Thang cleared his throat, stating, There's a huge difference. A small smile touched his lips as he continued. My guess? Triyu Chin will never marry Hoang Tuesday. For him, she's just a fling. Guys from powerful families like his are obsessed with matching status. Without power and position, their parents would never approve of the marriage. Tuba's face flushed. What do you mean by that? He asked softly, but a thought sparked in his mind. Perhaps he still had a chance. His desperate gaze locked onto Han Thang, searching his face. Han Thang saw that flicker of hope ignite. He turned away and warned, I'm just advising you to be careful, like a precaution. With that, he began to walk away. If Hoang Tue gets dumped by Triyu Chin, she will definitely come running back to you. When that happens, if you're willing to be her backup plan, don't expect my help. The words snapped Tuba back to a startled, horrified reality. Are you saying I have no pride? Tuba yelled at Han Thang's retreating back. What? He gritted his teeth, seething with anger. He couldn't stand being judged so coldly by his friend. To be frank, it was a complete loss of face. And so he stormed into his usual net cafe. A single thought consumed Tuba. He refused to let Tran look down on him for another second. He found an empty station and slumped heavily into the chair. Amid the frantic clicking of keyboards, a prompt flashed on his screen. It was a request to block an account, and the target was Hoang Tuesday. Tuba gripped the mouse, his knuckles white. He had to be decisive, yet sweat beaded on his forehead as he hesitated. Finally, with a surge of resolve, his cursor hovered over Confirm Block. If he backed down now, he'd write his own name backward in shame. The scene shifts to an office where Han Thang is on the phone. I just sent the email. Did you get a chance to look over it? This week's numbers look solid. We might have recouped our investment. What's your take? The voice on the other end replied, Things look promising, but my projections are still a bit off. Han Thang remained perfectly calm. No problem. We'll be fine once you're back to personally lead the second round of R&D. Suddenly, her voice grew urgent. Something's come up. The factories are in an asset dispute. I can't finalize my schedule yet. Han Thang casually flipped a page in a newspaper. Then take your time. Rushing won't solve anything. Quande stood in her office, peering through the glass. If you were to lead the second research and development phase, how would you manage it? Han Thang's reply was immediate and blunt. I can't do it. Quande sighed softly. I was just asking. Consider it exploring a new possibility. They continued discussing production, their conversation turning more serious, focusing on the inevitable challenges ahead. Han Thang sat in his office, nodding in agreement. Quande then mentioned Li Tiu Kai. Have you had any contact with him? He answered directly, holding nothing back. You mean the chief technical architect for the MP3 project? We've met a few times, but he has a doctorate from overseas. I attended a local university, so we don't have much in common. He also doesn't seem very skilled at navigating the office politics here. Quande clicked her tongue. I see. By the way, have you eaten yet? The cafeteria has amazing braised chicken wings today. Han Thang was taken aback. His suspicion piqued. Wait a second. Is there a hidden camera in my office? He cursed silently. This woman knew everything. He decided to tease her back. If I close the door and dance shirtless, can you see that too? Quande just laughed. Go on. Dance. Her response left Han Thang speechless, so he dropped it. She was too busy to watch, anyway. A little while later, they met in the bustling company cafeteria, filled with rows of delicious steaming dishes. Li Tu Kai was in the middle of his lunch when a voice called out, Mr. Kai, enjoying your meal? Seeing Han Thang approach, he greeted him with careful politeness. Hello, Advisor Tran. Han Thang kept a casual air. With this chilly weather, it's not easy to get out and go sightseeing, is it? As he split a pair of chopsticks, he continued the small talk. Mr. Kai, you've been here a while. Have you seen any of the local sites? Li Tu Kai sighed softly, admitting he hadn't had the chance. Work was all-consuming. He hadn't even visited the famous spots in the city. Han Thang cheerfully suggested, You should really try to make some time for a stroll. The red maples on Shihe Mountain are brilliant, and Jiming Temple is quietly captivating. The plum blossoms in December are especially breathtaking. Meanwhile, two employees sitting at a nearby table were listening intently to Han Thang's conversation. They whispered to each other, Why is Han Thang with that guy from overseas? Maybe it's because they're both young. Li Tu Kai's technical skills are brilliant, and his ideas are cutting edge. He just doesn't have a good read on people. Li Tu Kai's expression suddenly soured. Speaking of locals, do you actually believe dragons exist in this country? He looked at Han Thang searchingly. But Han Thang's reply was calm. Of course. The dragon is our totem, deeply woven into our culture. Its symbol is everywhere. Li Tu Kai immediately flushed with excitement. Really? What other strange things does your hometown have? Han Thang just smiled. Well, my boss yells the same thing every day after lunch. Han Thang, can I get the dragon service? He's just asking for all-inclusive service. See? The dragon is part of our everyday life, isn't it? Tu Kai's face froze. He stood stunned for a few seconds before a small chuckle escaped his lips. His features relaxed, and then Tu Kai burst into genuine, hearty laughter. I didn't realize you had such a sharp sense of humor. That night, under a sky of scattered stars, Han Thang was back in his dorm, thinking about Li Tu Kai. Could he really handle leading the second phase of the MP3 project? He himself would be at the factory, with his own separate mission. Han Thang sighed, sitting at his desk. Why is everything so rushed? His skills were undeniable. But whether others would actually follow his lead was another question entirely. Everyone's just passing the buck, And when it comes to high-level changes, what can a college student like me even say? It's fine to let the dean decide, but I think it's too soon for me to take an official position. With Team Fire Arrow so busy, it's better I remain an advisor and fully support Xiao Kai. Seeing his refusal, Guan sighed. Let me think about it. Han Thang replied quickly, ready to hang up. But the work Han Thang was busy with was a game. Thuug, hurry up. The team is getting wiped. Moments later, the match result flashed on screen. Yang Ming, standing nearby, shot a sarcastic look at Han Thang. Thuuga, how could you play so dirty? A dorm battle with Chu Cheng Long on the enemy team. He fed you info to kill your own teammates. You think I didn't notice? So obvious. Han Thang coughed, hiding his embarrassment. Hey, a win is a win. Are you guys hungry? Let's go to the South Gate for a midnight snack. With that, the group excitedly headed out for a late meal. Guinan turned to Chen Yu, who was engrossed in a book. Old Dai, you're not coming? Chen Yu remained calm, replying softly. If you're treating, I'll go. Yang Ming shot a disdainful look, pushing Guinan aside. Just ignore him. Don't pay him any mind. The dorm door slammed shut, leaving only Yang Ming in the sudden, echoing silence. Yang Ming held his book, but his heart was still simmering with anger. That annoying Guinan is working part-time at Fire Arrow just for money. So what if I ate one of his egg cakes? Night fell over the South Gate area, where bustling snack stalls lit up the street, creating a lively, crowded scene. Han Thang gazed at the smoky barbecue stall, the aroma hitting him. He sighed. Now, this is the real student life. A small hand gently tapped his shoulder. Dong Xiang, a voice greeted. Han Thang turned to see two girls smiling. Good evening. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight eating this late? One girl asked, giggling behind her hand. If we get fat, we get fat. It's not like we have boyfriends anyway. Han Thang playfully called their bluff. That'll change once you're dating. Once we have boyfriends, why would we need to watch our figures? The other friend beamed. Class rep, you really get us girls. Such a gentleman. Han Thang then handed a small bag of food to the two girls. This is on me. The two girls were briefly flustered, both surprised and shy. Thanks, Dong Xiang, they said cheerfully before walking away with bright smiles. They even joked about passing the favor to Yu Chu. When you bring her to the port, just call us to tag along. Han Thang could only manage a wry smile. That's not really my decision to make. She's the one who has the final say. The two girls winked mischievously. We're also waiting for your wedding candy, they called out as they walked away. Thanks, class rep. At that, Han Thang couldn't help but sigh, realizing that in everyone's eyes, he and Yu Chu were already a real couple. The memory of Rong Yu's face from the other day flashed in his mind. She was so insistent on having a child before marriage. If I told little Yu Er about this, I'd definitely get an earful. Just then, Guinan ran over holding a bag of food. Thuage, what are you spacing out for? We each bought an egg cake. What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Han Thang smiled, leading the group away. More egg cakes? Since I'm treating, we have to get something better than that. He told Guo Xiaocheng to grab a case of beer, and they headed back to the dorm to drink and chat. In a girls' dormitory room, the announcement of a late-night snack was met with excited cheers. Thank you so much, Man. Man smiled back. Don't thank me. The class rep bought all of this, so you should really be thanking Yu Chu. Hearing this, her two friends giggled. Well then, thank you, Yu Chu. When you two were together that day, we could hardly believe it. We never thought you'd last this long. Lin Yu began to recount slowly. At the very beginning, I thought Han Thang was just a guy chasing a pretty face. But thinking about it now, it was probably love at first sight. Though Yu Chu's beauty definitely helped. Man chimed in happily. The class rep also said he'd take you to visit Jing Cheng. If Han Thang heard that, he would have jumped out of his skin. The lively chatter filled the small room. Meeting the parents already? Yu Chu, were you nervous? The friend next to her nodded. Han Thang is so lucky. Yu Chu is both beautiful and gentle. But another voice disagreed. You can't say that. Dong Xiang's career is also brilliant. Yu Chu would be a worthy wife for him. Listening to the whispers, Yu Chu's face flushed with embarrassment. Her gaze drifted to the desk lamp. It was the thoughtful anniversary gift Han Thang had given her last year. A hint of shyness flickered in Yu Chu's clear eyes. Thinking of him, her heart stirred with nostalgia. Christmas was less than a month away. The scene shifts to the boys' dorm room. Empty beer cans littered the floor. It seemed they'd had a rowdy night. Han Thang was just groggily waking up. He slowly opened his heavy eyes. Guinan, who was busy cleaning up, saw him dazed and spoke up. "You're finally awake?" Guinan threw the window wide open, ignoring Yang Ming, who was shivering from the cold. The moment his eyes opened, Han Thang was a whirl of activity. Tonight was the lively gala celebrating Donghai University's anniversary, and little Yuer would be performing on stage. Everything was perfectly arranged. He'd misled Ao So and sent Latoyan Trin Quan away from Hong Kong. Nian Nian didn't dare get involved. As his mind wandered, the sharp ring of his phone echoed in the silence. Han Thang cleared his throat and answered. "Hello, Sister Tin. Is there something you need?" Tin replied instantly. "Lately, I've had terrible stomach pains at night. I need an endoscopy with anesthesia, so I need someone with me. Are you free this afternoon?" Hearing this, his mind raced. Tiu Nu Ni's social performance was incredibly important. She had even promised a surprise. He had already cleared his entire schedule for her. But Kong Tin's health was a serious concern, and all her friends and family were in Guangdong. An endoscopy wasn't simple. What if the doctor found something serious? After a moment's thought, he finally said, "You're always meeting clients and drinking so much." She replied quickly, "I'm thinking of changing jobs. Didn't you once say you liked the academic environment? I might apply to a university cafeteria, see if they need someone to serve food," she said, half joking. Han Thang couldn't help but laugh in response. "You, working at the food counter?" The line of male students would be endless. The legend of the charming chef would spread like wildfire. He had made his decision. He would go to the hospital this afternoon. All he needed was to know which one. Hearing him agree, Kong Tin politely thanked him and said, "I'm in the gastroenterology department at the city's #1 hospital. My anesthesia is scheduled for exactly 4 o'clock. After ending the conversation, Han Thang felt a wave of helplessness. Would things like this keep happening? Maybe he should get an MBA just for time management skills? A moment later, Han Thang dialed Tiu Nu Ni. "Have you had breakfast?" She laughed in reply. "What time do you think it is?" "Of course I have. Titi is embroidering a small, golden trim on my sleeve right now. It will shimmer beautifully under the lights when I play. What time will you get here? Our social starts at 5 o'clock, you know." Donggu chattered on happily, but then she fell silent. She realized Han Thang hadn't said another word. Since his initial greeting, his quiet felt strange. Han Thang started hesitantly, "About today," but she immediately cut him off. "You can say anything, but don't you dare say you're canceling." As her words hung in the air, he fell silent again. This single exchange shattered her happy mood. His silence confirmed her worst fear. She knew the purpose of his call. Donggu's voice dropped as she asked, "Xiao Chen, are you really not coming?" Han Thang let out a long sigh. "I'm sorry. It's a difficult situation. My friend has an endoscopy at 4:30, and I have to be there. Your event starts at 5. I've already calculated it. By the time I could arrive, it would be 8 o'clock, and the party would be nearly over." Dong Nu's voice was tight with frustration. "But you promised me first." As she spoke the words, a heavy silence fell between them. Finally, Dong Nugu sighed with sad resignation. "Fine. Go do what you have to do. I'm going to practice." Her heart-wrenching disappointment was too much for him to just hang up. "Wait a moment," he said softly. For a second, Dong Nungu thought he had changed his mind. Han Thang then asked if there was any way to make it up to her. She answered instantly that she wanted to see fireworks as his apology. He immediately agreed to her request. Finally, she spoke with a hint of her former cheer. "Okay, go be with your friend. But, just so you know, I haven't really forgiven you yet." Han Thang could only sigh helplessly. Later, in the sparse waiting area of the hospital, the space felt empty on a weekday. Han Thang sat on a bench with Kong Ting, offering her quiet words of comfort. "Stomach issues are often caused by stress. If this is nothing serious, you should quit next year. I'll wait for you." The beautiful chef of the school cafeteria. Before he could finish, a nurse's voice cut him off. "Family of Kong Tin, please come here to sign the consent form." Kong Tin went to change into a patient's gown. She watched his back as he walked to the counter, listened intently to the nurse's instructions, and signed the paperwork. In that moment, an unexpected warmth spread through Kong Tin's heart. A little later, she emerged, looking somber in the hospital gown. She hesitated while the nurse explained, "We'll start an IV first. Anesthesia carries some risk, so we must monitor your cardiovascular condition." Just as Kong Tin was about to enter the procedure room, Han Thang leaned in and whispered, "I'll be right here waiting for you." She was stunned by his words for a moment, but then a faint, knowing smile touched her lips as she nodded in silent agreement. Soon after, Han Thang left her room to wait outside. As he walked, he calculated the time. Though scheduled for 4:30, the procedure didn't actually start until almost 5:30. Adding in the time for the anesthesia and an hour to recover, Kong Tin wouldn't be awake until around 7:30. The text he'd sent earlier remained unanswered. Han Thang assumed the other person simply hadn't seen his message yet. Time crept by slowly. Soon, the clock ticked past 7, but he remained there, waiting patiently for Kong Tin to emerge. As the examination continued, he rested on a waiting chair when his phone suddenly shattered the silence. Han Thang glanced at the caller ID with a sigh of annoyance. He finally answered, asking, "What is it?" Xiao Yu frantically reported that President Tran Denggu was just publicly confessed to by a male student. Han Thang replied coolly, "A confession? What happened next?" His calm demeanor left Xiao Yu stunned. "Why aren't you the least bit worried?" Han Thang simply recalled the past and began to explain. "You don't understand. The number of confessions Deng Nenggu got in high school was insane." But Xiao Yu insisted, warning him about today's suitor. He's the president of the department's student union, Tai Fong. The moment Deng Gu finished her performance, he approached her with a bouquet and confessed. The crowd roared with support, but she turned him down. Hearing this, Han Thang wasn't surprised at all. "Honestly," Xiao Yu admitted, "I'm starting to admire her too." And guess how she responded? She declared that she's been with her boyfriend for nearly 5 years. He silently agreed. Counting high school, it had indeed been 5 years. Then, Xiao Yu continued her story. After her announcement, the entire auditorium fell utterly silent. Everyone was stunned she'd had a boyfriend for 5 years. Tai Fong didn't push it. He simply nodded, left the flowers on stage, and quietly walked away. A moment later, she added that Deng Nenggu remained on the podium, where she publicly announced her boyfriend worked at Rocket 101. He was handling their express delivery and opening a branch at Donghai University, and she hoped everyone would support it. Han Thang realized this must be the surprise Deng Nenggu had mentioned, so he simply smiled and replied, "That's perfect. You'll get plenty of exposure, making it easier to open the market there." Hearing his detached words, Xiao Yu sighed, worried that fame would attract envy. "This will easily cause trouble. With both of you as my bosses, who am I even supposed to follow?" Seeing his assistant's hesitation, Han Thang cut her off sharply. "You just listen to me," and with that, he hung up. Shortly after, Jia Luong called, sighing, "You're so lucky Deng Nenggu confessed to you like that." He paused for a moment, then added regretfully, "And you weren't even there to see it." Han Thang replied with a smirk in his voice, "Maybe you should get a girlfriend. Otherwise, when we meet, I'll just hold Deng No's hand and kiss her, while you just stand there and watch." Provoked by the taunt, Jia Luong angrily hung up, but moments later, the phone rang yet again. "It's Tuba this time." Han Thang looked at the screen and muttered, "Why is everyone calling me today?" The moment he answered, Tuba's voice came through. "Xiao Chen, why weren't you here this afternoon? Deng No confessed to you in front of everyone." Han Thang remained unfazed, replying with his usual indifference. "I know. I was busy and couldn't make it. A friend was sick." Tuba immediately guessed it was also, but Han Thang vaguely insisted it was just a friend. Tuba pressed, "A female friend?" This time Han Thang simply nodded in confirmation. Tuba sounded exasperated, gently advising him, "You shouldn't do things like this, man. Aren't you exhausted? You have Ao So. Isn't Deng Nenggu enough for you? She even promoted Rocket 101 on your behalf." He understood the warning in his friend's words, but callously brushed it aside. "It's a kind of joy you wouldn't understand." His words left Tuba completely baffled. Han Thang had to clarify, "It's the joy of a patriarch, something you can't comprehend." "If that's all, I'm hanging up. I have something important to do," and that important matter was waiting for him. He needed to hear the doctor's advice regarding Kong Jing's stomach condition. As he approached her hospital bed, she looked into his eyes shyly before speaking. "Han Thang, thank you so much." Later, while gently helping her from the room, Han Thang said, "The doctor said you can eat something light. Let's find a place for some hot noodles." Hearing this, Kong Jing just shook her head, having no appetite. They left the hospital in silence, and he took it upon himself to drive her home. Inside the car, Han Thang was lost in thought, his eyes drifting to her gentle profile. Soon, he had brought Kong Jing back to her humble home. She spoke first, "You can head back. I'm truly grateful for everything today." Just as the day seemed to be ending, Han Thang suddenly asked, "After all that trouble, could I possibly come up for a glass of water?" The scene shifts to Kong Jing's apartment, where Han Thang is now in the kitchen, preparing a meal for her. At this point, looking for Donggu seemed pointless. Besides, it was already getting late. But for Kongjing, having Han Thang spend just half an hour to calm her spirits, to cook a warm bowl of noodles by her side, was more than enough. Later, when Kongjing looked back, she wouldn't just remember Han Sheng, who went with her to a stomach exam, but that he'd patiently brought her home and personally cooked a bowl of noodles. Kongjing was pleasantly surprised. She'd pegged him as the type who would surely starve if left out of a kitchen. Han Sheng, however, would always deny it with a straight face. My parents forced me to do chores. I could have gotten into Tsinghua University, but my housework got in the way. Hearing this, Kongjing played along, calling it a true pity. Not long after, Han Sheng smiled and said his goodbyes to Kongjing. The two of them stood at the door, looking at each other without a word. In the end, Kongjing was the first to speak. "Thank you so much, Han Sheng." He listened, then replied, "No need to be so formal. By the way, Sister Jing, do you know where in Jianye they sell fireworks?" At the Donghai University Women's Dormitory, lively stories echoed, from the student president's grand confession being brutally rejected to the rocket incident right at the West Gate. The dorm manager reminded the female students to hurry back to their rooms to rest, as the lights were about to go out. After the reminder, she thought to herself that students always get unusually excited after group activities, and she needed to help them settle down. While lost in her vibrant train of thought, a car suddenly appeared right before her eyes. A few curious students glanced over. Standing nearby, though the timing was strange, a person calmly stepped out of the car. The moment the dorm manager saw the unfamiliar face, she wondered in surprise who this could be. The dorm manager suddenly noticed something unusual when the car trunk opened, revealing 2 giant boxes of fireworks. She immediately recognized the brilliant fireworks and sensed trouble, calling out, "Young man, what are you doing? Which department are you from?" Hearing the question, Han Sheng smiled and replied, "I'm from the school's youth league office. A superior praised this year's party and tasked me with bringing 2 boxes of fireworks to celebrate." The dorm manager was still suspicious and questioned him sharply. "Why didn't I receive any notification?" Facing her scrutiny, he remained calm, explaining that he had just received the task. If she wanted, she could call the league office to check. The dorm manager's suspicion didn't fade, her voice filled with caution. "But the youth league office is already closed. Besides, we don't have the number for the logistics department." Hearing this, Han Sheng immediately offered another suggestion. "Then you can try calling the head of logistics." At his words, the manager hesitated for a moment, but the logistics department was also closed. Her only option was to contact security. Hearing this, he reminded her, "The security office won't know about this. More importantly, I need to complete my mission." After speaking, he gently asked the manager to help place the firework boxes in the right-hand corner. While doing so, she sighed with a smile. "These students have so many tricks. Today was an eye-opener. This kid even dared to order her around." Before long, Han Sheng gave another instruction. "When it's time to light the fireworks, please remember to lock the dorm windows, to keep the energetic girls from running too close." The moment she heard that, she turned and asked, "You've already lit them? I haven't even made the call yet." Han Sheng laughed and said, "No need to rush. You can go inside and call. My name is Han Sheng." Just then, a staff member from the Youth League Committee arrived to take over the scene. After the outdoor party concluded, Rong Yu was immediately surrounded by friends, wanting to know who the boyfriend she'd loved for a year was. The sound of excited chatter filled the room. "Who's been hiding you from us? And stealing the most beautiful girl in our dorm? When will you finally introduce us?" Hearing this, Rong Yu hesitated slightly, only managing to say his name was Chen. Before she could say more, she paused, hearing a strange sound. She ran outside and shouted, "Someone's setting off fireworks downstairs." Hearing this, a premonition sparked in Rong Yu's heart as fireworks shot up high, brilliantly lighting the night sky. The dorm manager saw the scene and sighed. They were already going off before she could even call. She should have asked first. Why be so impulsive? On the floors of the women's dorm, excited chatter followed. Someone pointed down and yelled, "Fireworks!" A curious friend asked with sparkling eyes, "Who's that guy down there? What is he trying to do? Isn't he afraid of being punished by the school?" Rong Yu, also curious, peeked down, and her eyes immediately locked with Han Sheng's. He stood there, casually taking a drag from a cigarette, but his deep-set eyes were locked tightly on her. She recognized him instantly and exclaimed, "Little Yu, that's Han Sheng." Rong Yu smiled happily at her friends. "That's him, the boyfriend I just mentioned at the party." After speaking, She immediately turned and ran downstairs to find him. Her mind was blank to everything else. Even when Shishi pointed out she'd dropped her shoe, Han Sheng stood there silently, waiting. His gaze lifted to the sky, and when he turned, he saw Dung Nugu approaching, her bright eyes fixed on him, filled with 1,000 unspoken words. Tears welled in Dung Nugu's eyes, her face a mask of confusion as she softly called his name from above. The crowd let out a collective gasp as the sky suddenly erupted in brilliant bursts of fireworks. Just as Han Thang tried to light more, a guard appeared, his voice sharp. "Hey, you! Why are you setting off fireworks here?" But it was too late. The flame he'd set had already caught, sending a new wave of fireworks soaring into the sky. Furious, the guard grabbed him by the collar. Xiao Yuer watched Han Thang apologize, but the man insisted on taking him to the security office to explain. Seeing him being led away, she desperately turned to the dorm manager. "Auntie, please open the door. He's my boyfriend. I need to go to him." The dorm manager sighed, thinking the student council was smart to predict a student would get this emotional. Above, the students were still cheering, mesmerized by the spectacular, multicolored display of fireworks. While all eyes were on the dazzling sky, the creator of the spectacle was being escorted away by school security. Even so, Han Thang managed a mischievous glance toward Dung Nu, causing her to burst into uncontrollable tears. Dung Nu gripped the gate helplessly, her heart aching. "You're so brilliant, so why would you do something so foolish? I'm already your girlfriend, aren't I?" A small, happy smile touched her lips. Meanwhile, in the security office, Han Thang's interrogation had begun. "Name and hometown? What school are you from? Were you with that other group?" Finally, Teacher Lu finished. "And why did you dare to set off fireworks at Donghai University?" To which Han Thang bluntly replied, "For love." The teacher, thinking he was being mocked, slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "Be serious, or I'll call the police. I could have your file sent to the Finance Academy. At the very least, you'll be disciplined." After a long silence, Han Thang spoke sincerely. "Sir, I set off these fireworks for a girl. She always wanted to see them. I didn't think it was a huge deal, so I lit them in front of her dorm without considering the consequences. I swear it won't happen again." But Teacher Lu was still furious. "You set them off so recklessly. What if you had started a fire on campus?" Hearing this, Han Thang obediently lowered his head. "I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking clearly." Just as the teacher was about to continue his lecture, someone suddenly appeared. It was none other than Dung Nu, who had rushed over with Thi, her face flushed and her breathing heavy from running. As Dung Nu entered, the thought, "She's beautiful," flashed through the minds of Teacher Lu and his subordinate, before he quickly regained his stern composure. "What's your name? Show me your student ID." Hearing this, Dung Nu presented her card. With a single glance, Teacher Lu understood. This was the famous campus belle from Xianning. No wonder a boy would risk breaking the rules for her. He assumed this was just another one of Dung Nung's many admirers, one who had acted too impulsively, with unfortunate consequences that even made the poor girl cry. With that thought, he pointed to Han Thang standing behind her and asked, "Is this a close friend of yours?" Dung Ngu answered softly, "He's not. He's my boyfriend." Teacher Lu, not quite processing her words, began to lecture. "I understand your feelings, son, but this is not the way to confess. Do you think a girl will be moved and immediately agree?" Only then did Teacher Lu realize her answer was completely different from what he had assumed. His confusion quickly turned to anger as he scolded them. "So you two are already a couple? Then why the need for such a public spectacle? Why must you show off your private affairs for the entire world to see?" Dung Ngu immediately apologized obediently, promising it would never happen again. At this, Teacher Lu's anger finally began to subside. He turned to Han Thang. "While no serious damage was done, I will still contact your school to remind them to provide better guidance. There's no need to involve the police, but you will be responsible for cleaning up all the debris under the girls' dormitory. Any objections?" Hearing this, Han Thang's face lit up. "None at all. Thank you, sir." After the group was released from the security office, Han Thang turned to find Dung Nu pouting at him. Seeing this, he took her hand and pulled her along, whispering, "Let's go. What's the point of just standing here?" As they walked side by side, Han Thang asked excitedly, "So, were the fireworks beautiful?" But Dung Gu didn't answer, simply turning her face away. A thought made her pause for a moment. Then, Dung Ngu spoke softly, "Xiao Chen, are you really my boyfriend?" Han Thang dodged the question, humming as he changed the subject with pinpoint accuracy. Firework debris littered the ground. "Does your dorm have a broom? Or maybe Xiao Yu can call someone to help clean? Their rental place isn't far. Fed up with his avoidance, Tran Han Thang finally spoke. I've already confessed twice today. Tran Han Thang, if there were 100 steps between us, I've already taken 99. Can't you take that final step? Hearing this, Han Thang replied coolly, You took 99 steps? In high school, I took 90 just to build the foundation. Seeing no point in arguing, he asked her directly, So what do you suggest? Dung No looked down, lost in thought. This boy had shown her so many beautiful illusions of love. He even built her a snowman, gathering goose feathers in the falling snow with his bare hands. You once said you wanted to see the flowers in my hometown. I forgot, but he remembered every detail. Even with those reckless fireworks, he risked breaking school rules, nearly getting arrested, just to lift her spirits. No matter the wish, he stubbornly helped her achieve it. But when it came to defining their relationship, he always dodged the question. She whispered his name, her thoughts a tangled mess. A flash of resentment crossed her mind. What more do you want from me? He could only let out a helpless sigh. Then, Han Thang seriously told her to focus on her studies and improve. We're all just friends here. Not getting the answer she wanted, Donggu's anger flared. She stomped on his foot, scolding, You jerk! You always deceive me. The scene then shifts. The lively chatter of girls fills the dorm courtyard. Donggu's friend remarked that Han Thang's appearance was not what she had imagined. I thought little Nuguni's boyfriend would be gentle and refined, the type to pamper his girlfriend. TT gossiped with two friends. I was really surprised when I first met him, too. Another friend eagerly agreed, but no one noticed Donggu standing silently behind them. Seeing her, Thithi grinned. Little Nguni, I thought you two would be whispering for longer. Donggu immediately shot it down. Who cares about that annoying guy? Besides, we're just friends. Hearing that, the group sighed in awe. That's our Dongno, truly worthy of being the campus belle. In another corner, the dorm manager swept furiously, thinking, that brat made a mess everywhere. As she grumbled, she suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette. Han Thang had returned, startling her. You tricked me and you still dare to show your face? He calmly replied that he came back to apologize. The two talked as they worked. Did you set the fire? Han Thang asked. Tuba said no, then added, It was for little Nung Ni, right? At that, he sighed. How meaningless. Was I supposed to do it for the dorm manager? Tuba was shocked. Little Nu Ni must have cried with joy. Where is she? Han Thang put a cigarette to his lips and said slowly, What are you talking about? We just had a fight. Confused, Tuba asked for the reason. He answered nonchalantly. She kept pressuring me to confess, but that's not something I can just agree to. Also is a good girl, but I have to maintain my distance to protect my reputation as a single man. Whether it's Aoso or little Ngu Ni, once I'm tied down, I lose the chance to meet other girls, and they wouldn't be happy either. Han Thang paused, taking a quiet drag from his cigarette, his gaze distant and thoughtful. He exhaled a cloud of smoke as Tuba spoke with a serious voice. Little Tran, you're a total scumbag. You're not decent or kind, just incredibly selfish. But why can't any of them forget you? Han Thang simply smiled at Tuba. You're a good guy, gentle, no vices, and completely loyal to Hoang Tuesday. You would have followed her through every season, to the ends of the earth. But why didn't she cherish you? Hearing this, Tuba frowned slightly and turned to ask Han Thang for the real reason. Han Thang answered slowly. People are strange. We rarely remember those who gave everything for us. We only remember who we strived for. In short, impact is remembered more than kindness. It's like when you're in danger. You don't remember the person you helped, but the one who reached out and saved you. Han Thang smiled, patting Tuba's head to comfort him. For instance, you still owe me a lot of money, but have I ever pressured you? Flustered, Tuba pushed his hand away. Don't be ridiculous. Han Thang pressed on with one final point. Think about it. When did Hung Tue ever truly sacrifice anything for you? The question sent Tuba into a thoughtful silence. A flicker of sadness crossed his eyes before he stood up abruptly. Fine. I'm going to get back to cleaning. A short while later, after everyone had finished their work, Han Thang approached with a smile. You all worked hard. It's getting cold. Allow me to treat everyone to some hot goat soup. Tu Vu approached with a friend to make introductions. This is Minister Tran. And this is Thu Van, a senior from Donghai University. Han Thang and Thu Van exchanged a warm greeting. Then he turned and said, Tu Ba, you and the others head to the lamb restaurant first. I need to discuss a private matter with Tu Vu. Tu Ba nodded in agreement, as Han Thang waited for Tu Vu in the car. He asked about Thu Van's background, sensing she had plans for him in the broadcasting department at Donghai University. Tuvu smiled, impressed by his insight, and admitted she'd planned to introduce them. He's a third-year senior in the Electronics and Information Department at Donghai University, a student from a poor family, a member of the student council. He's quiet, but a sincere and hard worker. After hearing this, Han Thang fell into a long, thoughtful silence. The Donghai University market could be developed quickly, but with reward comes risk. Our partner needs to be fearless. Tuvu asked in surprise, unclear what kind of trouble he meant. Han Thang's voice turned grim, recalling the party. Dong-hu publicly rejected them for Rocket 101. If that were me, I'd find it hard to swallow. In a situation like this, you have to show some strength. Tuvu guessed he was implying Tai Fong would seek revenge. Han Thang replied, if a business fails, you can grow humbly. But if you make easy money too soon, someone will eventually try to block your path. I might even do it myself. What about you? Han Thang glanced at Tuvu through the rearview mirror. Tuvu pretended to consider it, lowering her head and repeating his words. After a long pause, she whispered, I honestly don't know. Han Thang immediately replied, if you had said yes, I might have had to fire you. He then let out a laugh. I might have a bad reputation, but I still want good-hearted people by my side. His words only left Tuvu feeling more dejected. She was at a loss, unable to tell which of his words were sincere and which were just a test. A short while later, they arrived at a spacious parking lot. Han Thang was busy on the phone. On the other end was Jiang Lang's voice. You have so many properties, Jiang Lang, and you still don't have enough space for your fireworks? Han Thang calmly replied that he just watched his friends light them. He never participates himself. But when the teacher showed up, he ran slower than his friends, and his honesty got him blamed for everything. On the other end, Tonkoa burst out laughing. I might believe you if you were a freshman, but you're nearly done with your second year. Why pretend to be so innocent? Luckily, Donghai didn't press the issue, so I'll let it go. Han Thang didn't argue. Thanks, Tonkoa. I'll treat you to a meal another time. Hanging up, he sighed softly, wondering if he was truly that terrible. After a moment, he remembered he wanted to call Tham Ao So to check on her. After many long rings, she finally picked up. Hello, it's me, Han Thang said, getting straight to the point. I'm in a bad mood today. Someone slandered me. I know it's not your fault, but can you apologize to make me feel better? Ao So was silent on the other end. The silence made Han Thang anxious, wondering what was wrong. Ao So's face flushed with embarrassment. She took a deep breath, but couldn't bring herself to say a word. Han Thang waited in the car, his impatience growing. His voice became sharp. Are you going to apologize or not? Don't keep me waiting. Ao So's eyes sparkled as she gently asked, if I say sorry, will you stop being angry? Will you feel better? Just say it, Han Thang urged patiently. She hesitated shyly before finally whispering an apology. I'm sorry, I was wrong. He immediately seized the chance to tease her more. Oh? And what exactly were you wrong about? This left Ao So speechless. So you're back at the dorm, he said calmly, having just parked. He then asked, are you snuggled under the covers right now? So hummed a quiet yes, afraid of waking her sleeping roommate. He suddenly asked a favor. Will you talk with me until I get back to my dorm? So quietly agreed. And so, he sighed and began walking, muttering into the phone. It's so cold. What crazy couple would be hugging by the lake right now? This dorm is so depressing. The lights are still broken, and the auntie is using a gas stove for heat. For a second, I thought I was at my grandma's house. He continued to ramble on like this, with Ao So listening quietly, all the way back to his room. After a long walk, he was finally back. He then called Tuvu to complain. Tuvu, Tu Nhu Nhi is completely ignoring me now. Han Thang lamented that she wouldn't pick up his calls or even bother to reply to his texts. Tuvu then revealed that Dong Gu was often at the Donghai University shop, helping out enthusiastically, which surprised Han Thang. A sudden idea flashed in his mind. I see now. The next morning, at exactly 8 a.m., Dong Yengu woke up to a call from Han Thang. At 12 noon, while she was having lunch with a friend, he called again, completely ruining her meal. At 9 p.m., while she was trying to study, Han Thang shattered her concentration once more. It was infuriating. The next day, his phone was still ringing non-stop. Shishi urged him, you should at least answer it once. Han Thang, after your grand firework display, all the girls in the dorm admired you. Now you call her daily. Who else is that persistent? But Xiao Rongyu was resolute. refusing to listen. She pocketed her phone and turned away coldly, leaving Titi to stare in confusion at her friend's sudden arrogance. At the same time, Xiao Yu was also lost in thought, a heavy frown on his face. Minister Chen was right. To promote Rocket Girl 101 at Donghai University, Xiao Rongyu's help was essential. He sighed, realizing the wisdom of experience. That sly old fox knew just how to seize the opportunity and explain things to his subordinate. A few hours later, in Rongyu's dorm room, Han Sheng's relentless calls continued, shattering her focus. Should she, just this once, pick up? She had ignored 3 calls a day, but the endless ringing proved Han Sheng's patience. He wouldn't hang up. That was just his personality, stubbornly persistent. This time, the ringing seemed to drag on even longer. Perhaps he finally realized he was wrong. In the end, Rongyu couldn't resist and answered the phone. Hello? I'm not forgiving you. You're just bothering my roommate. But before she could finish, a sound from the other end left her utterly stunned. It was unbelievable. Hurry, Lao Yang! They're at point B. Your plays are terrible, man. We're going to lose. Can you at least leave some loot for me? Are you seriously going to take the last of it? Rongyu understood instantly, her anger leaving her speechless. Just then, Yang Ming noticed and asked his 4th brother, "Why is your phone screen still on? You should check it." Han Sheng froze, suddenly remembering he was calling Xiao Rongyu. Sweat beaded on his brow as he quickly explained, "Oh, Xiao Yuer, my roommate needed help with a match, so I just played 1 round." Rongyu let out a cold laugh. "I bet it's more than just 1 round, isn't it?" she yelled. "You probably call me then, go right back to sleep. Or you call at noon, shove the phone in your pocket, and go eat with your friends, letting it ring endlessly." She slammed the phone down, leaving Han Sheng stunned. She had hit the nail right on the head. He muttered, "Damn, how can she be so vicious? She's the one not answering. But I'm not allowed to play games while waiting?" Just after his shower, Han Sheng received an urgent, unexpected call. Knowing Xiao Yuer's personality, she would only call him if she was in serious trouble. He answered immediately. "Senior Shu and Tai Feng are fighting," Han Sheng calmly asked. "So, who's winning?" Rongyu frowned. "Winning? Are you serious? Students fighting isn't about winning or losing. What are you thinking?" She emphasized, "There's no number 1 in academics or fighting. Must there always be a winner?" Han Sheng quickly backtracked. "I misspoke just now. Is anyone hurt?" Rongyu replied. "I'm not sure. I just know they're both in the infirmary." "All right, stay calm," Han Sheng instructed. "I'll find Xiao Yu and ask what's going on." According to Xiao Yu, Xu Wen was promoting in the dorms when he was repeatedly obstructed. He soon discovered Tai Feng was behind it. Enraged, Xu Wen confronted him, and the two immediately broke into a fierce brawl. Han Sheng mused that this was typical student thinking, progressive, yet still immature. Unless they were forced to shut down the Rocket Girl 101 shop at Donghai, the market would surely accept them. Xiao Yu added, "I'm at the infirmary. Someone got hurt, and we have to take responsibility." "Of course," Han Sheng agreed. After all, they were the main campus dealer for Rocket Girl 101, but Xiao Yu clarified that Han Sheng misunderstood. The injured one was Tai Feng, not Xu Wen. Han Sheng was stunned, his jaw dropping in surprise. He threw on a jacket, telling her he was heading to Donghai immediately. Xiao Yu hesitated. "Won't your presence cause more trouble? The Donghai security guards are there. You just had a run-in with them the other day." Pulling on his shoes, Han Sheng replied, "I didn't start the fight. Donghai hasn't blacklisted me yet. Besides, I want to see the commotion." He added with a smirk, "And even if I were blacklisted, I'd come back to win over Donghai's top beauty. It's a worthy price to pay." After hanging up, Xiao Yu felt a wave of anxiety. What had she done to end up with such a reckless boss who loved taking risks? She glanced at Tai Feng, who was being patched up by a nurse under the watchful eyes of his friends. The infirmary was crowded with students when suddenly, Teacher Liu burst in, demanding to know where the two brawlers were. Seeing Teacher Liu, the bruised and battered Tai Feng winced in pain as the nurse applied medicine, looking completely embarrassed. Across the room, Xu Wen looked no better, his face just as bruised as his rivals. Taking in the scene, Teacher Liu roared, "Why are you causing trouble instead of studying, model?" Tai Feng's junior immediately defended him. "Liu K, you can't really blame Brother Tai for this." Thu Van had entered the dormitory quite casually, but mentioning the Rocket 101 promotion, which no one cared for, was just asking for trouble. An irritated Thu Van shot back, "I didn't just barge in, I knocked first. I only wanted to ask Tai Feng why he was interfering. They're the ones who started it. I refuse to be disrespected. Tai Fong sneered, his tone dripping with provocation. That was the other student's decision. Are we obligated to use your one-star rocket? Thu Van pressed on. Did you order them to do it? Deep down, you know the answer. The accusation hit a nerve, and Tai Fong's temper flared. You're speaking nonsense. If you have proof, then show it. The two students erupted into another shouting match. Teacher Liu couldn't stand it anymore. His roar shocked them both into silence. What is all this noise? Want to take it outside and settle it? The nurse beside him quickly pleaded. Mr. Liu, please keep it down. You're making my hands shake. Hearing that, Teacher Liu turned and sheepishly scratched his head. He then emphasized, fighting is wrong, but thankfully no one's seriously hurt. You should resolve this among yourselves. Neither would escape unscathed, not even the student council president. Yet, Tai Fong still refused to admit any fault to Thu Van. If anyone gets punished, he deserves it more than me. He needs to be properly disciplined, apologize to me in front of everyone, and cover my medical expenses. Xiao Yu quickly tried to mediate. There's really no need to blow this up. The nurse standing by agreed. That's right, don't make it a bigger deal. Tonkoa then turned to ask Thu Van his thoughts. He stated calmly, I'll accept what I did. If there's a punishment, just get it over with. But Tai Fong stubbornly demanded an apology. Just then, Rong Yu walked in with a young man. Sorry, we're late. And right behind them, Han Thang appeared. He saw Tonkoa and scowled. Why do I run into this guy everywhere? Xiao Yu immediately rushed over to give Han Thang a quick rundown. He needs to apologize and pay 200 yuan in medical fees, and he might also get a warning and be penalized. Looking at Tai Fong's bruised face, Han Thang casually remarked, It doesn't look that serious. This is child's play compared to high school. He stepped forward to negotiate. We'll compensate and give a sincere apology. But can the warning and penalty be waived? Tai Fong eyed him suspiciously. Who are you to butt in? Then he noticed Han Thang and Rong Yu holding hands intimately. He gritted his teeth, his entire body shaking as he recognized his rival, Rong Yu's boyfriend of 5 years. Consumed by jealousy, Tai Fong became completely unreasonable. Growling, no deal, Thu Van must be officially punished. Han Thang remained calm, trying to de-escalate. It's a small wound, not worth making a scene over. You're all fellow students. Suddenly, one of Tai Fong's lackeys shouted, You call this being students, after he made someone bleed?